be best for the student group to get used to how vampires thought, instead of relying on their abilities. One more, I think this should be obvious, but I hope you weren't planning to make us fight the White, Zane said. I mean, we already know his strength, and we want both sides to learn something from this. A White's healing abilities would make the fight a little too unfair. Besides, some of them had already seen Peter in action back when he had gone up against the leaders. Hearing this, Peter just scoffed before walking away to the side where the others were. Well, this fight is for you new guys, so it's up to you, Layla announced with a smile, grabbing Sia's arm to walk off over to the side next to Aaron. We two are okay staying out of this, Logan declared, and heading off with Syl, leaving the rest. The reason for them doing so was clear enough. Huddling up in a circle, the ones left were Weevil, Linda, Nate, Dennis, Sam, and Alex. So is there anyone keen on going out? Sam asked. I think it's important that we make a good first impression. After all of us have been taught by Quinn, so it would be a shame if we ended up losing. Let me do it, Nate volunteered with a stern determination in his eyes. I know I'm a bit slow with my vampire abilities, but when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, I'm confident no one can beat me. What if it's a girl? Linda suddenly asked, to the shock of Nate and Sam. Both of them had not even entertained the possibility that their opponent might be someone of the opposite sex. Do you still feel up to it, Nate? If it's a girl, will you really be able to hit them and fight them with full strength? Be honest. If you feel like that would distract you, I can always go up, Linda suggested. Hey, no fair. What about me? Weevil interrupted. I mean, you guys won't have your beast gear in this fight, so you will be slower than usual, and I think they might be quite fast. I know you're strong and can heal well, but maybe it's best if I show them what I can do. Besides, even you guys haven't seen me in action. There was a cheeky smile on his face, but the others didn't like the idea of taking just his word for it. Personally, I think it should be a vampire, Dennis expressed his concern. All of them are vampires, and if we want to show off our skills, then we need to make the field as even as possible. It also couldn't hurt to keep our trump card hidden, right? With that said, it meant there were only 4 people to choose from. Haven't you already decided who will be fighting on your side? Sam suddenly shouted across the other side of the room. Who's the strongest? When they asked this question, all of their heads turned to Aaron, Leo's #1 student. Each of them had to put in extra effort during their training to be able to hold their own against Aaron, but none of them had yet been successful. I don't think Aaron, being a direct student of Leo, is fair to fight. Besides, I think Aaron knows some of these guys, Aimee quickly commented. The truth was that Aaron hardly knew any of them. She had remained in the vampire world for a long time and only knew those that had decided not to fight. Everyone else was pretty much a stranger to her, at best someone she might have seen at school in the upper years a couple of times. Don't worry, Zane pumped his fist as if he was ready to brawl. We weren't planning on using her. That would be unfair, like you said. We just looked at her since you asked us who was the strongest. But for this match, I'll be the one to face you, Zane explained. Yes, Sam cheered. Then it's decided, Nate. I choose you. Just do your thing and go all out. Stepping away, they allowed Nate to walk forward and face Zane. Both groups cheered for their representative, ready to gauge the other party to get an idea of the other group's strength. Huh, so boring. I could take both of these guys on, Peter grunted. Oh, really? Aaron questioned, turning back with a smile. I didn't realize you've gotten so strong, Peter. If you wish, I and you can always have our sparring fight later. Rather than saying anything, Peter just turned his head away. Chuckling, Layla couldn't help but think just how much stronger their group had gotten compared to the time when they had originally been at the academy. Back then, Peter had unmistakably been the weakest of their group, with Aaron one of the strongest. She could have easily taken care of 100 Peters without breaking a sweat, but now she wasn't sure who would win between the two of them. We can't fall too far behind them, Layla insisted, looking at Sia. Although Sia nodded back, the truth was she didn't feel this way at all. Feck stood in the middle, and his hand was wrapped in a red aura. Both sides ready. Let the fight begin, he shouted, and the red aura disappeared, which was the signal for the fight to commence. Immediately, Zane dashed forward, not holding back, firing off 2 blood slashes along the way from both sides. However, Nate saw that they weren't heading for him directly. Instead, they had been aimed towards the sides. As such, he remained standing where he was. Move and you lose. I'm going to take you head-on and beat you with my fists. I'm better than anyone when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, Zane shouted. Hey, Do you think Nate is going to struggle since that guy is quite fast? Weevil asked Sam, who stood next to him. Nate? Nah, let me tell you why I selected him, and why I thought he was a better choice than anyone else. You see, right now, he's far more motivated than anyone to win this fight. Sam grinned as he pointed towards the girls from the opposite team. Are you looking? Nate thought. I thought if he used a blood slash towards me, I might have to try to use some blood abilities, and I would have had to struggle. But if it's a hand-to-hand fight he wants, I won't lose. Not when they are watching. 2 fast fists came towards him, but at the same time, Nate knocked both of them away with his fists. One of the hands was struck up and the other down, and before Zane had the chance to recover, he felt a punch connect with his stomach. It's strong, and he's fast, but I can still win this, Zane thought as he tried to throw a blood swipe. Instead, his hand was hit again, causing the swipe to go off in a different direction, and then, grabbing Zane by the wrist, he was chucked over Nate's shoulder and slammed to the floor. This fight is over, Vex declared before anything else could happen. Between the two of them, there was just too much experience. Zane thought that his opponent was faster and stronger, but that wasn't the case at all. It was just that Nate had been able to predict and clearly see through his attacks. Between those on the cursed ship and the 10th family students, the two of them were quite far apart when it came to experience. After Zane had recovered, he went back to the other students, who were surprised, but they soon saw someone else walking towards them, and their faces started to be filled with horror. Is that all you got? Aaron shouted. Your opponent didn't even take a single step from his starting position. It looks like you guys are going to have to train way harder if you manage to lose without getting a single hit in. Zane, your overconfidence cost you this match. When you're fighting against an unknown opponent, you should always test their skills first. We don't even know what ability he has. Remember, it doesn't matter if it's just a simple fight, but knowledge is key. Even if you can't beat him, then you must make the opponent show something so the next person stands a better chance to defeat them. All of them were on their knees, apologizing to Aaron. Whenever Leo wasn't there, Aaron would take over as their teacher instead, so they were used to her scolding. Still, having lost so easily, she felt that she was partly to blame. The scolding continued, and while seeing this, Amy was reminded of her anger and couldn't help but think back to what she had seen that day. She had seen it for just a brief second when Aaron was in the training room on her own, filled with anger. Xander, I was wondering, have you ever seen a vampire's eyes turn yellow? She asked. What did you say? Xander replied, with a look of horror on his face. Paul could sense a change in himself after the ritual was complete. It wasn't like he suddenly possessed superhuman strength. Rather, it was something more subtle. When he agreed to the job, all he knew was what it would entail in terms of responsibilities, paperwork, and politics. Quinn couldn't do it alone, and it sounded difficult. However, they had not yet told him about the benefits it would bring him. Vampires? Just how strong can they get? Paul wondered. At first, he thought it was a curse to lose his ability and have a weakness such as sunlight, but as time went on, he was starting to wonder if he would become even more powerful than when he was a head general. Using the inspect skill, Quinn didn't find any differences in terms of new skills Paul had been granted compared to Leo. Call, a skill that can only be used with your vampire knights. This skill allows you to call your knight to your side no matter where they are. It will forcefully bring them to your location, can only be used once a day. Now, if Quinn ever needed to, he could summon either one of them to his position. Passive skill, Vampire Knight's buff. When a Vampire Knight is fighting alongside their leader, all stats and skills will be increased by 10%. Knight's Command. A Vampire Knight can form a squad of 10 vampires under himself. For those under the Knight's Command, all skills and stats will be increased by 10% when in his presence. The Knight's Command skill seems to be something we should discuss. It will definitely be useful in the future, Quinn thought. However, it would have to wait. For now, he was far too eager to complete his task. Leo, please walk him through the basics. Ideally, I would like to make an announcement tonight. The others should learn about there being a second Vampire Knight, Quinn ordered before he walked off. His quick pace eventually turned into a jog, then into running. He had waited for this moment for such a long time, but he had the feeling that unless he hurried, some other distraction might be getting in his way. However, nothing of that sort happened when Quinn finally reached the door to the 10th family's tomb. He had memorized the combination after living through Vincent's life, so he entered and shut the door behind him on his own without support from the others. This time he was going in on his own. The blue crystals embedded in the walls started to light up as Quinn passed through the hallway until he reached the large tomb filled with circle chambers in the ground. Quinn stopped outside the first tomb, the one that should have belonged to the first 10th leader, presumably who Quinn thought was Richard Eno. The first leader of the 10th family and the very first king? Richard Eno. Was all this set up by you? Are you actually the one behind the whole Dalki invasion? With everything that has happened with Arthur, I really can't decide who is good or bad anymore, or if such a distinction even exists. Who says what I believe in is good? On the other hand, is living a good life with my friends and family really so much to ask for? Isn't that what everyone wants? So then why can't everyone just leave each other alone? Ultimately, things had led Quinn to take on his current position. Whether it had been by following someone's plan all along, or by his effort, no longer wasting his time trying to ask the ghost of a dead man for answers, he stepped away, passing 3 other tombs, until he was finally in front of the 5th one. You have successfully returned to the tomb. Quest complete. Quinn's entire field of vision became suddenly completely covered by a bright white glow on the screen in front of him. No matter what quest he had completed, this had never happened before. He didn't understand why it was happening now. He couldn't stop the ringing that was going through his head. Ah, my head! Damn system, are you trying to pull it apart? Did you friggin' lead me here so I can join my predecessors? Although he didn't receive an answer, cursing out the system helped him endure the massive pain. It was hard for Quinn to say how long it had lasted, but eventually it started to die down, and his vision was also returning. It's been a long time, boy. I see you have grown into quite a strapping young man. Still a far cry from myself when I was your age, but oh well. It was an annoying voice, one that used to patronize him and give him information only whenever it pleased. But for some reason, Quinn had a warm, fuzzy feeling inside his chest as he straight away recognized the owner of the voice. Vincent, are you really back? Back in the system, I mean? Looks like it, Vincent replied in a contented tone. I don't know how you did it, and I have to admit that I don't understand how myself, but I'm back. It appears that there is a lot you can catch me up on. Quest reward received. 10th family leader Vincent Eno's soul has been rebounded by the system. When Quinn had originally been forced to rely on Vincent, he had considered it to be annoying, as if he had to share his mind with 2 people. Quinn had felt like he had lost his sense of privacy, but after Vincent had gone missing, he had been worried and had actually felt lonely. All the time when he had found Vincent in hard situations, Vincent had always been there for him. As such, there was only one thing Quinn could say. I'm glad you're back. Quest complete. Become a real leader. Rewards will now be handed out. New title received. 10th family leader. You have unlocked access to the reputation store. A new title. Finally one that can be of some use. Quinn was excited, especially since the other ones hardly did anything. He was also looking forward to seeing what the new store would offer. He could finally exchange those reputation points he had gathered, which had only been gathering dust. The title was even automatically assigned to Quinn without him having to access the system this time. And at that exact point in time, the walls in the room lit up blue entirely. Even though Quinn was unaware, something else was happening. The outside of the castle itself started lighting up blue as well. There was a difference between the 10th family's castle and the others. Since the others had an active leader, they were all lit up. While it had reacted the first time Quinn had stepped foot in the castle, it had dimmed soon after. However, now it was shining for everyone to see in the whole vampire settlement, including the students who were inside. The castle had acknowledged that there was a new family leader. It looks like something is happening with the 10th family again, Bryce noted as he stared out the window from his throne room. Quinn and the mysterious Eno family, their history, our origins, it's all connected. I guess you can't escape your fate, Quinn, even if you were originally human, Dwight commented as the blue light sparked in his eyes. You are now a vampire lord, and the castle has accepted you. Vincent had trouble believing it. How long have I been gone for you? 100 years? No, maybe 300 years? Quinn chuckled. It might be hard to believe, but it's merely been a year, Quinn replied. For a second, Vincent was awestruck. He had always been hailed as a genius by others for learning things before everyone else. Completing evolutions at a record speed would go down in history. So if Quinn wasn't pulling his leg, then what do they have to call Quinn? Is it because of the system, or was it my ability and powers infused into the book that was handed to him? Vincent wondered. Still, even if those things did provide Quinn with a boost, explaining it as just that would seriously downplay Quinn's achievement. Vincent couldn't imagine that other people could have reached the same position if they had been the ones to benefit from the system. Just as Vincent was about to say words of praise, a new screen popped in front of Quinn, and this was an even bigger surprise to him than Vincent having returned. A new quest has been received. Quest, become a vampire king. Quinn read the quest text a few times. He thought if he read it enough, it might change, but it didn't seem to be the case, and when checking the system, it would stare at him as a reminder. I can't even hide it. Is it just going to stay there forever? Either this system thinks a lot of you, or it's trying to kill you, Vincent said, reading the same quest line. Becoming king was something even Vincent was not able to do. It was something he never wished for either, but if someone asked him if it was possible, he would never claim it was possible. I think I might agree with you there, Quinn replied. I mean, I've been completing these quests because the system has been rewarding me, and usually, with each quest completed, the reward has made me stronger. Maybe it's the only thing it can suggest after becoming a leader. Seeing the quest did make him run a few scenarios through his mind. Hey, why are you so quiet? Vincent asked. You're not thinking of trying to complete the quest. Although the system is like a game, this is no game. First, to become king, the old king has to either pass away or go into slumber, and then a vote between the 13 leaders has to pass. That means 7 of the other leaders have to vote you in. You, someone who was human not too long ago and had become a vampire leader only this past year. Hearing this certainly made Quinn realize the mammoth task the system was asking for. Maybe this was one quest that would just have to be left uncompleted. After all, there wasn't a punishment for not completing such a quest. It would just be an eyesore. Quinn became aware of that something had happened in between what had occurred up until Vincent's absence. After hearing Vincent go through the requirements, he was completely unaware of the king's situation. He wasn't a mind reader, and like when Quinn had access to Vincent's memories, Vincent hadn't lived through Quinn's life. I'll need to update him on everything that happened, but first, let's check out these things. Quinn was eagerly anticipating the rewards he would receive for completing one of the toughest quests. Title, 10th Family Leader. As a leader of the 10th family, the one who holds this total can assign quests to his people. Rewards must be given to the quest beforehand. Things that can be used as rewards, items, credits, beast crystals. The first thing that was given to Quinn via the title was a little disappointing. Although it sounded quite useful, honestly, Quinn could only think of it as the same as a faction quest board, where the quest would detail the reward at the bottom. It might have been handy in the past, but right now, he couldn't see any real use for it. But perhaps it might work a little differently since it would be given via the system. The title 10th Family Leader allows one to access the reputation store. All actions of the leader will now count towards reputation points. Based on how the family perceives the leader, reputation points will be given. When he opened up the reputation points, Quinn could see a few items, but when he read what they could do, his eyes started to glow. At first, they looked like plain basic things such as flags, towers, and statues, but when he read what they could do, he couldn't stop thinking about the possibilities. Level 1 tower, anything within 25 meters that is considered an enemy by the leader will be shot at with a beam of energy. The leader must select an area for its use. It costs 1,000 reputation points. There were also a few more options underneath the item, an upgrade button that also used reputation points and a placement button. When pressing this, Quinn could see the inner castle area and the castle area, which were divided into 5 sections with a wall around them. Defensive rating of 0 stars. This is becoming more like a game every day. The tower's high reputation point price was the primary problem. Quinn only had 600 at the moment, which was far less than he could afford. When compared to the other items, the statue cost 2,000 reputation points, and the last 2 items were the flags, which cost 500 points each. Strengthening flag increases the strength of the 10th family and those around it by 5%. The flag itself also had a good effect. Wondering what to do, Quinn was deciding whether to save up his reputation points on one of the more expensive items or pay for the flag. The problem was, in the past, reputation point quests were hard to come by, but by the sound of the title, it would be a lot easier to receive after today. In the end, he decided to buy the flag, and 500 reputation points were used, leaving him with 100. What he wanted to do more than anything was test how the flag worked and what the items from the store did. When looking at his system, the flag was in his inventory. It allowed him to either place it in his hand, or he could place it somewhere within the castle using his map. Are you seeing all this, Vincent? Was this something you could do? Quinn asked as he was shocked by the system's great power that seemed to be getting stronger. A little bit, but I never thought the system could do this. The shop items from before made sense. I had stored the items in the storage room, and the system was set up so if you found the beast crystals creating them, it would transport you the item. But this, giving reputation points for items that might not even be able to be created, something granted by the system, it's almost like my equivalent exchange ability, Vincent explained. He began to wonder if using his powers also transferred them to the system, and if so, why the price was so great. The price of his life. Quinn could receive strength from the system, rewards from quests, and more. It has always seemed strange, but what if this is how the system handles equivalent exchanges? Maybe Vincent's ability in the game was made possible by the AI computer system. After exploring the reputation store, Quinn was no longer upset by the title. It seemed like the two things came hand in hand together, and now Quinn had other things to go through with Vincent. "I guess it's time I told you about everything that happened," said Quinn. "There's no need," Vincent replied. "I will live your life just like you lived mine." The strange white light started to shine again, and Quinn's head felt like it was splitting apart, but this time it lasted only a few seconds, and when his vision returned, he was worried that Vincent was gone again. "Vincent? Vince? Reply!" Quinn shouted. "Calm down. I was just taking in everything I was seeing. Do you remember how you were shown my life? I just went and lived through yours, and I have to say there were some moments where you had strong, let's say, negative emotions towards me." This was the part that Quinn didn't like. Vincent was able to still do things while part of the system that Quinn was unaware of. "Well, what do you think?" Quinn asked. "You've been through a lot. I can tell you have grown so much stronger, but I'm afraid the question you probably want to ask, I'm confused with myself. I don't understand why Arthur attacked you. He had a history with the First King, something that is beyond my understanding, and I do not know what happened to the Punishers either, for the two of us were asleep at the same time. From his words, I can only guess that some of the vampires might have had something to do with the disappearance of the Punishers, even after they left the council. But Quinn, what worries me most is something else. The things you learned from Logan and the Green family, and my past, I can assume that there are two Enos still out there. One being Richard Eno, who we assume to be the First King. I don't know what his goal is. As for the second one, Jim, my old vampire knight, there's a good chance that he was the one that created the Dalki. If that is the case, then there are two people who we may be able to ask about that. Bryce, who was still alive during my time, and Dwight. But Quinn, if Jim is the one behind creating the Dalki, I would be careful, because he too has the same ability that I once had, the ability of equivalent exchange. When Quinn had lived through Vincent's life, it had started from a certain point and not the very beginning. He remembered seeing Jim briefly in those memories, and from what he understood, Jim used to be one of Vincent's vampire knights, but he had been more than that. Jim was older than Vincent, and for some reason, he had always treated Vincent with great respect, despite being his uncle. When Quinn had asked Edward about it, he had unfortunately been unaware of the reason for this. "I thought, unlike other abilities, that one was supposed to be the exclusive ability of the 10th family leader," Quinn asked, being confused as to how a vampire knight like Jim could have gotten access to it. "Well, it's complicated. Honestly, I've never imagined it would ever come to this, but I suppose I'll have to tell you about my relationship with him," Vincent sighed. "To think he would be involved. Anyway, I suppose to understand Jim, I first need to ask you a question. What is something that humans fear that vampires do not fear?" Quinn wasn't really in the mood for riddles, but he trusted that Vincent was going somewhere with this, so he racked his brain. It would have been easy the other way around, as it was common knowledge that vampires feared the sun, whereas humans needed it to thrive. So maybe it's just the opposite of this? The dark? Quinn wagered his guess. Not quite. Humans are only afraid of the dark because they cannot see. Their fear is more of a fear of the unknown than a fear of darkness itself. No, what I was talking about was death. Humans' lives are brief, and even though some may come to terms with it once they are faced with it, they still fear it. On the other hand, we vampires prefer to choose for ourselves when we wish to go into eternal slumber, never to be woken again. It's nothing unusual. The longer one lives, the more you see the actions of the world repeat in the same patterns, and the less you want to be a part of it. You could say it's just in our nature. However, that was not true for Jim. He had had an irrational fear of death. No matter how long he lived, he always feared that death may catch up to him, so he would do anything to stay alive. The original vampires never aged, being practically immortal. As for regular vampires, the stronger one was, the longer they could live, but ultimately, at some point, they would pass away if they chose not to go into eternal slumber. You see, most seem to have forgotten that Jim actually used to be the vampire leader before me. Naturally, he had received the ability, and using it, he had experimented time and time again, attempting to elongate his life. He did succeed somewhat, but ultimately only to a degree to extend his time. He could still feel himself getting older and weaker. The problem with the ability itself is that it requires a great mind to make full use of it. Not that Jim's mind wasn't great, but it wasn't great enough. Not to toot my own horn, but when I was born, I was classified as a genius, and when I became one of the strongest vampire nobles, it was clear that I would become the next leader. Even Jim had accepted that fact, going so far as to teach me how to use the ability, but then he had done something he should never have done. Jim's obsession led him to break one of our ultimate taboos. He awoke one of the original vampires, wishing to experiment on them. He could live forever, so he hoped that he might uncover their secret by studying one. I knew about this, of course, as he asked me for my help. Although I felt indebted to him, I couldn't participate. I decided to close my eyes to the fact that he did it. To be honest, I'm not so sure myself whether I did it believing that he might go into eternal slumber after seeing that it failed, or part of me might have wished to see him succeed. Whatever the case, Jim was eventually caught doing his experiments. He had been taking in vampires from other families, using them as his guinea pigs. What they didn't know about, though, was the original leader. He had awoken. Vincent paused there for a few seconds. It was clear there was something else that needed to be said in the story, but it was proving difficult for him. I covered for him. Despite claiming that I wouldn't get involved, I nevertheless returned the first-generation family leader to his tomb before the investigation team could find him. I don't know why I helped him out back then, maybe because I was young, maybe because he felt more like a father figure to me than my real father for teaching me the ability. Either way, my actions ended up saving his life. Naturally, Jim was punished hard for his crimes. Not only was he stripped of being a leader, but he was forbidden to be laid down to rest in the tomb. Of course, things wouldn't have ended just there if they had found the actual truth. Things would have ended far worse. With the 10th leader stripped of his title, I was quickly made into the next generation family leader, and the other family leaders put it on me to decide the final punishment. He came before me, begging to be spared. Although I was the one who was supposed to decide, they all reminded me that such a crime would most often result in eternal slumber. However, once again, I decided against the idea. The 10th family leader was replaced by a greenhorn. I might have had more potential than anyone else, but I had little to my name at the time. Even before that, people had started to regard us as weaker than the other families, since Jim's focus was primarily on how to extend his life instead of increasing our influence. As such, I decided to do something that would not only benefit Jim, but also the family and could serve as sort of a punishment. You guessed it, I made him into my first vampire knight. There were some rules put in place, though. The other families knew what the 10th ability was, and they relied on it from time to time to improve the lives of others. That also meant that they knew about our castle's dedicated lab. One of the rules forbade Jim from having anything to do with the lab. He was to never set foot inside nor work on anything, not even help out someone with any sort of project involved in the lab. At least during my lifetime, Jim had followed that rule, and he was eternally thankful and loyal to me, more than anyone had ever been. He did everything I asked and often watched me when I was doing work. It became a slight obsession. Unfortunately, I never found out what happened to him after I left, only that Edward claimed that he felt slightly betrayed that I hadn't warned him. It was an interesting tale, Quinn thought, but it didn't really explain why Jim was possibly out there somewhere. The story did, however, sound similar to what they had found out about the Dalki, how they only had a short life and were looking for the demon-tier beast to live longer. I guess we'll just have to ask Dwight what happened to him after you left, Quinn suggested. Later that day, all members of the 10th family were told to gather in front of the castle. This included those Quinn had brought with him and the students. On top of this, invitations were sent out to those belonging to the 10th family in the pooling area. As Quinn had expected, none of them showed up from the pooling area except for Rokeen, who wasn't even part of the 10th family. He knew there had to be something big going on, so he had decided to come and take a look. The students were mumbling and gossiping amongst each other, and they had bright smiles on their faces as they talked. Hey, what do you think the announcement will be about? Do you think it has something to do with the tower being lit up? It has to be. It would be too much of a coincidence that the same day the tower is lit up, we get an announcement.
That was fast.
I'm sorry, Nate interrupted, overhearing all the students talking so excitedly. Why is it such a big deal that the tower lit up? Because it means that the castle's official leader has either returned or a new one has been selected. Nate didn't say anything to this, but only thought back to what Fex had told them. How this whole castle belonged to Quinn, and he was the official leader. The first person to come out was Leo, and the students started to calm down as he walked up, showing great respect. Then there was a man that they didn't really know who had come out as well. His facial expression seemed a bit grumpy compared to Leo's, who looked calm. The only similarity between the two of them was the absence of hair on their respective heads. And finally, walking out in the center was a young man who looked to be in his mid-20s, walking through the middle of both of them, and that's when they saw the two of them bow down to him. The students were unaware of who this was, and only those who had recently come recognized him as Quinn. Although the other families didn't attend, hearing that there was an announcement, Quinn could see several little drones in the shape of balls flying around, hovering all over the place, filming everything and also broadcasting it to the rest of their respective families. Standing there looking at all the others, Quinn clenched his fist. "Vincent, I'm sorry I wasn't here. This is all that's left of the people that used to follow the 10th family. It's a sad sight, I know, but I promise, under my rule, we will thrive. I've gathered you all here today to officially introduce to you the new Vampire Knight of the 10th family," Quinn announced, as he opened his palm and placed it towards Paul to his left. Paul stepped forward and bent his head forward. "What?" Bryce stood out of his seat in anger. "He made that human who invaded us into a Vampire Knight? What the hell is that kid thinking?" There was a round of applause from the students. Of course, no one could replace Edward for them, but they knew the position had to be filled by someone. Although they didn't know who Paul was, after witnessing Nate's strength, they believed that the newcomers were far more powerful than them. "And finally, I know many of you don't know who I am, but I am here to announce that I, Quinn Talon, am the 6th family leader of the 10th family." This time, before a round of applause, the students looked at each other, but Syl, breaking the silence, clapped first. Soon the others all followed suit. "So you have finally announced all the vampires and shown that you are the 10th leader."
Hello.
Cindy sipped on her tea while watching the broadcast. "Does this mean you have decided to stay? If so, you will be in for quite a surprise, Quinn Talon." The broadcast of the 10th leader revealing himself was shown all over, leading to a plethora of reactions from different people. At first, the 10th family themselves were happy, but the students were wondering how a vampire they had never seen before could suddenly become their family leader. Usually, a new leader would fill their family with hope for a greater future, with his family members having a general idea of their leader's power, but Quinn had practically come out of nowhere. The only reason why they weren't outright moaning about his position was because the one person they had come to respect more than any other, Leo, was backing him. If Leo was willing to serve under this person and bow down to him, then he must be a great person. "For some reason he feels familiar, doesn't he?" A student from one of the other families wondered aloud. "That's the guy. He's the one who participated in the training session of the direct descendants. He might look different, but look at his eyes," another pointed out after realizing who the leader had to be. "That should be impossible. Wasn't that person also the one who tried to save young Master Fex?" That day, on Fex's execution, a few people who were closer to the platform, including the other leaders, were slowly starting to recognize Quinn. "Would those from the cursed family please come up to the stage?" Quinn requested as the announcement wasn't finished yet. Paul approached the others and led them, including Syl and Logan, up onto the stage one at a time. Everyone who Quinn had brought with him assembled next to them, all of them outsiders to the vampire world. "The 10th family has gone through some very tough times," Quinn started his speech, "and they have been without a leader for far too long. All of you watching should be familiar with the 10th family's past. Those leaders watching right now already know that I do not carry the same ability as the previous family leaders, but I do carry their blood. Because of this, I wish for the 10th family under my rule to start with a new slate. As such, the 10th family shall no longer be known as the Eno family, but as the Cursed family." Throwing out his arm, Quinn held his palm open towards the rest. "I'm sure rumors will spread about it anyway, so let me be the one to tell all of you this. I'm not going to pretend to be someone I'm not, since I don't see any reason to not be proud of who I am. Yes, I admit to not having been born a vampire. I was originally a human, and so were all of my comrades here, but if anyone believes that this would make us weak, feel free to challenge us and find out for yourself. I promise you will regret it." With the announcement over and done with, the new Cursed family, including the students, followed Quinn's lead and moved out, not caring about the stir his speech had caused. After all, the only other former human to become a family leader was Arthur Pendragon.
Nice.
Once people learned the identity of the 10th family's new leader, Quinn quickly garnered a nickname, the Crazy Leader. This was because he was still infamous for going against the other leaders to save Fex. His aggressive announcement only strengthened the image they had of him. A strong introduction for a new leader, Muka commented to his family members, who had been watching Quinn's speech with him. A bold choice, but also the best one he could have made in this situation. Edward is no longer with him, so I wonder who advised him to do this. Could he have really come up with it on his own? Sitting down in a chair in one of the empty rooms, Quinn felt a little tired. It wasn't physical exhaustion, but a mental one. "Are you sure that was the right thing to do?" Quinn asked for some reassurance. The die had already been cast, so it would be too late to regret his actions anyway. "Of course! The other leaders already knew who you were," Vincent replied, and Quinn could picture him shrugging his shoulders. "If you hadn't disclosed this on your own, they would have used this information in the future against you. Right now was the best time to do so. Although few will admit it, you can be sure that you have earned the respect of many by making such a forceful declaration. Let me tell you something as a former family leader. The thing your family will need more than anything else will be loyalty. As long as you are upfront about everything, those that do join you won't start to believe any rumors that the others may spread about you. Also, believe me when I say that there is one thing all vampires respect far more than your background, and that is strength. That's why Bryce has a very good chance of becoming the next king, despite how much of an arsehole he might be." Thinking about that, Quinn was wondering what might happen if Bryce really was selected as king. He had already tried sending 2 people to try and assassinate him, and that had been him doing things discreetly. Wouldn't he be able to act without any fear of repercussion, without anyone else to keep him in check? "Vincent, I meant to ask you something about the story you were telling me earlier." Quinn suddenly remembered something important. "You told me Jim experimented on one of the original vampires, but because of your interference, no one ever found out. To awaken a vampire from his eternal slumber, the thing you need is their blood, right? So, does that mean the person he woke up was the first king?" Vincent appeared to hesitate before answering. Quinn could feel that he was struggling to decide whether that information was something Quinn really needed to know or not. Still, he understood that sometimes knowing too much was bad on its own, since it increased the risk of the wrong person finding out about it. "Suffice to say, it wasn't the one from the first family," Vincent eventually admitted. "Well, that's my point," Quinn pointed out. "Judging by Arthur's story, he saw Eno fall into the first chamber, yet someone broke him out. In other words, someone at some point must have released him, be that either by accident or on purpose. I just need to know if that was Jim's doing or not. Did you return the wrong person, or could it be another leader who was working with Jim?" Thinking about this, Vincent realized he had never pondered that possibility. Maybe because he just assumed that Jim was so desperate that he could have obtained the blood in other ways. But if someone was indeed working with Jim, did that mean that there was another leader who wanted the same thing? "Let's find out what happened to Jim after my disappearance first. This might help us put the pieces together. I just don't want you or me to force those puzzle pieces to fit into our narrative. Even if it turns out to be the case, as a young family leader and at such an important time, it would do more harm than good to reveal anything we might find out," Vincent claimed. Putting a pin in it for now, Quinn finally got the first bit of sleep since he had arrived in the vampire world this morning. "No wonder you're so strong," Zane said, as the students had returned to the castle with the others just after the announcement. They were more excited than before and were happily talking amongst themselves. "What do you mean by that?" Sam asked. "Well, he said you were originally human, so I'm guessing he must be the one to have turned you, right? If you have the leader's blood, that means your power should be similar to that of a direct descendant. In other words, you've got a head start above everyone else." Honestly, Sam didn't agree with this, but he didn't want to correct him when he didn't know much about the subject. He remembered when he was turned by Quinn, he had started out as a halfling and hadn't even been able to reach the evolution of a vampire after turning. A halfling was considered quite weak, and it had taken a lot to grow. At the same time, Nate, who had defeated Zane, had been turned by none other than himself. The strength seemed to correspond more with how strong the human used to be before they got turned, rather than the one who had turned them. "I'll just let the kid feel better about himself," Sam decided. It didn't take long before they had their first official visitor, as the castle could be heard ringing from the door as someone knocked. When Leo went to answer the door, the blue lining on the uniform revealed their visitor to be one of the royal guards. Quinn didn't get to sleep long, as the royal guard was here to pass on a message. "Royal Knight Dwight would now like to see you."
On with the work.
There was little time for relaxing. Each of the new arrivals from the cursed faction had a room to stay in and had already seen the entire castle. The people from the cursed ship decided to move up to the 3rd floor, whereas the students all lived on the 2nd, which led to a minor rift between the two groups. There were a few exceptions to this, though, as Erin stayed on the same floor as the students due to her often going to train with them. Wanting to be near her, both Layla and Sia had also decided to select rooms on the 2nd floor. Of course, it wasn't a massive problem. It was easy enough for any member of any group to just go up or down one floor. To discuss the recent events, the boys and Linda were currently gathered in one room. Paul was no longer with them. Leo had already swept him up to familiarize himself with his new nightly responsibilities. "So how long do you think we'll be here for?" Nate asked, addressing the question that was on everyone's mind. "I'm not sure," Logan replied. "Quinn's situation is a little unique. It seems that vampires aren't supposed to interact with people from the outside world. He had been given a special assignment to look for the vampire agents who were killed, and that was the only reason we had previously been allowed outside. Our return was sudden because of the upcoming situation with the current vampire king. Right now, we still have no clue about what happened to the agents, so after this is all settled, we might get a chance to continue our mission. I also think even if we never do find out what happened to them, the vampires will want to replace their agents. Who better than us former humans who have been living there for so long already? The bad news is that everything will pretty much depend on who they select as the new vampire king." "And why would that be a problem?" Sam questioned, as he knew very little about the vampire world. From what he had learned from Quinn, it was the same for most in the room. "Did you forget that pretty much all the other families hate us?" Peter scoffed as he leaned up against the wall with his arms folded. "Have you forgotten how many people actually bothered to show up earlier? A vampire leader, who is one of the 13 precious council members, is making an announcement. Yet only us and those kids had bothered to show up. If that isn't a sign of how they feel about us, I don't know what is." "Why do they hate you guys?" Weevil asked. "It's because of me," Vex interrupted. "Quinn tried to save my life before, and doing so meant going up against all the other leaders. Depending on who becomes the next vampire king, we might never get to leave this place. Worse, they might even try to get rid of him or us altogether." The room went silent for a few seconds as they imagined a scenario of all the vampires going up against their small group. It wasn't like on Earth, where they could solve this with a duel, or on the cursed ship, where they could call for help for more people. They were on their own. Suddenly, Nate started to laugh, making everyone else turn their heads toward him. "What are you all so worried about? You saw me beat that guy easily, so if anyone's against us, we can just beat them all. Quinn's super strong, and we've all trained under him, so doesn't that make us super strong as well?" "You really think that's enough?" Vex raised his voice, trying to get the seriousness of the matter through to Nate. "That vampire that you defeated was just a regular vampire, pretty much a naive child. Erin wasn't wrong when she berated him for having vastly underestimated you. There are vampires who have lived hundreds of years and have trained with the idea of doing nothing but getting stronger. They have abilities that even surpass those of the ones humans have. So how can you think of this being a simple walk in the park?" "Vex, I don't think he meant it like that." Linda tried to calm everyone down. "I'm sure Nate was just trying to cheer us all up. Of course, all of us understand that we can't just wage war against all other vampires, but staying worried won't help us with anything." Vex started to walk towards the door, leaving the room. Before shutting it behind him, he looked back at the others. You're probably right. I'm sorry, guys. I think I might just be a little bit more on edge with us being here now, but not being home. Please continue without me." "Not being home? What did he mean by that?" Dennis wondered. "There's a lot you guys don't know," Logan sighed and then started to explain. "Originally, Vex was the son of the 13th family leader. He left out the fact that he had tried to save Quinn's and our lives by not getting us involved in this whole mess. Because of that, he got banished from his own family and was meant to be executed, but Quinn couldn't just let that happen, so he ultimately went against the other family leaders. Imagine turning up here, forbidden from going back to the place you grew up in or seeing the family that raised you. No wonder he isn't his usual self." Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, both Xander and Amy had their own private get-together. Xander was biting his thumbnail, pacing backwards and forwards several times. "And you're absolutely sure you saw her eyes turn yellow?" Xander asked for the umpteenth time. "It couldn't have been the light hitting her eyes strangely, you being sleepy and imagining things?" "How many times do you want to ask me that? I'm 100% sure that I saw them turn yellow, but I still don't understand what the big deal is," Amy asked, getting slightly worried. I only told you because something felt weird when I looked at them. If I knew you were going to freak out about it like you're doing right now, perhaps I shouldn't have said anything. Actually, you might be right. It may be for the best if both of us just forget about any yellow eyes. On the other hand, if they ever found out we were keeping such a secret, then... Xander was murmuring to himself. Then what? Amy shouted, not completely annoyed at the fact that Xander refused to be clear about what those yellow eyes meant. Then they could execute us. Xander stared right at her, his face filled with dread at the gruesome end they could meet. Amy quickly emphasized why Xander had been acting so strangely, yet it also made her just the more curious about what exactly Aaron was. What had she done to become so dangerous that even keeping this from the families would be grounds for a severe penalty like death? You wouldn't have learned much about it yet, but I'm sure you've at least heard of the name. There is only one subclass of vampires who have those yellow eyes, a Dhampir. A vampire hunter. Those that were born to slay all vampires, Amy mumbled to herself. But that can't be. Erin seems completely fine. She isn't going off killing vampires left and right. Just because she may be different, we can't treat her like a different subclass.
You know, the grind.
I don't make the rules, Xander insisted, but they are there for a reason. Do you think they know? I mean, Quinn or even Erin herself? I'm not sure. Reporting this to Quinn is probably our safest bet. At least that way it will no longer be our problem as we did what we were meant to. It will be up to him to decide what to do with Erin if her being a Dhampir is true.
That's my guy right there.
Although Amy and Erin weren't as close as she was with Layla, she didn't want her to come to harm. During their time at the castle, she had seen a gentle side to Erin, someone who always helped others in subtle ways. There weren't many left in the 10th family after the attack, and everyone had grown closer than before afterwards. With their families killed, it felt like the survivors who lived in the castle had become one big family. Why are they so scared of you, Aaron?
I wish I knew more early on, because now
in one of the
stuff that I want is so expensive unless I find a mirror, I'm never going to get it, you know.
The room was dark with shadows covering their faces. They waited patiently. A sizable figure soon crept out of the shadow and appeared in front of them. The newcomer had lean muscles and skin that was gray and pale. He was breathing heavily as he approached the throne on the red carpet, and as he entered the light, it was obvious that he was approaching a bloodsucker. You may speak, the leader allowed. I'm here to deliver a message. The bloodsucker did as he had been told. You've previously asked why Rowan chose to attack the 10th family's castle. It turns out that Rowan discovered that they were keeping someone very important. Usually bloodsuckers were void of speech, but those that were part of Rowan's group had been bloodsuckers for a long time, and bit by bit, they would get their sanity back and could converse just like this one. Oh, I thought he just went for the 10th because they were the weakest, the leader commented, not at all perturbed by the explanation. The bloodsucker shook his head. Rowan found out that the 10th family is hiding a Dhampir amongst them. He wanted to convince them to join our side.
How you
the Royal
doing,
Guard
buddy?
waited patiently outside the castle for Quinn to escort him to the King's Castle, where Dwight was already waiting for him. He found out what Dwight wanted to talk to him about alone, and Quinn was also hoping he could get some answers of his own. Before leaving, Quinn made sure that both his vampire knights would be able to take care of the place without him. He handed both Leo and Paul a specially designed mask, each one slightly different from the other in their design. You want us to wear these? Paul asked as he looked at the mask, as if it was some cheap decoration for Halloween. Is this what the kids consider cool these days? He thought. Logan created these masks, Quinn answered. Although the system allows me to summon you when I wish, it doesn't work the other way around. Phones don't work here if you haven't noticed, but these masks are all linked to each other so we can at least communicate by using them. You don't have to wear them at all times, just when there is something you need to tell me. Have the others been given masks as well? Leo asked, not having seen anyone else wear one yet. You might have missed it, but Logan and Syl usually have them around their waist. The others from the Cursed faction have a secret place where they are keeping them. I thought about whether or not to hand these to the students in the 10th family as well, but for now, I think it's best just for us to keep them. Quinn didn't give them his reasoning, but Leo understood that it had to be more of a trust issue than anything else. Quinn himself also didn't want them to get involved, and was sure someone like Aaron or Leo would be near them at all times. Just as Quinn was about to head out the door, he heard a familiar voice call out to him. Quinn, Feck shouted. Are you leaving for your meeting? If so, do you mind if I pop along with you? I'm about to head to the King's Castle. I'm not sure you would be very welcome there. Quinn hesitated to take him along. Oh, my bad. I didn't mean that I wanted to go to the King's Castle. I was actually thinking of meeting with my family. I know I was banished from there, but I believe if I go there as a member of the 10th family, it might be okay for me to just talk with them. Fex started to scratch his head, yet making sure that he did so carefully, so it didn't mess up his gelled back hair.
Yes.
The thing is, with me being part of the 10th family and all, I kind of need your permission. Quinn just smiled back at him. Sure, if anyone asks, just tell them that I've sent you as my representative. Exiting the castle, Quinn met up with the guard and explained that he had important business at the 13th castle first. Forgive me for my impudence, but he can go on his own, sir, the guard responded. He shouldn't need you to babysit him. If you're worried about losing time, don't worry, Quinn replied with a grin on his face as he cast his shadow travel skill, and the three of them were swallowed up. Traveling via the shadow was a lot faster since they could simply go straight underneath buildings. Additionally, it allowed Quinn to remain hidden from the public eye. Seeing the cameras, he was sure that everyone knew who he was, and he just didn't want to deal with the attention and rumors going around. Once they reached the 13th inner castle area, the three of them popped out and walked up to the guards. I, Quinn Talon, family leader of the cursed family, have come here to request a meeting with the 13th leader. Please deliver this message post-haste, Quinn announced, following Fex's plan. Fex was unsure whether his father would allow him to meet him if he just came unannounced, but if another leader made such a request, especially Quinn, he was sure his father would have to accept. While the guard went ahead and gave the okay, it was time for them to split up. Fex, spend as long as you need here. You have already helped out enough, and now others can help us. There's no rush to come back. Quinn encouraged Fex before popping back into the shadow with the royal guard and heading towards the king's castle. Taking a deep breath, Fex followed the guard into the castle. He tried to hide his face from onlookers, slightly regretting not bringing a mask along, so it didn't take long for him to get spotted.
Get this boss or not.
Is that the 13th leader's son? I thought he was banished. What is he doing here? I've seen him at the 10th family's announcement. Do you think he's the messenger boy for the 10th now? It's a shame to have fallen so far. He had such a bright future ahead of him. Gritting his teeth, Fex chose to ignore the comments until he finally entered the castle, and subsequently the throne room. Awaiting him wasn't just his dad, but also his sister. When Lee Sanguinus, the 13th leader, saw his son walk through those doors, he didn't know how to react. He had been wondering what Quinn might want from him, so he was surprised to see his son walk in instead. He stood up and came before Fex as he looked him directly in the eyes.
Someday.
I see the time apart has not really changed you. You're so old, yet you still pull these stunts, Lee sighed. Did you really have to come see us this way? As someone from the 10th family instead of a son who wished to see his father? Hearing these surprising words, Fex started to tear up. Father, he choked on his words as he couldn't fight the tears. I'm sorry, was all he could say, while he continued to cry and fell to his knees. Fex had expected to see his father's usual form before him, the one that always put pressure on him to become the next leader, the one that would scold him for doing something bad, but for the first time since his early childhood, the words spoken were soft and gentle. You have nothing to be sorry for. I should be the one apologizing. I didn't really know how much I cared for you until... Lee paused for a second and turned his head to Silver by his side. Until I nearly lost both of you. Let me tell you this now. I hold both of your lives above any vampire code. Silver started smiling. Her father really had changed ever since the incident involving Fex. He was almost a completely different person. In the past, Lee had wished to become king, which was why he had followed the code so strictly. Only after he was forced to banish his son did he realize that losing everything to get to that position would be meaningless. Wiping his tears, Fex got up from the floor.
I saw a video.
Father, I wish we could talk and stay here, but I know that I have to return to the 10th family at some point.
Looks fun to me.
Quinn, he's a good leader, and I want to help him. Unfortunately, that means I can't stay by your side. I know you wanted me to become the next leader of the 13th family, and I kept running away from it, thinking that Silver was always better suited for that position. I still think I would make an awful leader, but I've always wanted to become a vampire that you can be proud of, and I think I can become one by staying at Quinn's side. Smiling back, Lee wanted to comment that he was already proud of Fex. Who else would go through what he had done just for a friend? There weren't too many in the world now, and all because he had made a promise. He regarded the current Fex as a bigger man than the other leaders, who would hide behind schemes and stab each other in the back. That is why, before I leave here, I want to show you something that can help the 13th family. He closed his eyes. Fex started to concentrate and feel the power within his chest. Breaking down the crystal in his body, something slowly started to appear in his hands, until eventually they could see a large needle-like weapon. Standing on his feet with his mouth wide open, Lee started to walk towards the weapon Fex was holding. He had his hand held out as if he wanted to grab it. That can't be. Is that a blood weapon? Yes, Fex nodded, proud of his accomplishment. And it has not been made from someone else's blood crystal. This weapon came from my very own blood. I can bring it out and place it back as I wish, and it works just like any other blood weapon. Silver could no longer keep her mouth closed, but soon her excitement changed to feeling proud of her little brother. You claim that I should have been made the 13th leader, and then you go and pull out something like this. You truly don't know how talented you are. After showing them the blood weapon, Fex went on to describe in great detail how he was able to achieve this and what the necessary steps were. The two of them were listening and hanging on to his every word. Even after an explanation, it didn't seem like something they could do just on the spot, and it would take some time to learn, and more importantly, teach their most promising family members. I'm truly sorry, Father, but I think it's best I go now, Fex apologized in a sad tone. I fear staying longer will just make me too attached to this place. You can do what you want with this information. Give it to the king, share it with the others, or keep it to yourself. I just want you to know that you were the first one I've shared this with. Touched by his son's determination, Lee nonetheless allowed Fex to leave. That boy might have changed the whole vampire race, and he doesn't seem to even know it. On the way back, Fex no longer cared about what the others spoke about him on the streets. He was too happy to care. That was the old Fex of the 13th. Now I belong to the 10th family, he thought to himself on the way back. However, after only taking a couple of steps forward, someone called out to him. Fex! A soft voice called out. When he turned around, he could see two hair buns wrapped up. There was only one person he knew who had that hairstyle. Kaz, what do you want? He asked. The look on Kaz's face was one of concern, for she didn't look happy. In fact, it was almost as if she was on the verge of tears, holding it in. I'm sorry. Reaching the king's castle was no easy task. At least getting past the guards was. The last time Quinn had come here, it had been in the midst of a council meeting. At the time, he also had Arthur by his side, and the guards had been less cautious. However, this time, there were several checks put on Quinn before he was even allowed to step in. They didn't allow any weapons nor any armor past the entrance. Everything had to be left before he could enter. Not that it mattered much in Quinn's case, since he kept all of his important stuff in his dimensional space. If he ever needed something, he could equip it with Shadow Equip at any time. The reason why Quinn wasn't wearing his armor or weapons out in the open in the vampire world was due to what substances they had in them. Before coming here, Quinn had asked Alex to create weapons using his blood, not just for him, but also for the others from the cursed faction. Similarly, everyone else was also hiding them in their shadow. After the checks were done, Quinn was finally led into the castle, accompanied by 4 guards, 2 in front of him and 2 behind. The king's castle was quite similar to the others, with only slight differences, like the rooms being slightly bigger and adorned with a lot of giant paintings. Quinn guessed that they had to be important figures in the vampire's history, as well as important events. I thought the 10th castle was already big, but this is just ridiculous. Who needs all this space? Having lived most of his life on Earth in a small apartment, Quinn wasn't used to these kinds of grand rooms. Previously, Quinn had just been in a council room, which happened to be a floor under the king's throne room. Alas, it appeared as if he wouldn't get the chance to check it out this time either, as he never left the first floor. Instead, he was escorted to one of many dining rooms.
Are you going to play?
Dwight was already sitting there, all on his own, with some light snacks, red in color, and tea. Thank you for escorting him safely. You may take your leave now, Dwight instructed the guards who had been following him. They all nodded and did as they were told. I don't remember coming through this many checks last time, although I guess I shouldn't be surprised about you being cautious with the king's eternal slumber, Quinn commented as he sat down opposite Dwight. Indeed, especially with some parties daring to attack other castles, one can't be too safe. Those guards were just as much for your safety as ours, Dwight explained. Before we start, Quinn, I want to make sure that everything spoken here is just between you and I. I hate having to act this paranoid, but with everything that has happened, I can't trust anyone else. I can only advise you to do the same. After you leave this room, perhaps you should even start doubting me. The Royal Knight, being this cautious, was outside of Quinn's expectations, and he was now completely focused on the conversation. It seems that the situation was more serious than he first thought. He had assumed that this was just being done to ensure that nothing would disturb the king's eternal sleep. I will spare you the details, as I'm sure your vampire knight must have gone over this with you. but the one responsible for the attack on your castle is someone named Rowan. He used to be the second family's leader, but has now turned into a bloodsucker, or has done so. His grudge against the current king was no secret. Unfortunately, he was also very strong, yet we never imagined him attacking us head-on and so suddenly like that. There is only one explanation for being able to attack any of the castles, and what's more, to so easily enter the inner castle area of even the 10th castle. There is someone among the leaders who must have helped him, Dwight shared, clenching his fist on the table. I didn't want to believe that someone would work with the bloodsuckers to force the king's hand like that, and now it has come to the point that we must replace him. What I'm most afraid of is that this was that mystery person's original goal. It was news to Quinn that Rowan used to be the second family's leader, although he had come to learn that it wasn't too rare for the families to change their past leaders if they turned out to be incompetent. Why do I have the feeling you're thinking something incredibly rude about me? Vincent asked, but Quinn chose to ignore him. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. You and the king seemed close, and I honestly wish I could have thanked him for saving the people he could, said Quinn. You really have grown, Dwight sighed, taking a stronger look at Quinn. I should probably come to the point of why I have summoned you here. I originally just wanted to apologize for failing to do our job, but I also never expected you to return like you have done now. I can smell and feel the aura of a real vampire leader on you now. As I said, there is at least one traitor among the leaders. Let me be honest with you. Right now, I suspect every single one of the other families. Well, all except yours, Quinn. You were away when the attack happened. Neither you nor anyone you interacted with in your family has anything to do with Rowan, and most importantly, I can't think of a single reason why you would attack your own family. I never thought I would say this, but you're the only person I can trust, and I would like your help. If the goal of the person working with Rowan was really to get rid of the king, then I can only assume their end goal lies in obtaining the seat for themselves. The powers are split into two groups, so they will be coming for you, Quinn. I want you to report everything that either side attempts to do. Feel free to lead them on. Agree to help them and try to find out who was, and possibly still is, working with the bloodsuckers. I won't lie to you, doing this could place a big target on your back, but I will be trying my best to help you all the way. It would be best if you prepare for another attack. Your family is weak right now, and they might strike again. Thinking about this, if his area was to get attacked, Quinn was wondering if he could use the new reputation shop in his system to improve his defenses. He could build towers, statues, and set up flags to help fend off attacks. The only problem was obtaining the reputation points to upgrade the place. Once he figured out a way to quickly and reliably get more, he could create a fortress stronger than all others. It's your choice whether you want to help me or not, but you should be aware that you are bound to get dragged into this either way. All I'm asking is that when you do get dragged into it, you do your best to try and find anything useful. In return, I will try to do whatever I can to help you and your family. Right now, although the king can't speak, he has given me authority and power to act on his behalf. If there is something you need, you should ask now before the ceremony. Quinn agreed with Dwight's analysis of the situation. As a family leader, he would be wrapped up in all this whether he liked it or not. Honestly, he also wanted to find out who was working with the bloodsuckers. They had killed his people, killed Edward, and tried to attack the others, and he wanted revenge. Quinn felt quite lonely in the vampire world. In comparison to the others, his family was seen as an outsider, and yet here was a strong ally reaching out to them. I'll help you, Quinn declared. However, there are a few favors and things I would like to ask myself. Of course, Quinn, Dwight replied happily. For someone who has only recently become a leader, you are going far beyond what would normally be expected of you. As long as it sits within my power, I will deliver what you need. Quinn had so many topics and questions he wanted to discuss, but he chose to start with the one that was most on his mind. The first one should be easy enough. What do you know about Jim Eno? I need to know everything that he did after Vincent left. It was safe to say that the question took Dwight by surprise. Out of all the things to ask for, especially given their current situation, why was Quinn's first question something related to the vampire's past? Is this just his curiosity or the request of someone else? Dwight wondered, mentally going down the list of possible candidates who could be behind the young new family leader. You seem to be quite interested in the 10th family's past. With the flame extinguished, I know Vincent is gone, so I'm assuming this has something to do with his will? Maybe something he asked you as his final wish? Dwight probed Quinn for some sort of reaction. Vincent Eno had been a very interesting person, yet he had failed to understand him in his lifetime. Coincidentally, Dwight's current actions were quite rude and disrespectful. If it had been any other leader before him, they would have made a fuss, perhaps even accusing him of being interrogated, but Quinn wouldn't know any better. "Didn't you tell me you would help me?" Quinn questioned in a sharp tone, his eyes focusing on the older vampire. "Do you perhaps expect me to explain to you everything that I do?" The fact that Quinn acted completely outside his expectations was a grim reminder for Dwight that the young boy wasn't as innocent as he seemed. "I apologize for my behavior," Dwight bowed down, slightly surprising Quinn. "You're right. I did promise to help you in any way you needed, and this is indeed something relatively simple. Of course, you don't have to explain yourself. I was merely surprised you knew about Jim, since there aren't many alive today that do remember him." Dwight looked down at the table while trying to remember past events. "You said you wanted to know what happened after Vincent's disappearance, correct? I don't know how much you know about Vincentino, but before he left us, he had been in charge of a special project, a project that would have made us far less reliant on human blood. Unfortunately, he left our world without ever completing the project. At the time, there honestly weren't too many great minds among us vampires. The common belief was that the fist was mightier than the brain, and most lived according to that. The king at the time, not wanting to get involved with humans any more than we already had, felt like the project had to be completed at any cost. They were convinced that sooner or later, the existence of vampires would become known to humans if we didn't change our ways." Quinn still vividly remembered living through Vincent's life. It would be nigh impossible to count just how many human lives had been taken because of the vampires. The king had been absolutely right. The detectives, just like Vincent's partner Katie, had been getting closer and closer to the discovery of vampires. In the past, when there was such a difference in strength, it wouldn't have mattered, but with the humans having caught up, it had suddenly become a problem for the vampires. Although many disagreed with the decision, eventually a vote was cast, and despite Jim's past and his oath to never enter a laboratory again, he was allowed to continue the project from where Vincent had left off. Now the puzzle pieces were starting to line up in Quinn's head. After Vincent had left, Jim had taken over the project, at which point he must have gone to Earth, where he encountered Logan's parents and convinced them to help with the project. Was he searching for Vincent because he couldn't complete the project alone, or was there something else? After countless failures, eventually Jim found a solution to our problem. Alas, there was a problem with the final project that he kept hidden from us. To fix this flaw before we found out, he committed a grave taboo, the same one that had stopped him from entering the laboratory in the first place. In the end, the project had to be scrapped altogether. "Jim, just what did you do this time?" Vincent thought as he heard these words. Dwight didn't say anything else on the matter, as if the story had ended, but Quinn noticed that a lot of details had been left out. Was it because he didn't know about what Jim had done, or did he think Quinn didn't need to know? Still, Quinn wasn't going to back down. He needed his answers, and he had himself someone in front of him who could help. "The thing Jim created, the one that was unsuccessful, were they the Dalki?" Quinn asked, wanting confirmation, even though he was already sure of the answer. Dwight's eyes lit up at this question, making him all the more aware that Quinn knew far more about this than should have been possible. With that being the case, it was pointless to hide the small details. Yes, instead of consuming humans' blood, he had created something else, the Dalki. The only problem was that they were unable to reproduce. With the materials that we had provided him, he had only been able to make a certain amount. This would have been fine, yet due to their relatively short lifespan, it would have only been a temporary yet costly measure. As someone who had grown up with Jim, Vincent was easily able to figure out Jim's train of thought. Jim must have originally been mixing humans with the demon tier beast to create the Dalki. Vincent shared his insight. Now there were two ways for him to fix the problems. Either find a way to allow the Dalki to reproduce, or turn them immortal. Given his prior history, it's no surprise which option he chose. Dwight gave out a big sigh before answering. He raised one of the original vampires and tried to experiment on them. Only this time, he was prepared for us when we found out. By the time we discovered what he had done, it was already too late. Jim had left the castle with the Dalki, and despite our efforts to track him down, he was never seen again. What about the original vampire? Quinn asked. Was he successful in creating a hybrid? Quinn could only imagine what kind of monster the Dalkis would have had on their hand if Jim turned out to have been successful. What was worrying him more was whether Jim might still be experimenting to this day. Fortunately not. However, that ancestor perished in the process. Actually, it's a good thing you brought this up. I would be careful, Quinn. The original that had been killed was the first-generation family leader of the 8th family, so it shouldn't surprise you that they had a giant grudge against the 10th family ever since. That being said, I have been unable to find anything relating to the current attack. Unfortunately, the same has to be said for all the other families at the moment. It seemed like the 8th family and the 10th family had multiple clashes after that, especially since Vincent had also been the one to kill one of their previous family leaders, due to what they had done to Katie. Whoa, that's a lot of enemies. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes right now, Vincent said, amused. You have the first family's Bryce on your back, the 8th family, and let's not forget about the 6th family with Vadine. I know Arthur was the one that killed him, but it was due to you. Don't pretend like everything's my fault. You were responsible for at least one of those, Quinn replied, annoyed. If you knew Jim had created the Dalki, then why didn't the vampires kill the Dalki, or at least help the humans when they were getting attacked? Quinn asked. I know you might start to hate me for this since you're a former human, but the Dalki simply hadn't been regarded as a threat to us. At any point in time, we would be able to beat them quite easily, so we didn't really care what happened to them. Given their lifespan, most of us thought that the problem would simply fix itself. And by the time the human race was facing extinction, well, we had found a way to solve our blood problem, so once again no family felt the need to intervene. The vampires don't see the Dalki as a threat? Is it due to arrogance, or are they really that strong? Quinn couldn't believe it. He had personally clashed with the other family leaders, and had therefore experienced their powers firsthand. He was also aware of the power of the Dalki he had encountered. If the vampire didn't regard them as a threat... Just curious, but how many spikes have you seen on a Dalki? Quinn questioned to verify a theory. The face Dwight pulled was one of confusion, as he was clueless as to what that had to do with anything. One? No, I think I recall one of them having two. I'm sorry, it's been quite a while, Dwight answered, unsure where Quinn was going with his questioning. Still, he had learned his lesson, so he answered as best as he could. Actually, when the Dalki had first been created, we had been unaware of their defects. The ones studying them reassured us that their intelligence was enough for us to attempt to train them, so we taught them how to fight. The idea was to use them as more than just a food source, and to make them hunt beasts as well. However, before we got the chance, Jim had disappeared with them all in a single night. Did he say 2 spikes? But even during the war, there was a 4-spike Dalki. Have they grown stronger in the meantime? Just like Borden. Do more spikes grow on them with age, or did Jim find a way to create more? However, that means the vampires are unaware of their increased strength. No wonder they've just been sitting here focusing on their internal struggles. This was something Quinn couldn't have predicted. He had believed there had to be a logical reason for the vampires to not get involved, but for the reason to be pure ignorance. Unfortunately, that meant Quinn would have to somehow convince them to start treating the Dalki as a threat. Worse, they also had to worry about Arthur now as well. Don't tell them about Arthur, Quinn, Vincent stressed. Right now, Dwight trusts you, but they saw Arthur help you once when you were in trouble. Both of you share the same ability, and they don't know quite how it works, but do know that he can come to you through your shadow. If you tell them that Arthur plans to get rid of the vampires, that could easily be used against you. Vincent was right. Quinn didn't want any more enemies, not at this point and time. On that note, can you ask him who managed to create the blood substitute? With me and Jim gone, I seriously can't imagine anyone else being able to complete it, Vincent asked. There is one thing I don't quite get. You told me that Vincent was in charge of the project, but left it unfinished. Then Jim was the one to try and complete it, yet he failed and created the Dalki before vanishing. However, it was completed in the end, so who was the one who managed to do what those two had failed at? Well, I don't see why that would be a problem, Dwight replied, taking a sip of his tea. They had been talking for quite a while now, more so than he had initially thought, especially since Quinn was focusing on past subjects. It was actually due to Jill, the 8th family leader. Believe me when I say that it was a complete surprise to all of us when she had come up with a solution. Jill? Vincent shouted in shock. What, is she someone special or something? Actually, Vincent paused. I don't really remember her. She must have been made a family leader after me. Although the 8th family did like to experiment as well, they were nowhere near as talented as the Enos's, Vincent claimed, full of pride. That is everything that I know about Jim. To this day, there was a call-out from the agents to find him, but he hasn't been spotted, and with our agents deceased, We have decided to focus on more important things. I hope my answers have helped you." It did help Quinn confirm a few things. For one, Jim was indeed the creator of the Dalki, and if Quinn's hunch was correct, he would be working with them even now, which was why the vampires were unable to locate them. However, there was one other, perhaps even bigger question on his mind. Where did Richard Eno, the first king, fit into all this? Judging by how many original vampires Jim had awakened, Quinn just couldn't put the idea out of his head that he might have woken up Richard. However, no matter how much Quinn thought about it, he just couldn't piece together what Richard was trying to do, nor what his goal could be in all of this. But most importantly, just whose side was Richard supposed to be on? "I'm assuming that was not all you wanted from me?" Dwight continued the conversation. "Even I would feel bad rewarding you with just a simple history lesson for what I have asked of you." With the most prominent question out of the way, it was time for Quinn to make some requests or suggestions, and he was just hoping these would go as well as the rest of the conversation had. "Indeed, it concerns the men that came with Paul. I know you originally promised me that their lives would be spared as long as I managed to fulfill my mission, but I'm afraid that deal will not be honored with a new king. I'm sure you never intended to just let them go back to the human world after everything happened in the first place, right?" Now that the conversation seemed to relax a little, Dwight's posture was less stiff as he replied, "Asking for that would have been outside of what I could have offered. Returning 200 or so men is bound to raise questions, even if we did erase their memories, not to mention it would be near impossible to check that all the details inside their heads had disappeared. However, there is actually a leader who is famous for her ability to erase her target's memories with 100% certainty." This was news to Quinn. He had heard that erasing just part of someone's memories was already hard, especially since a large chunk of it could be dangerous to the user. With how long they had stayed, Quinn had honestly thought the only option would have been to erase their entire memories. However, Quinn had already witnessed the effects of turning someone into a blank slate with Sia. All these people had their own families to go to, and as such, it was too cruel to do that to them. "I'm guessing it's a leader's ability?" Quinn asked, not letting his emotion show. "Correct. Cindy, the second family's leader, can remove memories, or more, she can reverse one's memories up to a certain point. She could make it so those men only remember up to the point when they were handed their mission, without remembering anything about the vampire world or ever encountering you. Nevertheless, I can't just release them back to the human world. Kaz has been tracking you and most likely has already reported to Bryce that you haven't achieved much. Our word means a lot to us vampires, the king's word perhaps more so than anyone else's. Right now, many believe the only reason you and Paul are complying is because of them, so giving up the hold we have over you would result in a bigger rift than there already is." "But we don't have a lot of time," Quinn argued. "Once a new king gets elected, won't they just use this same excuse, that the deal has been between me and the old king?" "Then what would you suggest? I'm open to any solutions." Regretfully, Quinn had been forced to consider such an outcome, so he had already gone through the options with Paul. "You're afraid that they would tell others about the vampire world because they're human. So what if we make them into vampires? After they turn, I would like to accept them into the 10th family. You asked me to help you, but as you're aware, my family is currently at its weakest. We've been attacked, and I can't exactly do much with just 10 vampire students and the few companions I brought along this time, now can I? I need to rebuild our strength, and we need people for that," Quinn insisted, not shying away from laying the guilt on the Royal Vampire Knight. Dwight stayed silent for a while and relaxed back in his chair until he was finally ready to answer. "That does sound reasonable. I should be able to use the attack on the 10th family's castle as justification for giving you more people. However, that still leaves us with the problem that turning all 200 will be impossible by yourself. Other vampires can only turn 1 or 2 at most, and with how little people you have. Still, I can allow the humans to live in your inner castle area without being turned, but I suggest you do this as soon as possible. Once the others learn that you have humans there, well, it will be like dangling a stake in front of a lion." 200 people would now be added to the 10th family, and although he didn't have to worry about their lives being lost now, he still had to worry about the possibility of the 10th castle being attacked in the future. He was thinking of those in his family, and what Dwight had said earlier made him think about something. By any chance, you said that her ability worked by not erasing the memories but by reversing them. Do you think a person's memories could be reversed to before they had been removed, in a way returning their lost memories? Quinn asked. Theoretically, I would think it would work, but I don't know the ins and outs of the ability. You would have to ask Cindy, since she's the one with the ability. Dwight could tell that it was the last request Quinn had. Of course, Quinn would have liked to ask for more support and help from Dwight, but they needed also to keep their relationship a secret, which was why he could only do so much. Before leaving, it looked like he had one more thing to say. Cindy should be willing to help you. She already has the support of a lot of the other leaders, so she will help you to gain your favor, but remember what I said, Quinn. Don't trust anyone. The king will go into eternal slumber in 2 weeks. Use this time to strengthen the 10th family and find out whatever you can. We will meet regularly, and I will start the process of sending those captured over to you. Overall, the meeting could be called a success. Quinn had found out what he needed and had managed to solve the issue with the human prisoners. Still, he couldn't help but feel bad that they had no choice in the matter. He just hoped they would agree that anything was better than death, especially since Quinn planned to make good on his promise to return them to their family one day. Are you thinking about letting Sia see the second leader, Cindy? Vincent asked. When I said there was one in the world that could possibly return her memories, she was the one I was referring to. I just never thought we would be in a situation where they would need a lot more from you than you do from them. I ruined her life, Quinn sighed. It's hard for me to look at her, since I can see how much pain she's in. I thought that maybe after a while she would forget about everything, but even now she plans to go back to Pure in hopes of finding out more about her past. Quinn grimaced as the thought crossed his mind that they were quite similar. In a way, he had also been obsessed with his past, only that he had tried unlocking the book his parents had left him, hoping he might learn just a little bit more about them.
What?
She saved us from the demon tier beast and has helped us a lot. I think the least I can do for her is allow her to choose what she wants to do. Exiting from the castle, the royal guards checked Quinn over again. Although Dwight was a higher rank than them, Quinn could see that even when he left the room, they checked him before he was to go up. I guess they're only loyal to the king. After the check was done, Quinn started to leave the castle, but while doing so, he walked past someone unexpected. Quinn paused for a second as he heard the sound of something hitting the floor. It was a cane, but he was aware that the man holding it didn't need it. Walking past him, Bryce had a small smile on his face. No matter how much you seem to have grown on the outside, you are but a human child, he whispered, knowing full well that Quinn could hear him. That old man is crazy, Vincent proclaimed. If he wants your vote, he's doing a terrible job at it. It's okay. We should ignore him for now. If Bryce wants to go to war, then I will happily show him that the Dalki are not the only thing these old vampires have underestimated. Following his meeting with Dwight, Quinn went to the inner castle area. After all the people who had died in the attack, it was currently deserted and showed no signs of life. Usually, people from the pooling area would fill in those numbers, yet none had taken that chance so far. Quinn wanted to improve the inner castle area, with Dwight having warned him about the possibility of another attack, and after Bryce's comment, he was sure that the first family leader intended to get rid of him altogether. As such, he was inspecting the security around the place, focusing on the large wall built around the inner area, the small gate at the front, and the side gates in the walls, allowing one to travel from castle to castle. He couldn't stay in the 10th castle's area forever, and he also wasn't expecting the vampires to leave their home and come aboard the cursed ship, so that left him with only one choice. He somehow needed to improve the castle's defenses. Luckily, he had acquired just the right tools for that recently. This reputation store sure is handy for this. Now, if only I could figure out how to get some more reputation points, Quinn thought to himself. Upon returning to the castle, he checked if anything had happened during his absence, yet there didn't seem to be anything noteworthy. He only briefly encountered the students altogether. Since he had become the family leader, they had all bowed down to him. Not knowing what to do, Quinn awkwardly just waved at them before leaving quickly. It seems Feck still hasn't returned. Well, good for him. There must be a lot he has to talk about with his family. Sitting down, he tried to come up with an idea of how to get more reputation. I can see you are struggling, Vincent noted. Do you want me to give you a hand? Struggling to find a name, he had planned to ask Vincent for help anyway, Yet the way Vincent had approached him first and the proud tone in his voice somehow pissed Quinn off, as if the other was indicating he was better than him. For now, choosing to ignore Vincent, Quinn continued brainstorming. Eventually, after not being able to come up with anything, he sighed in defeat. "Please help me out," Quinn requested in frustration. "I believe the system was being quite literal when it called them reputation points. Even the shop itself only opened up when you became the 10th leader," Vincent started to explain. "Which leaves me to conclude that more reputation points will be awarded as long as you increase your reputation with those in the 10th family. They must think better of you or do something to better their lives. Like, remember when Edward first assigned you a task? It was to deliver blood to all those in the inner area, right?" Vincent's logic made sense, but now Quinn was left to wonder how to better their lives or give off a good impression. After all, he frankly didn't know them too well yet. After Quinn formulated a small theory, he decided to call over Timmy, Sam, and Logan. If it really was about increasing one's reputation, then those three would be the best candidates to help him verify it. After the trio entered the room, Quinn started to ask them a few questions, mostly about their rundown of what the area of the 10th used to be like before the attack. When it had been his turn, Timmy mentioned his idea about the armor sets. "However, I don't think it will work anymore," Timmy admitted. "I tried to do it before you arrived, but even with offering an armor set as a reward, no one was interested in moving. They just don't feel safe anymore." "I don't think that will be too much of a problem soon," Quinn said. "The only thing I need to do is increase my reputation with those in the 10th. Alex, if you could, would you be able to create new equipment for the students here? As for Logan and Timmy, try to head over to the pooling area and see if there is anything needed that can improve their lives. I'm sure Logan can come up with a few things." "Then what do you need me for?" Timmy questioned. "I mean, you know how charming Logan can be. I'd much rather have you there as the spokesperson. Also, make sure that anyone who wishes to leave the castle does so in at least a group of 5. I want you to take 3 others with you, and make sure to take your masks with you as well." Before allowing the 3 of them to leave, Quinn decided to bring up the system and check out one more thing. In the system interface, there was now a section where he could assign quests to certain individuals. To do that, he merely needed to set up an objective and optionally add a mission description. But most importantly, he had to assign the reward from his items in the system. "Oh, neat. It also lets me use the items I have in my shadow space. Okay, let's test it out with this," Quinn thought. The instructions had also stated that if Quinn wanted to give the quest to a certain individual, then he could do so by using his inspection skill. Then, when the information screen popped up, there was a little Assign Quest button underneath their name. Quinn wrote up the quest for Alex to create armor for the students, and then also created an additional one for Logan and Timmy. "What should I put here? Get to know the 10th family people better? Let's see if the system accepts something vague like that." As a reward, Quinn just put some high-tier crystals, and the quest was set. "Whoa, what the hell is this?" Alex wondered out loud as he looked at the screen in front of him. "What are you talking about?" Timmy asked, since it looked like Alex was staring at nothing but air. "Can't you see it? This screen? It just appeared out of nowhere." He started jumping up and down like a kid, despite it looking similar to the screens they use today. The only difference was that this did feel a little like magic. "Can you see the same thing in front of you, Logan?" Quinn asked. Logan didn't have any reaction, but he did nod. He had seen this once before, and knew about Quinn's system due to the 2 of them touching. However, Timmy was unable to see anything. "Can only those turned see the system screen and quests? But then why did the quest not appear in front of Timmy?" Checking the status of the quest said that it was ongoing, and Timmy had received one. Moving on and past the excitement, Quinn made sure for them to deliver the message that the new 10th leader was the one that had sent them, and asked them to complete the task. As for Alex, Quinn opened up his dimensional space and handed him a bunch of Emperor-tier crystals he could use to create equipment. Something that had been given to them after the joint hunt of the demon-tier beast, and some revived from the pure planets and daisy planets. Quinn thought there might have been a use for them, so he brought them along. Now all Quinn had to do was wait patiently. After waiting for a while, he received a few messages. "Logan Green has completed the quest. Rewards have been received. Timmy Sin Blup has completed the request. Rewards have been received. The 10th family's opinion of you has increased. 400 reputation points gained." And after that, "Alex Way has completed the quest. Rewards have been received. 100 reputation points gained. For completing the following quests, the 10th family members are grateful.
Not yet.
100 reputation points received. 100 reputation points received. 100 reputation points received. Total reputation points currently 900. Oh, I didn't expect to get reputation points from them being happy about completing the quests. It looks like I got 100 per person. I guess this title allowing me to assign quests isn't so useless after all. Quinn smiled as he looked forward to upgrading some things around his castle. After he had determined the usefulness of his new title, Quinn went on a quest assigning Rampage. Unfortunately, his initial enthusiasm was hampered after he discovered that different quests would give him different amounts of reputation points. The good news was that even those that couldn't see the quest screen interface in front of them had been able to complete their quests, earning him more points. Timmy was one such example. He had explained to Quinn that, to his utter shock, a flash of white light had simply appeared before him before falling into his hands. It sounded quite similar to the last time Quinn had traded his beast crystals with the system for the items in its shop. The quests appeared to work with the same concept in mind, transporting the item from Quinn's storage directly to the one assigned the quest, no matter where they are. In order to not shock everyone about his new system's power, he had limited the quest to only those within the castle. There were a few more things he found. The same quest couldn't be given twice, and he would only earn reputation points if the system deemed it as helping the 10th family, leading to a bit of mental exhaustion on his part. Also, what appeared to influence the number of reputation points he would receive was not the person completing the quest, but the opinion of the 10th family from Quinn helping them out as their leader. A few days in, he also discovered that, depending on his reputation, he would also benefit from a passive daily amount of those points until he eventually ended up with a total of 6,000 reputation points to spend as he wanted. The only thing he had bought so far was the flag, which he had not set up yet. Looking at the shop, there were only two other items that he could buy, the tower and the statue that looked like a gargoyle. Quinn decided to purchase two towers since he already knew where he wanted to place them right away. He walked out to the front inner castle gate to see for himself how the process would work. With the lack of personnel, this area would have had at least a couple of guards patrolling the area, but there was no one there. The lack of security was the main reason why others still hadn't asked to join the inner area, despite news spreading about the 10th family having a leader again. Usually there would be at least some vampires who would join a family for an easy promotion into the inner castle, since that would guarantee them a grand life, feasting on more blood than they could wish for. However, there was just too much risk of another attack happening, and they all knew it. What was the point of untold riches if they would soon have to pay with their lives? Let's see how this thing works. Quinn motivated himself as he navigated the system screen. A holographic outline of the tower appeared on the map. At the same time, Quinn could see that holographic display in front of him, making him aware of exactly where and how big the tower would be. Okay, now for the points. 1,000 reputation points have been used. Tower is being built. In front of his eyes, the wireframe holographic display was coming into existence. It was taller than the outside wall, almost double the size, and it matched the material that the castles had been made of. Then, at the very top, there was a platform with 4 pillars, allowing for an open area, and then a pointed roof above that. With his eyes, Quinn could make out a strange circle orb on the inside. It really did just come out of thin air. That is the power of equivalent exchange, Vincent explained. I have to admit I'm quite envious. If I had to do this with my powers, I would have had to gather the correct materials and then prepare beast crystals as an energy source before I could even begin. Yet here the system conveniently takes over that task for you. It judges everything you have done, assigns you a type of currency, and then, by spending that currency, it allows you to create something like this without any other requirements. Vincent was honestly frustrated. Quinn's system was pretty much a cheat. What's worse, it appeared to him as if his own powers had been upgraded and he was benefiting from it. Quinn had endured terrible things, and his life was sacrificed to build the system, so he didn't feel like he should be complaining. It didn't take long for the tower to attract the attention of the vampires in the polling area. A large structure that hadn't been there before had appeared out of nowhere. It was only natural that a big crowd had gathered to watch that right next to the first tower. Not the other side of the gate. Another tower started to appear. Please supply the tower with energy. The system allowed him to use the beast crystals he carried in his dimensional space. When selecting a basic tier crystal, Quinn could see a bar that he assumed displayed how much energy it would provide the tower with. Selecting a higher tier crystal would fill it up more. So this is its source of energy, Quinn thought. Looking at the towers, Quinn could see that they could be upgraded to level 2, each for 500 points. Before doing that, he first wanted to test the strength of the level 1 tower. Quinn started to walk out of his own front gate, noticing the vampires from the main settlement area, all standing there staring at him blankly. It wouldn't hurt for you to inform them of what you're doing. You're an official leader, so you should address the people, Vincent suggested. After clearing his throat, Quinn started to give his speech. Greetings, everyone. As you're aware, we have recently suffered from an attack. As the 10th family's leader, it's my wish to make sure that we can protect others if something similar were to ever happen again. These towers are the first step to make my wish come true. Quinn's speech was wonderfully effective in getting the vampires to speak more about him and his family, but for the moment he chose to ignore them. The towers would only attack those perceived as enemies, so Quinn manually assigned himself to be treated as one. After he was selected as a target, Quinn approached the gate slowly, step by step, until he entered their range, and both of the towers fired a ball of energy towards him. The attack wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. He just stood there taking the hits to make sure just how effective they would be. 2 small explosions injured his body. -5 HP. -5 HP. After taking the first 2 hits, he could see the towers were getting ready to fire again, so he quickly left the tower's range. The energy bar underneath the towers had lessened after the first shot. Quinn estimated that with the basic tier crystal, each tower could fire off a total of 20 shots. That's way better than I thought. Quinn praised their performance. Quinn wasn't wearing any armor, but he had a strong body as a vampire lord. Being able to damage him to this degree was something good to have. People are impressed by the 10th family's new contraption. 500 reputation points awarded. It looked like his little display was good publicity, capable of impressing some people in the crowd. Well, there's more of that where that came from, Quinn mused as he spent 500 points twice to upgrade both towers. Now, stepping closer, the shots fired from the tower were quicker and stronger, and when it hit Quinn this time, they took off 10 points of HP each. Looking at the system, the towers were displayed as level 2 5 towers, meaning they could be upgraded 3 more times. However, the upgrade to level 3 cost 1,000 reputation points. Quinn was curious about the performance, but decided to prioritize placing more towers at crucial points around the 10th area, including the castle. Hey, that castle thing looked kind of impressive, one of the spectation vampires noted. Yeah, it looks like the new 10th family leader is trying to show us what he can do. Another cheered for Quinn to give them a good show. If we get close, will it attack us? A third was a bit worried about their safety. Seeing Quinn now walk through the gates with no trouble, some dared to walk forward, happy the towers didn't do anything to them. Don't worry, Quinn shouted to them while not turning around. They will only attack anything that the 10th family deems as its enemy. People are impressed by the 10th family's new contraption. Reputation points earned, 500. After testing out the store and reading what the statue could do, Quinn paid 2,000 points to place a statue a little bit away from the castle door. This thing is pretty impressive as well, Quinn said, as he tapped the statue a few times. It looked as if someone had frozen over a winged bloodsucker. Even if it didn't do anything, he thought it was something nice to look at, but its effects were impressive as well. As for the rest of his reputation points, Quinn decided that he would keep them for now, building them up to purchase something inexpensive, perhaps. With the construction speed as fast as it was, there was no need to do it all at once. After meeting up with everyone, Quinn informed them of the towers he had created and their function. The students, as well as those from the cursed ship, were excited to hear and see the news. Done with their meal, everyone almost instantly went outside to take a look at the improvements Quinn had made. Xander and Amy were among the last to leave. They hesitated for a little, looking at each other, seemingly wanting to tell him something, but ultimately shook their heads and just followed the crowd. That just left Quinn and Leo, as he had asked the vampire knight to stay behind. It feels like I haven't been able to rest since coming here, Quinn sighed. Now that it's just the two of you, there's a lot I wanted to ask you. It's hard to believe how fast time passes when you're wrapped up with things. Indeed, but a busy life is not a bad one, and as long as it's for the future, we can work hard, Leo argued. You're as hard-working as always, Leo. As the person who has taught me Ki, I will forever be thankful to you. It has helped me in many situations, and I'm sure the same is true for you, so I was wondering, are you aware that there are different stages of Ki? Leo opened his white, hollowed eyes and raised his eyebrows as if he didn't know what Quinn was talking about. If this Leo has only mastered the first stage and is already this strong, just what kind of monster will he become after learning all the others? Quinn couldn't help but get excited about imagining the future. It was a good thing the two of them had been sitting down when Quinn started to share his knowledge in that regard with Leo, unaware of just how much stronger it would make his vampire knight in the near future. Quinn started from the beginning when he learned about the different stages of Ki from a man named Abdul, how the rankings within Pure worked, and how they were taught Ki. However, not everyone was on the same level, and there were 3 stages to it. You said you fought against someone at Pure before? Quinn confirmed. And that they used Ki as well? So it looks like your hunch was right. Someone is indeed teaching those in Pure about Ki, yet when you were taught it, your master did so without mentioning these different stages. Shaking his head, Leo had no such knowledge. I taught you everything my master taught me without holding back. Even the Ki strikes I use with my sword were developed by myself. Although Leo didn't say it, he had always wondered about something. At the dojo, he had always felt like his teacher had been holding back something. Leo understood why his master might have not taught him the other forms of Ki after their little incident, but that didn't explain why he hadn't done so before. He had lived and stayed with him for years, always being stuck at the same level. I see, Quinn replied. When we were on the hunt for the demon tier beast, I met a man called Chris. Similar to Layla's mother, they both knew the 3 stages of Ki. I'm sure he was a member of Pure, especially based on what the others said at the time. You told me that your master had gone missing, so I was wondering if the 2 of them could have been the same person. He was the strongest Ki user I have ever met so far. Quinn tried to describe his outer appearance and even imitated Chris's actions, but eventually Leo told him to stop. No matter how much you try to pretend to be him, I can't confirm it without seeing his aura. Still, based on what you've told me about his personality, he doesn't sound like my master. Even when I was young, my master was about my age now, so he should be an old man by now. He might have already died, so perhaps Chris was just another student of his, one he passed down everything to. Leo was thinking about this and was wondering why, though. He had so many questions. If his master was the one behind Pure, why did he create that organization? Surely his enemy should have been the Dalki that killed all those people, or at the very least, blamed Leo for making the world aware of their existence. The second thing that was troubling him was whether or not his master knew about the other stages of Ki during their time together, or whether it was something he had only learned after their separation. If he knew about them beforehand, then why didn't he teach it to Leo? I thought this information might become useful for you. I remember you saying that Ki was a passed-down secret, so I found it strange that those in Pure knew it, but it seems I have given you a lot to think about, and at a time when we can't even leave this place. I'm sorry. Don't worry about that, young boy, Leo replied. More than anything, what you have given me is time, which I did not have before. Time to figure out this whole mess, and I quite like the students here, he said with a soft smile. Seeing this, Quinn thought that the role of a teacher suited Leo quite well. Say, when did you start teaching them Ki? Quinn asked. How did you know? Leo was surprised by this. Ever since learning the second stage, I've had more control and can sense it a bit better. Still, I noticed that their energy is incredibly weak. Is there a reason for that? Leo let out a big sigh before answering. I did try teaching them, but unlike Aaron or you, it seems like their bodies are just not that compatible with it. After learning how it could disrupt the vampire's energy, I thought it could help them if the other vampires attempted to attack us again. However, that was also the case when learning Ki. Trying to gather up any energy in their body is a painful process for them. There is no harmony, and the energy tries to attack them from within. It was just like Chris told me, Quinn replied. While teaching me Ki, He told me that the energy in my body is taken up by vampire energy, and if it wasn't there, my ki would have been more powerful. But my body has been able to balance the two. Maybe it's because the three of us were humans before being turned? After the conversation, Quinn stood up and went over to Leo's side. This is a little awkward, Quinn said, scratching his head. He then quickly bowed to Leo out of respect. If you will allow me to, I wish to teach you the second stage of ki. I know that you are my teacher, so it would be rude of me to say this, but I want to return the favor. If you don't want to accept the help, I completely understand. Standing up, Leo lifted Quinn from his bowing position. You can't be doing that anymore. You are now a family leader. If the others saw you bowing down to one that should be bowing to you, it would cause quite a fuss. And Quinn, having a student surpass you is an achievement in my eyes. Maybe some people get scared or worried, but not me. I will be happy to accept your guidance. The relationship between the two was a close one. Even though they hardly spoke, Leo had always been a teacher they could rely on. He hadn't told anyone about Quinn's secret in the military academy, and he had helped him in many tough situations. Yet now, Quinn could finally help Leo after all the help he had received. The two of them headed down to the training room, and just like Chris had done, Quinn would do the same, guiding Leo while explaining what the second stage actually did. I'm sorry if I'm not good at explaining, but I hope you'll understand what I'm getting at. If you don't understand, then I can try again and show you, Quinn offered, feeling a little nervous. He had not felt this way while demonstrating the shadow ability to the others, but in Leo's presence, he did. Don't worry, Leo said as he walked away, disconnecting from Quinn's hand on his back. He then drew his sword and flung it down to his side. Quinn was left stunned there. Chris had praised him for being a fast learner, yet it had taken him several days to get the hang of it. As for Leo, someone who did not know of it before only had to be shown once before he was able to use the second stage ki, covering it with his sword. This feels good, Leo smiled after giving it a few more swings. He then proceeded to strike out, extending the ki beyond his swords, taking the air even further. A scratch mark was left across the floor, even though his sword hadn't touched the ground. How is he even better than me at it? Quinn questioned. Finally, for once, take a look at someone who has true talent. Someone even better than yourself, Vincent triumphantly cried out, bitter that Quinn always seemed to surpass him in many ways. It's people like him that should be the main characters in stories. After swinging his blade for a short while, Leo stopped. It's a shame you didn't learn much about the third stage ki, but I will try to improve this for now. I guess I need to start learning from you again, Quinn sighed in defeat. Witnessing just how quickly Leo had gotten used to the second stage ki, Quinn started to emphasize how other vampires must feel when comparing themselves to him. Don't feel so down, Leo encouraged him. I felt the kind of aura you've demonstrated all the time in the dojo. Because of my ability, I've always been able to sense ki on a different level compared to others. As for control, my unique soul weapon allows me to fine-tune not just mine, but the ki of others as well. So as long as I have seen and understand how it works, it's an easy feat to replicate it. If it had been anything else but ki, it would have taken me a while to learn it as well. Quinn believed he had hidden his jealousy well, but he realized too late that it had just been him hiding the emotions on his face, which was useless in front of the blind Leo, who saw beyond a person's face. Can you do me a favor? Quinn asked. Although the other students are unable to learn this, you mentioned that Erin is similar to me. So if you have the time away from your normal night duties, would you be willing to teach her? Leo nodded. No problem. I've already planned to do that even if he hadn't asked me to. Although she blames herself for what has happened, her obsession for power is pointed in the right direction. With nothing else to show Leo, Quinn decided to leave the training room. Unexpectedly, two people had been waiting for him. Sorry to disturb you, leader, Xander quickly bowed down. There's something we wish to discuss with you in private. I know you must be busy these days, but we believe it's quite important for you to know this. Quinn didn't know Xander or Amy well, only that they helped Layla and Sia during the fight. Yet from the look on his face, it appeared to be something quite serious. He was wondering just what could make the boy so worried. Of course, if you have any concerns, then feel free to come to me at any point. I don't want you to feel like you can't. The three of them walked off to one of the many empty rooms in the castle. They entered a smaller room that had a small bed, indicating that it was a room meant to be used for servants. It was untouched and on the first floor with the training rooms, but at the same time it was away from the others as well. I don't want you to take offense, but I don't know how much you know about vampires since you used to be... Xander paused, trying not to offend Quinn. Don't worry, I probably know as much about vampires as you guys who have been born in the vampire world, if not more. I also don't mind being called a human. I won't bite your head off, Quinn joked, but it was clear that Xander was finding it hard to react. Is this what it's like to be a leader? Everyone is so uptight around me, even though we should be around the same age. Perhaps I'm even younger, Quinn thought. As for the comment about knowing more about vampires, Quinn was naturally referring to Vincent. At times like these, it was super convenient to be able to ask a leader who was older than most members of the current generation of family leaders. Okay, here it goes. Xander let out a big breath. It's about Erin. You see, we think... No, we're pretty sure she's a Dhampir. There was no reaction from Quinn's side when they accused their teammate of being a member of that subclass, and Amy noticed this. You already knew, didn't you? She spoke softly. Indeed I did, Quinn nodded, pausing as he waited for one of the two to say something else, but neither one spoke out of turn. Why, did she do something that caused a problem? No, Amy shook her head vehemently. She hasn't done anything, and she's been nothing but nice, only we didn't know what to do because there are rules for reporting a Dhampir, but we don't want her to be taken away, so we decided to come to you. Turning his head, Quinn was now looking at Xander, who found it hard to keep eye contact. Quinn, it may not be my place to say this, but you need to make sure that they don't say anything to anyone else. Not at this crucial time, Vincent advised. You might not like it, but you know what to do. Look up, Quinn ordered them in a stern voice. With Xander's legs shaking, he slowly lifted his head. What is this pressure? It suddenly feels as if I'm talking to one of the leaders. Finally, when he lifted his head, Quinn's eyes were glowing red. Will you tell anyone about this? Quinn asked while using the influence skill. As if stuck in a trance, Xander replied, No, since I have already reported it to my leader, he replied in a monotone voice, and the influence skill stopped working. What just happened? I just replied without having even a chance to think about it. Was that his power? Syl! Xander suddenly looked up, putting his right arm across his chest. You are going to do great things for this family. I have worked hard under the 10th family, and I promise you to work even harder under your cursed family. 100 reputation points earned. Quinn was surprised that his actions had resulted in earning Xander's respect, yet it was a welcome surprise. Thanks for telling me this. You two can go now. I'm sorry for using that on you, but I just needed to make sure that this information would remain a secret for now. I promise you that I will look after Erin and everyone else in my family, no matter who or what they are. When the two finally left the room, Quinn sat down on a Victorian-style large chair. So, will you tell me what's wrong with being a Dhampir, or do I need to beg? Quinn mused. Sorry, I was just too taken aback by how the little boy in the past has grown up to the point he managed to speak like a real leader, Vincent answered him, his tone revealing that he was half teasing and half serious. Your question sure is a tricky one, though. I studied many subclasses during my time, and it was my duty to report back to the king. Of course, this also included information about the Dhampirs. Yet it was completely scrapped and rewritten. I assume what the kids have been taught about them is false, and I can tell you the reason why. Dhampirs aren't scary, irrational beasts like the Wendigos and other subclasses. I'm sure even you can see that. No, the thing that scares normal vampires is what they represent. Remember when I told you that the vampires' opinions were split into those who thought we should rule over humans and those that thought we should protect them as a higher form of existence? Similarly, they are stronger than vampires, especially when fighting them. They share the same skills and traits as us, but at the same time, they can even overcome the one weakness all vampires have, sunlight. Don't they just sound like the perfect vampire? But now, think about the implication. If we feel we have the right to protect humans as the superior life form, then shouldn't we allow Dhampirs to rule over us? It was why relationships between a human and a vampire were forbidden. But once the new king took over, that is on the side of protecting humans. Why are they still considered taboo? Quinn wondered. Because it would cause conflict. The king, more than anything, must think about his people, just like a leader. If you have two sides already disagreeing about a single matter, just try imagining them trying to discuss Dhampirs. As I said before, no one has been able to see the true potential of the Dhampir. Erin is still at the first stage of her evolution. According to my research, she can evolve just as many times as a vampire. It would be wise of you to hone her skills, allow her to grow, and maybe one day she could even become your queen. After speaking calmly for a moment, Vincent couldn't help but giggle. Just then, the door was opened wide, and Paul entered. "I've been looking for you," Paul declared. "My people, they've finally arrived." Walking through the main center of the vampire settlement, a particular group attracted a lot of attention. This was because, for the first time, 200 humans were being escorted by 10 royal guards. The humans walked in a single file, split up into 4 rows, while the guards were placed around them. From the looks on their faces, some were worried, broken down, and defeated at what they had seen. While others still had determination and will, the fire in their eyes hadn't burnt out yet. "We're going to survive this place no matter what," Ashley thought. He was one of those that hadn't given up. A man who was the lieutenant of the group was in charge of them after Paul. During their days in the cell, they hear countless cries and see other beasts. He tried his best to give everyone hope. However, right now, he had no clue what was happening at this very moment. "Are they marching us to our deaths? They're going to feed us to those creatures, right?" a nervous soldier said, who was shaking. Ashley wanted to comfort them, but he also didn't want to give them false hope. "If they were going to kill us, why did they allow us to live for so long? And why are we being guarded right now?" What was worrying the others more than anything was the looks and faces of those that lived on this strange planet. They had gathered in large groups off to the side of the streets. All of their eyes were glowing red, and on a closer look, their teeth seemed to be growing beyond their mouths, sticking out like large fangs. "Don't kill them," one of the guards said as he continued to march forward. The guards had no weapons on their bodies, but they did wear light black armor with royal blue trim. "They just can't control themselves, some of them at least." The guard continued as he looked around carefully with his eyes. Listening in, Ashley was wondering what they were talking about, until he saw one of the crowd jump towards their large group. They leaped up to around 3 meters in the air and had crossed a significant distance. It was not a feat a human could achieve by any means, especially while wearing no beast gear. "We don't have any beast gear to defend ourselves. It was all taken off us," Ashley shouted in anger. He pushed through his group, going to the side, hoping to save one of the females that were about to be attacked. However, before he could reach them, one of the guards moved out and grabbed the attacker by the neck. He had moved so fast that Ashley was unable to see him. Before letting go, the royal guard slammed the attacker onto the ground and held him down by the neck. The attacker kicked and tried to claw at the royal guard, but he would just apply more force each time until the hacker eventually calmed down. "Everyone," the guard shouted, "this is an order from the royal guard. Return to your homes for the next hour while we are transporting the humans." They complied with the order as quickly as possible, returning to their homes, but not without whispering and gossiping about the first humans they had seen. "Where are they taking them? Are they using humans for experiments again?" "No, I think that's the supposed group that attacked us before," another said. "Still, what are they going to do with them?" Even though they were back in their houses, they were still keeping an eye on where the group was going through windows and other places. They soon noticed them all walking into the 10th castle area. "These castles, this place, what is happening? And Paul, where are you?" Ashley thought. The guard in front shouted loudly as the group of guards finally arrived at the 10th castle. "The humans have been delivered as promised by the Royal Knight Dwight. We will now take our leave," the guards said as they left the humans standing there alone. "Wait, they just left. Does that mean we can leave?" one of them asked. "Do you really think we can? If we tried to go back through all those things, we would be killed. The only thing that was protecting us were those guards," Ashley pointed out. "So are we meant to just wait?" Soon all of their questions would be answered as the castle's large double doors opened wide, and unexpectedly, they could see an old face they all knew well. "It's good to see you all again." "Paul!" Ashley shouted, and soon the others started to call his name. "Everyone, remember who we are!" Ashley shouted back. Saying these words snapped them all back into action, even those that were disheartened before. They got into the position they had practiced countless times and all stood straight. "We have returned, sir," Ashley shouted, and the others, in unison, followed after, saluting their general. "A lot has changed," Paul said, his eyes filled with sadness, looking at all of them. "Why don't we head inside?" Walking inside before, Paul was a young man who had come out with him. Ashley made a note that Paul allowed him to walk into the castle before him and wondered about what happened while they were all locked up. The group was led to the grand dining hall. It was able to fit them all in quite comfortably, and those from the cursed faction were there as well. However, the students were told to remain in their rooms for the time being, as they were worried that they may not be able to control themselves. Once they were in the hall, Paul went to the front to make an announcement. He looked at them all again before explaining what had happened. As you know, we are not on Earth, and maybe as you suspect, these people who live here are not humans. Paul confirmed their thoughts. However, due to Quinn, the owner and leader of this castle, we have been able to strike a deal with them that can save you all. Paul went into further detail about the planet they were on and the deal made between Paul, Quinn, and the others. The way Paul explained it was that Quinn and Paul were both victims, and he even told them the truth about himself, how he had already been turned. This was an important point because the next request he needed to make was about turning all of them as well. Quinn had thought about how he was going to do this. He was able to turn 50 people at most and had already turned 10, but he had no clue how many of his vampire knights could turn. On Vincent's assumption, since they were both at the noble stage, they should be able to turn around 10 each. If Quinn got the group to turn one person each, and then the students as well as himself, that would still only be half of the entire group brought to them. Those that were turned could turn others as well, and this was what Quinn was counting on. However, Vincent reminded him that not all those turned would become vampires. Some would be halflings, subclasses, and only certain subclasses were able to turn others. It should still work out, as long as the numbers are with us, Quinn thought. After the explanation was done, it was of course quite a shock to them, but to Paul's surprise, most of them were willing to be turned. The reason being, it felt like while they were trapped before, they had gone through hell. They wanted freedom, and if this was the only way to get it, then they would do so. The others that were on the fence or against the idea did understand what Paul must have gone through. It was quite clear that if the deal wasn't struck, then all of them would be used as food by now. With no choice, they too were willing to be turned. There was no time to waste, and Quinn got to work straight away. Paul, Leo, out of this group, I think it would be best if you select 10 of those that you trust most. I believe that they will be able to grow quite well under you, Quinn commanded. The reason for thinking this was one of the knight's skills in the system. Knight's command. A vampire knight can form a squad of 10 vampires under himself. For those under the vampire knight, their skills and strength will be increased by 10%. Leo, also about what we talked about before. Maybe it's time to put that theory to the test. If these humans have been turned into vampires, perhaps they can learn Ki? Try to select those that have the most potential. With the orders made, Leo took 10 people with him. He selected those with the strongest aura of Ki. Paul followed after. As for the rest, Quinn wanted to wait and see what would happen first. Leo started to turn them one by one, activating the ritual. Everyone watched the person in front of them scream in pain as they were being turned. It had put some of those off, but when they realized they were completely fine after, it calmed their nerves a little. Everyone so far has turned into either a vampire or a halfling. And then when Leo turned the very last one, they too turned into a vampire. Was my assumption correct? If the others turn people, they will turn into the same class that created them. Maybe if Alex does turn someone, they too will become a blood fairy? Of course, Vincent didn't know the answer, as the system seemed to be doing its own thing, which didn't follow the normal rules as he had learnt. Next, it was Paul's turn, and in his group, Ashley stood proud, being the first to be turned. Then it was time for the rest to follow. Just like Leo, everyone had turned into a halfling or a vampire. Those that were turned into vampires were told to step to the side, as Quinn would use them to turn others as well. But before that, it was finally his turn. While turning others, Quinn didn't want to use his slots, so he planned to only turn 20 more people. This way, he would still have 20 slots left. If need be, he would turn the rest over after. So far, everything had gone well until the 9th person. The 9th person was wriggling around on the floor for far longer than the rest. He was screaming louder than the others before him. The skin on his whole body was shrinking. His facial features were becoming more prominent, and his hair was falling out. This guy, Is he turning into a bloodsucker? But how? Quinn thought in a panic. No, Quinn, that's not a bloodsucker. You need to kill him now. He's turning into a Wendigo. The man on the floor continued to scream in pain, and it looked like his limbs were starting to stretch out. Quinn had seen a Wendigo before, and so had Logan. Everyone, make space! Step away from him now! Logan shouted, ordering everyone away. All who knew him were aware that Logan only spoke when necessary, so seeing him so agitated, they immediately started helping with clearing the group of people by making them stand against the side of the walls. Vincent, are you sure? Is there really no way to reverse the process or to at least stop his evolution process? Unfortunately, Vincent remained silent in front of Quinn's cries and pleas, making it clear that killing him would be the only option. Fine, but what if I capture him? Don't you think if I restrain him, we can look for a way in the future? Quinn suggested in desperation. No! Vincent shouted back in frustration. I'm sorry, Quinn, but there is absolutely no way to reverse an evolution once it has begun, and you won't be able to change them afterward. I tried more times than you can imagine, and not once did I even come close to success. What makes you think you can? I know you don't mean to be, but you're actually being selfish to that person. Wendigos are creatures that feed on human flesh. Every second of their life they are under the constant pain of starvation, yet they're undead creatures who can't be sated no matter how much they eat. The best thing to do is to finish him off, for your sake as much as his. Paul, who was standing by the side with the others, was stunned. He too recognized what the creature was, as they had met with them when they first arrived on this planet. Quinn's hesitation had allowed the transformation to be completed, and the Wendigo stood up. The tall creature immediately turned its head towards Syl and Logan and let out a mighty scream as it launched towards them. However, Quinn appeared before them to protect them. I'm so sorry, Quinn apologized, as he sliced at the Wendigo's head with his hand laced in key. The next moment, the head fell to the floor, with its body soon after. Some of the 10th family members are frightened of you. Minus 200 reputation points. He had already expected this type of repercussion. Now that the first batch of soldiers had been turned, they were members of the 10th family, so it was only natural for his reputation to go down after losing their respect. You don't understand. I didn't want to do this. Quinn wanted to explain his actions, that he had no other choice, but before he got the chance, someone else had something to say. Quinn! Paul shouted as he stormed towards him. These people trusted you, and now you killed their companion just like that. My men! Clenching his fist, it looked like Paul was about to punch him, but before he could do something he would come to regret, he felt a sword being placed against his throat. Remember who you work for now, Leo admonished his fellow vampire knight. Who was the one who saved your life and that of the soldiers before you? It was Quinn, the one you swore to protect when accepting your new role. You, as an ex-general, should know better than to let your emotions get the better of you. Take a look at him. Does it look like he wanted to do what he did? When Quinn lifted his head, Paul could see that Quinn's eyes were filled with sadness. There weren't any tears coming out of them, but he could tell that he had taken no pleasure in doing what he did and had merely acted out of necessity. Nevertheless, it didn't matter how sorry Quinn felt about the deed. The others were now afraid of being turned. They all thought that by getting turned, they would get to live longer, but apparently the process wasn't as risk-free as they had believed. Quinn needed to do something to calm their hearts and change their opinion, and he had to do it quickly. I'm sorry, everyone. Quinn apologized by bowing down in front of them. I should have been up front and clear about it. As you saw, some of your colleagues have become halflings, whereas others have become vampires after turning. It's a random chance for you to become one or the other, and although those two are the most likely evolutions you will undergo, there is also a slight chance that you can turn into something else entirely. The thing your friend became is called a Wendigo. They are beasts who feed on human flesh and are in constant pain due to hunger. Unfortunately, the changes are irrevocable. Please believe me when I say I only did it because there really was no other way. Had I not intervened, he would have started attacking those around him to satisfy his never-ending hunger. I did what I had to do before he could start a bloodbath. I won't force any of you to turn if you don't want to. However, you should also be aware of the consequences if you wish to remain human. If I don't attempt to turn you, then the only thing waiting for you is death. It might not be today or tomorrow, but don't forget, you're in the vampire world now. You must have experienced it already. They all pretty much regard humans as nothing more than walking juice boxes. The deal that I've struck allows me to take you in, but if you wish to leave, You can only do so after turning. The very best case scenario for a human being will be to die on this planet of old age. By turning you will get another chance to fight. Isn't that why you joined the military? To fight, not just for yourself, but also for your family? This will be the only way you will get a chance to see them in the future. I promise you all, even if you die, be it today or in the future, I will make sure that your families back home will be supported for the rest of their lives. Although his speech touched them, it was still hard to feel convinced after what had just happened. The chance might be small, but nobody was eager to take it. It was one thing to do in battle, but an entirely different thing to be struck down after becoming a beast. Still, Quinn's appeal to think about their families did give them a new resolve. The mere thought of their loved ones had been the only thing allowing them to endure rotting in their cells in the meantime, daydreaming about what they would do if they could only get one more day with them. "How can you promise us that?" one of the human soldiers shouted. "How can you promise to look after our families? You're not the supreme commander, Oscar. You might be a king or whatever here in this castle, but that doesn't mean you have any power outside of here." "But he does," Paul stepped in after having calmed down. Seeing his stabilized aura, Leo retracted his sword. "I don't just work for a nobody. The person you are all currently looking at is not only a family leader in the vampire world, but also one of the great powers in our human world. He is in charge of one of the great factions, comparable to the Big Four. You might be surprised to learn that a lot has happened while you were imprisoned here. Quinn Talon is now one of the world leaders." Many of them couldn't keep their mouths shut after hearing what Paul had just revealed. If it had come from any other person, they would have called them a liar, but this was their general. "I knew you wouldn't follow just anybody," Ashley said with a smile. After much debate and learning some facts, slowly, a few more came to volunteer to be turned. This time, though, Quinn took a step back and allowed those who had successfully turned into vampires to do the turning. Then, those who then turned into vampires could do the same to others. Eventually, Quinn had to step in once in a while, whenever the chain of turning got broken. As soon as another vampire appeared, a new chain began. This way, they were lucky enough not to encounter any other major hiccups. The soldiers under Paul's command were all strong, so most of them had successfully turned into vampires rather than halflings, and in the end, Quinn still had 15 slots left after everyone had been successfully turned. "Paul, it's been a long day. Please see to it that your guys find their lodging," Quinn requested, and his vampire knight did as he was told. The 10 that Leo took in and the 10 that Paul took in were permitted to reside in the castle. As for the rest, they were free to pick out any of the mansions and large houses in the inner castle area. Most of the soldiers chose to stay in groups and live in large houses together. This meant that plenty of houses remained available in the inner area.
Yes.
As for getting them settled and learning about their new bodies, Quinn delegated that task to Timmy and Xander. The two would give everyone briefings about when blood would be delivered, how much and how often to take it, and other things they should be aware of. It would be a while until they got used to their new routine, but the good thing was that they were all used to taking orders as soldiers. This made it easy for Quinn to leave most of the day-to-day stuff to the duo. The day was nearly over, and although Quinn wanted to just rest, he decided to do that in one of the training rooms. He knew he wouldn't be able to sleep after what had happened today, and the best thing to calm him down was to let out the pent-up frustration. "Shit, that never happened before, so I thought it might never happen," Quinn thought in frustration. "You're being hard on yourself, Quinn." Vincent came to console him. "Honestly, to have only one person turn bad for a group that size is quite a success. Your plan to make the newly awakened vampires start turning humans as a sort of chain was quite ingenious, if you ask me." "That's not the problem," Quinn argued. "You know, when he turned and I had to kill him, my first thought wasn't how sorry I was to take his life. No, it was, thankfully it wasn't one of my friends. At least it happened to him and not them. I can't help but hate myself for thinking that." Just then, the training room door opened, and the one who had entered was none other than Erin. "I forgot that there might be others that use this place," she stated as she continued to nonchalantly walk in. Quinn turned his head but didn't reply, and just looked at Erin for a while. She continued to walk forward until she was right in his face. "You can't be like this," Erin told him. "If I was under a spell or mind control right now, I could have killed you. Quinn, death is normal. You're not all-powerful. It was bad luck that he happened to turn into a Wendigo, but you shouldn't blame yourself." Those people were soldiers, and right now they need a leader who has his head together. I need someone who has their head together. You understand?" Her words snapped Quinn out of his daze, and it was only now that he noticed how close she had gotten to him. Then a sudden thought entered his head, the words from Vincent about making her his queen. His face started to turn red, imagining himself on the throne with Aaron next to him. "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" she asked, placing her hand on his head. No, it..." He got cut off by the sound of the door to the training room opening. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know someone else was here. I'm sorry for interrupting you two." On the other side of the door, Layla quickly shut it as she experienced a sharp pain in her heart. What was that? Layla tried to think, yet her heart was beating fast enough to make her worry it would jump out of her chest. She had her hand around his face. Were the two of them about to kiss? Layla had only seen a glimpse of the two of them, and they had been standing far away, yet her mind was in turmoil. Her imagination tricked herself into believing that she had seen Aaron with her hand around Quinn's cheek, with Layla coming in at just the perfect moment to interrupt something important. Those two, well, they would suit each other. I mean, she's special compared to me. What have I even done for Quinn lately? She sulked, and soon she felt something running down her cheek. Wiping it away, she tried hard to compose herself. Suddenly, the sliding doors behind her opened, and she lost her footing, falling backward, but she felt someone grab her just before hitting the floor. "Hey, easy there, Layla. So you were the one we just saw," Quinn stated as he propped her back up on her feet. Aaron, who was also there, walked past, and while doing so, punched her on the shoulder. "I have no interest in him, so go for it," she whispered into the other girl's ear and continued walking away. Why would she say that? Didn't these two... "Did you want to see me?" Quinn asked, as he had never seen Layla before in the training room. What's even more surprising was the fact that Sia, who was usually stuck at her hip, was nowhere to be seen. Honestly, Quinn and Layla used to be a lot closer since the Sia incident. Unfortunately, he just didn't feel too comfortable around Layla's new BFF, which had resulted in him approaching Layla a lot less recently. "Yeah," she replied, twirling her hair. She thought it would make her less nervous as long as she had something to play with. I saw that the incident earlier got you down, so I thought you might need someone to talk to." "Was it that obvious?" Quinn sulked. "Thanks for worrying about me. Actually, Aaron came to me to give me a pep talk. Well, her version of it anyway. Don't worry, I won't lose focus. However, since you're already here, why don't the two of us have a little talk? It's been a bit since our last chat." Although Quinn suggested this quite naturally, there was another reason he had been avoiding Layla, and he thought what better time to speak to her about it than now. After Quinn suggested going somewhere else, Layla started following him. However, since it seemed like he was about to head to one of the bedrooms, she quickly suggested going to the dining hall. Layla was worried it would be quite strange to just have a boy and a girl in a room, and the way her mind was acting right now, she just wouldn't have been able to handle something like that. The dining hall was completely empty, as it was already quite late at night. Most of the others would be sleeping by now. The two of them sat opposite each other across a large rectangle table. At first, the conversation was quite nice. It was more of a catch-up with how the two of them were feeling. But then they started to talk about the past and the old times. During this conversation, it made her realize what was on her mind. "What happened to Vorden? He doesn't really seem like himself," she asked Quinn. "It's a bit complicated. I'm sorry that I haven't had the time to go through all the details with you yet. You were away, and then we suddenly met at that duel." Quinn paused for a brief second, then continued to fill her in on the story with the blades. "That's so sad. Do you think we'll be able to get the old him back?" "I haven't given up on it. Someone once told me that abilities never die out. If someone with an ability dies, then that ability can reappear again somewhere else. Whether this is true or not, who knows, and maybe it's something that takes hundreds of years to manifest, or everyone with the ability needs to die, but we have to try, right? Just like I'm doing now." Layla nodded and agreed, but hearing about what happened to Vorden, it was the second time this day that she felt a stabbing pain in her heart. Even her stomach was starting to feel a little queasy. "How come you haven't come to me? Surely that one question must have been on your mind for a long time now," Quinn suddenly blurted out. Layla looked down and started to dwindle her fingers because she knew what he was getting at. "I guess I just wasn't ready yet. After speaking to Sia and the way she's been acting, I can pretty much figure out what happened. You know, the first night I figured it out, I couldn't stop crying. My mother, she wasn't like other mothers. We never really did things together, and whenever we did talk, it was always just about Pure. She sacrificed her life to save you. She really did care for you, Layla. Maybe she didn't show it, but at least her last moments were dedicated to you. I know, she replied with a big grin on her face. I can feel the energy that she passed down to me inside of me. Can I touch your hands for a second? Quinn requested. What? Layla started to panic. When she saw him place his hands on the table, she hesitated for a bit, but ultimately placed hers on his and grabbed them. Quinn then closed her eyes, and Layla did the same. What is he about to do? My heart! I can't take this for long. Done, Quinn told her after a moment, and let go of her slight disappointment. It appears that her key really is inside you. This must be her final gift to you. It might not be as strong as hers at her peak, since she used it to heal you, but it's plenty strong. Say, what are you going to do after this? Do you plan to head back to Pure? Quinn wondered. I intend to go to Pure, but I have no plans to stay there. My mother was one of the founders of Pure, but she never told me her reason. I hope by returning to them I might discover just why she hated ability users so much. Once in a while, she would even look at me with hatred in her eyes. Once I found that out... Layla stopped there, because that's when she realized she hadn't really thought about a future beyond that point. In the past, she had just followed her mother's path for her in life, but with her now gone... You can figure that out later, Quinn advised her as he noticed her blank look. Our priority should be to defeat the Dalki, or at least get out of this place. Otherwise, there won't be a future to worry about. A few days had passed since their talk, and their new family members were starting to get into the swing of things. Quinn was gaining reputation points daily, but he had stopped placing more towers for the moment. He didn't want to draw even more attention to himself just yet, and thought the two at the front were fine for now. However, he had upgraded them to level 3, making them more powerful than before. As for the statue, it didn't have a level, as it was unique in its own way. One day, when Quinn was in the lab checking on Logan and Peter, one of the men that worked for Paul came to notify them that there was a visitor, namely, one of the second family's vampire knights. So it finally started? If I remember correctly, the second family leader is Cindy, and she's the one that might be able to get Sia's memory back. It's clear she wants something from me, but perhaps we can use them as well. Let them in, Quinn ordered. Quinn didn't move from where he was. He didn't want to make it seem like it was such a big deal that a knight had come to see him. Fortunately, as a family leader, he outranked their guest, so he had the privilege of waiting for them to come to him. In the meantime, he continued with what they were doing, in this case, examining the new things Logan had created recently alongside Peter. Eventually, the female knight entered the room. She had short brown hair and big eyes. All three of them noticed the bag under her eyes. Vampires didn't need much sleep in the first place, so it was rare for one to have them. She gave a quick bow to Quinn as a sign of respect and immediately went to deliver her message. The second family leader, Cindy Cha, invites you to a meeting in her castle tonight at 6 p.m. There will be several other leaders present, so she hopes you will join them. She promises that you won't regret it. She stood there as if waiting for an answer, but Quinn just waved her off, allowing her to leave. It's just as Dwight predicted. Cindy must be trying to get me over to her side. I guess if I want to find out more about their plans, that meeting will be the perfect place. Dwight did deliver on his promises, so it was time to return the favor. Peter, who was swinging a strange contraption in his hand, a tool Logan had created, waited for her to leave before warning Quinn. I don't like that woman. They were having those meetings before you were here, so she is definitely planning to use you, Quinn. If you ever need someone to slap her, I'll be the first one to volunteer. Right, Quinn replied awkwardly. He had heard what had happened between him and Cindy from Layla a couple of days ago. Half an hour before the meeting, Quinn decided that he would participate. He was sure that they wouldn't attack him. After all, they would want him on their side. Nevertheless, just in case they wanted to do something stupid, Quinn was confident enough to be able to escape via his shadow. Leaving the castle, Quinn wore a hood to cover his face and made his way to the second castle. A short while later, another visitor arrived at the 10th castle, another vampire knight. When she entered the castle, the first person she asked to meet wasn't Quinn, but Leo. One of the soldiers went to fetch him. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Did you come here for that duel? Leo asked.
Actually, I'm here to see my brother, Silver replied. Ever since his talk with Dwight, Quinn had been wondering which of the two groups would approach him first. He had even started to worry a bit since the day of the king's burial was closing in, but neither one had contacted him yet. Without any new information, he had also naturally abstained from visiting the Vampire Knight. Honestly, I'm surprised Bryce hasn't made a move yet, Quinn wondered. It's unlikely he will try to pull something off. Bryce is a lot of things, but he's also a man known for following the rules. In that regard, the other leaders actually respect him. Unfortunately, that also makes him a viable candidate. A leader who follows the rules is also something the current leaders will want to see on the throne. If there was any evidence that he had something to do with some sort of actions that were outside of the scope of the rules, it would ruin his chances significantly, Vincent explained. Still, Quinn's uneasy feelings didn't get better from this. The tension remained that everything was going to pop off once a new king was elected. Finally, after walking under disguise through the city, Quinn reached the inner area of the second castle. It would have been faster to travel using his shadow, but right now, Quinn was being more cautious than ever. He had a flask full of blood on him, and he didn't want to use any of his shadow MC points. When Quinn lifted his hood, the guard wasn't surprised. In fact, he looked to have already expected him. He bowed down and then started to lead the way into the castle. Looking around the place, it was certainly livelier than his. He could see the smiles on people's faces, and there were even young children having fun. It was one of the few times Quinn had even seen children in the vampire settlement. During their walk, he also checked for any form of defense like he had. Unsurprisingly, there were no towers or any other form of defensive structure, not counting the walls. Then again, the vampires who lived in the inner area were meant to be some of the strongest members of their family. Despite the leaders' differences, it also wasn't like attacks on each other were commonplace. However, Quinn wasn't just wary of the other vampires. He knew a certain powerful individual like no other was coming for them. The only question was when exactly he would show up. Entering the castle, Quinn noticed that the layout was nearly identical to his own. The entrance also led to a grand reception room, and the size of the rooms themselves was the same. The main differences were all the decorations inside and the fact that these rooms had a clear, distinct feeling that they were lived in. I really need to get someone to clean our place up a bit. Now that I see one in action, our castle smells like dirty mothballs in comparison, and we still have too many unoccupied rooms with dust and armaments and photos that must have piled up for decades. Eventually, the guard led Quinn up the stairs until they reached the top floor. They stopped in front of a pair of double doors and the one escorting him on them a couple of times. The 10th family leader, Quinn Talon, is present. After being announced, two vampires from the inside opened the doors wide. Cindy Cha, leader of the second family and the one who had invited Quinn, was on the other side, a cup of tea in hand, a smile on her lips. She was wearing a large black dress in a Victorian style that wouldn't look out of place at a ball. You certainly look different from the last time I saw you, she greeted Quinn. I'm looking forward to talking with you face to face. Last time there was, unfortunately, no opportunity for that. Looking behind the one who had most likely organized this entire evening, Quinn recognized many familiar faces. There was Jin Talon, the fourth family leader, with whom he had a brief scuffle in the underground tunnels. Although the other was unable to use the full strength of his ability, explosive blood was certainly dangerous. Then there was one with a very familiar face, which wasn't a coincidence, since he was the father of one of his best friends, Lee Sanguinus. There was also a large vampire who was always covered head to toe in thick black armor, Muka Fortuna, the 9th family leader, in charge of the underground tunnels and prisoners. The other two Quinn had not met personally, he only knew them by name. The furthest one to the left was Sonny Kent, leader of the 5th family, and next to her was David Scudder, leader of the 11th. As expected, it seems like these types of things don't even change now. The group is equally split, Vincent lamented. Quinn immediately understood what he meant by this. There were 13 families in total, so all those who had been invited had to be on Cindy's side. In other words, she had secured 6 votes for herself. Unless there was someone who planned to abstain, the other side would have had 6 as well, meaning Quinn's vote would be the tiebreaker. Are the alliances the same as back then? Quinn wondered. Not quite. Very similar, but still with a few changes, Vincent replied. "It's a pleasure to meet you all again," Quinn replied, as he bowed down following etiquette, before going over to the open seat they were directing him to. Quinn felt a bit odd at first. He could tell that they were not only staring at him, but were also analyzing him. He could guess that the reason for that was that his smell must have changed from last time. How did the boy manage to become a bona fide vampire lord when he had just evolved into a vampire noble the last time he came here? Jin wondered. Just how fast is he progressing? No, I should worry more about how much stronger he will become if this trend continues. We must get him on our side, or things will look dire in the future. Now that everyone is here, allow me to cut to the chase. You don't mind, do you, Quinn? Cindy asked with a smile. The reason that you've been called back is that the current king is soon to go into his eternal sleep. After that happens, there will be a week of mourning. During that time, every leader must either choose to present their case for why they wish to become the next king, or forfeit their right to candidacy. On the 8th day, the council will come to a vote to decide on the next king, as well as their royal vampire knights. Usually it would be 2, but Dwight has chosen not to accompany His Majesty on his last journey, so this time only 1 replacement will be elected. According to Vincent, this was quite unusual, as the royal knights tended to be very loyal to the king. Although Quinn hadn't known Dwight for too long, it had been easy enough to see how loyal he was to the king. As such, the reason for his remaining was quite clear to everyone. I won't sugarcoat why we brought you here. At the moment, all of us gathered here have decided that they will vote for me as the next queen. We are content with how things are run, and I don't really plan to change things around after getting my new position.
I can't do that
I'm
yet.
sure your math isn't bad, so your vote would indeed be the one to secure my victory. The other man most likely to be in charge is Bryce. You don't need me to tell you that he already has several grudges against you, and he has a dislike for humans as it is. Of course, I am different, and the leaders here can all attribute that. I have treated those from the 10th family when they got injured. I even helped your 2 allies, who Kaz brought in, and I intend to continue treating the 10th family fairly. All I am asking for is your vote when the time comes. Quinn remained silent. It all sounded great, but honestly, he didn't know Cindy too well. At least anyone should be better than Bryce was his opinion at the moment. However, her actions just came off as a little too arrogant, as if she was already expecting Quinn to agree. Everything was falling into place for her, and it was making him feel uneasy. Then there was also the warning from Peter. His friend was unusually sharp in his judgment of others who might hurt Quinn. Should a new king or queen really be selected at this time? Quinn questioned. I mean, there is still no news about who attacked my family. However, from what we've discovered, there is only one logical conclusion. One of the other families must have been involved in this attack. I don't know you all too well, yet I know for a fact that I at least annoyed some of those at this table. Go on, Quinn, Vince cheered him on a little further. Push them some more. We will never find out the truth without giving them some hardball questions. A little nervous to say this before, with the push, Quinn wanted to say what was on his mind. For example, we did find out that the attack was done by a bloodsucker by the name of Rowan. Wasn't he originally from the 2nd family? And now, out of nowhere, I get an invitation to come here to crown you as the new queen? That seems awfully suspicious. Although his speech started off nice, he started to think of all those in the 10th that had been attacked while he was away, and the words he spoke were true. Rowan was from the 2nd family, and he was the one who killed the others, including Edward.
You will succeed.
The others were taken aback by Quinn's words. All of them had tried to gather information about this new family leader, yet all their sources could find was that he was supposed to be a normal 17-year-old boy, with his 18th birthday not too far away. Even if he didn't look like your typical 18-year-old, his experience should have still been limited. What was making them confused was, how did someone like him find out about Rowan? There weren't that many who knew the former 2nd family leader, so how could he have found out that sort of information? The initial thought was that somebody was helping him, but maybe that wasn't the case. The last time these family leaders had seen Quinn was at the council table. He was still a frightened teenager, shaking in his boots, even though there had been times when he had sparked and shined through, just like he did now. Well, you have a right to say that, Cindy admitted by taking a sip from her cup of tea. It was only when she placed it down that Quinn noticed that the tea itself was red, and the liquid didn't look like water. How is she covering up that smell? Quinn let his mind wander.
just like I have the right to say this. Do you really think the current leaders should be judged based on the previous leaders' actions? You should get rid of your human thinking. Not only aren't we the same, but in the case of us vampires, there could have been centuries between the previous and current generation family leaders. Some of us might not even have been born when our predecessors came to power.
Huge potential.
The environment
for
of
my
our
brand,
upbringing would have
Thanks,
been completely different. If you want to follow this trend, then I have to ask you, what about your 10th family? You might have changed the name, but the 10th family will remain the 10th family no matter what you call them. Should we punish you for what Vincent has done, or the crimes the leaders before him might have committed? Why don't we go back to the originals and punish each other for their crimes now as well? Taking another big sip of her drink, she put down her cup. I think you get my point. Cindy had retorted his logic with a fire in her belly. Quinn had to agree that it was quite reasonable. He didn't know any of their situations, but then he had only been trying to probe them, hoping to find a clue, if not an answer, about the situation. He just knew that one of them must have been working with the bloodsuckers. As a former member of the second family, the current family leader had naturally been his prime candidate.
Quinn, we're aware that this wasn't the most welcoming of meetings, Muka spoke. I apologize for that. A lot of us leaders have high pride, and we already get compared to our predecessors internally. However, Cindy had a point. Although we might follow in the footsteps of others, everyone is responsible for their own choices. As for me, I want to find out the truth just like Dwight. Remember when you came the time before? My knights had been killed, Vex had been interrogated, and the influence skill had been used on him. The reason why I'm telling you all this is that I'm convinced that the one responsible isn't anyone in this room, and that includes you. If I had to put my life on it, my guess would be Bryce. No matter the cost, that man cannot become the next king.
Muka was clenching his fist, and his words were spoken with conviction. Honestly, Quinn believed his words a lot more than Cindy's. I haven't made a decision just yet, but I do agree with your points. Honestly, my decision will be based on what's best for the 10th family. You are asking me to do something that I might regret in the future, so in return, I at least want to get something out of it now, Quinn demanded.
Aren't you the feisty one?
David was enraged, and his tone made it clear he was ready for a fight. However, when all the other leaders stared at him, he quickly sat back down.
Fine, speak up. What do you want? As long as you aren't asking for too much, we should be able to accommodate you.
Firstly, protection. It's no secret that my 10th family still gets treated poorly, including those living in the pooling area. I've received some reports, and they are shocking to say the least. I want all of your family members to immediately stop discriminating against them, including those in the pooling area. Should there be any incidents involving the 10th family that require punishment, be it in the past or future, I want you to leave the punishment up to me. There were a few looks between the other leaders, honestly leaving their people in the hands of another family. They wondered how their families would view them. I'm not asking for you to let me decide everything on my own. If it's an incident involving both our families, I'll be happy to decide what is fair together, Quinn clarified.
As long as it's a case-by-case basis, then I think we can agree to your deal, Muka suggested, especially those that have been punished enough to be sent to prison. I will definitely be able to hand over those criminals to you.
Boy, just what are you thinking? Vincent wondered where he was going with this. There were two reasons for Quinn to make this request. Soon, those in the 10th family would start to be treated better, and it would be through their actions. This should lead to some nice reputation points, allowing him to further upgrade his defenses. As for turning the criminals to him, there were times when the punishment was eternal slumber or imprisonment for life. Quinn wanted to check if they might have been judged too harshly in some cases. If so, he could lessen the punishment and add to his force. Naturally, if he had to agree that the punishment was fitting, he could at least use the skill Shadow Eater on them, so they would help him improve his shadow ability. He knew it was quite harsh to make the vampires suffer through such a thing, but with Arthur arriving, someone who had been doing this for thousands of years, how could he ever hope to match up to him without getting his hands dirty? Are there any more requests? Cindy asked, as if she thought he had already tried his luck with the first one. Yes, although the next one is far simpler, and it actually involves you personally, Quinn answered. I've been told a bit about your ability, that you are supposed to be able to reverse time on a certain body part up to a certain degree. I have someone whose memories have been wiped, so I was hoping that you could help in that regard.
Cindy didn't reply immediately and instead looked into her drink, which was now empty. She stood up and walked over to Quinn, offering her hand. I agree. As long as you give us that vote, then your 2 requests will be honored. Feel free to send them over whenever you like. Although Quinn didn't want to make a deal that he might later break, he needed to gain her cooperation. He couldn't allow Bryce to end up as king, so in the end he might actually end up giving her his vote anyway. He shook her hand, and with that, the meeting had concluded. As long as no problems arise between now and when the voting starts, this will be our last meeting, Quinn. Whatever you do, be careful to survive until then, Cindy told him as he was the last to leave. Quinn was unsure if it meant to be a threat or if she was genuinely concerned. Before he had a chance to clarify, the doors had already closed behind him. Soon after leaving the place, one of the leaders who were present in the room approached Quinn just outside the castle, away from the others. He was the one that stayed silent during the whole meeting. It was Fex's father, Lee. Quinn, there is something we need to talk about, something I was unable to say to you before, Lee spoke. Thank you. Thank you for doing everything you could to save Fex. He didn't bow down. Quinn supposed he was too prideful for that, but he didn't care. This was enough. It's fine. Fex is a good friend, and I treat him like family. How is Fex doing anyway? Quinn asked. How long have I been here? He wondered. His head had been ringing with pain upon waking up. It had been dull but constant, without any signs of stopping any time soon. No matter how hard he tried to think about how he got into his current situation, he was unable to remember a single thing from before he woke up. Fighting through the ringing pain, he eventually managed to open his eyes. At first, he had seen absolutely nothing. His eyes needed time to adjust to their surroundings. His vision was slightly altered, which could only mean one thing. Right now, he was in a completely pitch-black room. It took quite a bit of time before he started to be able to make out the silhouettes of the things around him. Still, it was a far cry from him being able to see during the day. Where exactly am I? How did I get here? As the ringing suddenly started to dull, he attempted to move his hands. Unfortunately, he quickly realized that they were heavier than they should be. His attempt resulted in the sound of metal scraping across the floor. Moving the other hand and his legs resulted in the same thing happening. He was completely chained up. Ah! He shouted with a hoarse voice, using his mighty strength to pull against the chains, but to no avail. He could only move each of his extremities up to 10 centimeters before his freedom was restricted. At least that annoying ringing in my head has stopped. After having this thought, he suddenly had another shocking realization. My name! What was my name? Why can't I remember something as simple as my name? Then he started shouting in frustration for whoever put him here to come forward. Unsurprisingly, there wasn't anyone who came forward. He was frustrated and wanted to touch his head, but once again the chains stopped him from doing so. Once he noticed that he had forgotten his name, he tried to remember other things about him, only to realize that he was drawing more and more blanks. He was unable to recall his name, his age, his outer appearance, or anything about his past. It was as if his life had just begun a few moments ago when he had opened his eyes. His heart started beating louder and louder as he started to panic, and the walls appeared to start closing in on him from his perspective. Ah! He shouted again, stomping his foot on the floor so hard that part of the ground had risen. It broke? This time, grabbing two hands, he proceeded to tug at the chains as hard as he could. He could see that they were attached to a wall further down. However, as long as they were made of the same material, he believed his almighty strength should be enough to break free from them as well. He pulled and pulled. Sweat was dripping down his face, and eventually, blood started to drip from around the cuffs of the bracelet the chains were attached to, and eventually, he had to stop. It's useless. It feels like those chains will never break. He checked himself. His body appeared to be in fine condition, not counting his self-inflicted injuries at least. There were no markings on him whatsoever, and there were no clues as to who he was. He got some comfort from at least wearing clothes, yet they were too simple to give him any information about himself. The only thing that he found noteworthy was that he had a single earring on his left ear, but no weapons to use to break out of the room. Well, whoever trapped me in this place can't be that stupid, but surely I had to have come in somehow. He started to think. He walked towards where the chains were attached to the wall. He brushed his hands against the wall and could feel slight bumps in the rock and a certain watery smell. Is the wall made out of stone? Then, listening in carefully and placing his head against the wall, he could also hear the sound of what appeared to be running water. Am I in a cave of some sort? If there's running water, then that means there has to be an exit somewhere. Still, as he tried to move around, touching the sides of the cave walls that he was in, the chains would only allow him to go so far. Once again, his frustration peaked, and he attempted to pull out his hair, something that seemed to be a habit of his, despite him lacking any memories of it. While doing so, he had swung his arms up, and the blood from his wrists around the cuffs hit his earring. At that moment, it started to light up. The earring detached itself from his lobe and fell to the ground. A white light started to take shape until eventually he could see its full form. A pig? Idiot, I'm a bull. Can't you get this right after all these years? Haven't you punished me enough by naming me Ham because of this misunderstanding? I clearly have a ring on my nose marking me as a bull, Ham complained as he started to fly around with his bat wings in circles out of frustration. You came from my earring. What? No, who are you? Do I know you? Do you know me? He asked, clinging on to hope. So they really did succeed. I couldn't see clearly what had happened. I could only hear voices, but there was no time to help you. All right, let's bring you up to speed. Your name is Fex, and you're my... Ham paused for a second as he recognized that this was a golden opportunity. And you're my servant. Yes, I, the mighty Ham, am you, master. Fex's face told Ham that he clearly wasn't buying that. I have the power to crush the ground with my bare feet. You're saying I'm the servant of a little pig? Sorry, Bull. No, I meant Ham. I doubt I would be that pathetic, Fex replied in disdain. Fine, I was just joking. You're not my servant, but we're really close in rank. Like you're just barely above me, so you have to treat me with respect, okay? Ham clarified. Even though Fex was unable to remember the little bull, he was aware that he might be his only chance of getting out of this place. Sure. Say, if you know who I am, then you must know someone who could help me from the outside, right? Fex asked. Ham thought about it for a while, and he quickly recalled one particular person who had already risked their lives to save Fex in the past. He hadn't even asked for anything in return, so it was likely he would do it again. Yeah, Quinn. Quinn will definitely come if I call him, Ham answered excitedly, and his wings started to flap with excitement. Well, whoever it was, they captured me alive, so they must have a use for me. Otherwise, they would have just killed me. At some point, they'll have to check up on me or at least come to feed me, Fex stated. All you need to do is wait for the door, window, or whatever it will be to open, and then fly out of here as quickly as you can. Go call Quinn and lead him back to this place. Ham nodded. For once, his master was relying on him, and he would do whatever he could to help. The two of them waited patiently to proceed with their plan. They were unable to tell just how long they had waited and how much longer they would have to. Without anything better to do, Ham started to fill Fex in about his past himself. Eventually, Fex's hearing allowed him to hear the sound of approaching footsteps somewhere, but in the cave it was hard to locate. Ham immediately flew upward, so he would soon be outside the newcomer's perception. Soon enough, a part of the cave wall moved to the side. For a moment, Fex was happy that their plan had proceeded smoothly. That was until he saw that what had come inside didn't look the least bit like a human. No, it was far too large, and it bared its teeth in its direction. Its eyes were those of a monster, and its skin was tight with bulging muscles. Seeing this thing, Fex could only think of one thing. It's so ugly with no hair. As soon as the creature stepped forward, Ham immediately used the chance to slip through the gap it had come from. Luckily, the creature mistook the bull for a bat on account of his wings. Ham continued to fly through the cave, swirling, noticing that it wasn't a regular cave. There was a whole civilization living here, with many beasts that looked just like the one that had entered. Ham didn't have time to look at them. He needed to find a way out. Unable to see a way, he resorted to following the sound of running water. A few minutes later, he shot outwards, finally exiting the cave. Looking back, he saw that he had actually been behind a waterfall. Fex, I will come back for you. Quinn will save you, just like he did before. I know he will, Ham thought, flying off into the distance, towards the vampire settlement. After Fex had instructed his direct family members on how to create a soul weapon, Lee Sanguinus was unsure what to do with that information for a while. It certainly was something that could be used to improve the position of their entire family on the council, especially after what had happened. Due to past incidents, the Sanguine's family had a reputation for being a bit unreliable. However, Lee didn't care about that. After considering what to do with it for a long time, he decided that the best course of action was to share this information with the king, or at least with Dwight, who could pass it on. This way, it would be up to the king to decide what to do with it. However, there was a problem with this method. Lee and Silver felt like this wasn't their information to share. This was a significant discovery that would fundamentally alter the vampires as a race, even though Fex had permitted them to do so. It was guaranteed that the king would honor the responsible person with rewards and titles. They wanted Fex to deliver this news and receive his glory, but Fex was officially no longer a member of the 13th family. They hoped that his contribution might sway the king into overturning their decree, so that he might enjoy being part of the 13th family once again. Still, Silver had disagreed with her father's idea. She had the impression that Fex would probably stay with the 10th family with all of his friends, even if the expulsion from the 13th family were reversed as a result of this discovery. Nevertheless, she agreed that Fex should be the one to deliver the news and receive the reward. Silver had intended to inform Fex of their choice and to ask him a few questions as she made her way over to the 10th family castle. Although she had not yet reached the point where she could successfully create a blood weapon, she had already been secretly practicing the technique. She saw no issue with getting a head start on the competition, since the information would eventually become public anyhow. That's when she met Leo in the 10th castle. Leo was a bit dumbfounded by her request. "I'm sorry, but did you just ask for Fex? I'm sure the last I spoke with Quinn, he informed me that the two of them had gone off to the 13th castle, but that was around a week ago." "Please, I know you're blind, but you don't have to joke about not seeing him," Silver replied. However, Leo's face was dead serious. "I assure you I'm not joking. As you should be aware, a vampire knight's duty includes being aware of who is in and out of these castle walls. Ever since the day he left, he had yet to return. Quinn mentioned that he might enjoy staying with his family for a while, so we've been under the impression he was with you, but it appears that's not the case?" Silver's heart started beating rapidly as she started to have flashbacks to her brother's position before. "That's impossible. He left on the same day he arrived, and it was already over a week ago. Where could he be if the 10th family doesn't know where he is, and he hasn't given anyone an update on his location?" Silver was usually composed in all circumstances, or at least Leo had never seen her act out. Her aura was normally firm and strong, staying close to her body, yet he could see that it shifted like a wild beast, with her hand shaking, causing the sword in its sheath to rattle. "Fex is strong enough to take care of himself. I believe he's safe wherever he is. Nobody should have any reason to go after him unless they want to go after Quinn. Together we have a good chance of finding him. I can see that you can't, and you can see what I can't. He must have gone missing at some point between you and our castle." Leo tried to talk her down. "It's okay," Silver replied, taking a deep breath. "You are a vampire knight, and you have your duties to attend to. I will search for him by myself." Before she could leave, Leo quickly placed his sword on the ground in front of her. "It's exactly because I am a knight that I will accompany you. Have you forgotten that Fex is also a member of the 10th family? We have another vampire knight now, and he's doing a pretty good job. I would say he is more suited for doing paperwork, whereas a case like this is more of my specialty." Leo smiled. Wanting to find out what had happened to her brother, she stopped refuting Leo's willingness to help, and the two of them rushed off. The 10th house and the 13th house weren't very far apart, so there wasn't much to search for in terms of the vampire settlement. There were only 2 castles on the way between them. It also wouldn't make sense for Fex to deliberately take a roundabout route. Looking around, they both walked different paths that he might have taken several times. Silver was having a hard time, and she was just pulling anyone she could see around the areas and questioning them. "Have you seen a gelled, black-haired boy, the previous descendant of the 13th family?" Silver almost shouted, scaring those around. "No, I haven't. I don't know," the scared man in front of her answered, making himself small, afraid he might get hit for being unable to help. Her techniques weren't the best, and all it had accomplished was clear the area they were searching in, reducing the number of people they could ask if they had seen Fex. She knew she was acting rashly, but she just couldn't help it. "I thought he wouldn't get targeted again. Why would they even attempt to use him? Even if they're after Quinn, they could have used anyone else. No, I should have walked back with him, but I thought he wasn't a child. He was a strong adult. The only ones that could have made a move on him would be one of the other leaders or one of their vampire knights, she realized. When the crowd dispersed, it actually allowed Leo to discover something. The vampire settlement consisted of mostly a stone floor area. There were houses spread throughout, and streets placed all over the place with shops and market stalls. There weren't any clear roads or places one could go to. Overall, it appeared as if they had been constructed without any prior planning to it. The two of them had chosen to look for Fex between a path with several streets that would go between the two castles. With Leo's special ability, he could see something on the stone pavement below. He hadn't noticed it before because the aura had been too weak. What is this? Leo wondered, as it looked like a vampire's aura, but for some reason it had remained on the floor. Silver came over, bent down and took a closer look. The stone was slightly red, and when she tried to place her finger on it, it had already dried out. It's blood, she assessed. The blood still has an aura but is dry, which means it must have come from someone with quite a lot of energy to still have that much energy last that long, Leo concluded. He began looking around and eventually found another spot with that aura on the ground. It eventually led the two down a dark hallway between several houses, following them like breadcrumbs. It was already dark thanks to no sunlight, but the houses had covered every little light source with beast crystals and more. Your aura tells me that you want to immediately rush in, but it would be more fruitful if you allow me to go in first, in case they are in a special place, Leo advised, slowly walking inside. Silver forced herself to fight her wish to rush in. She endured the wait for half a minute before she slowly followed behind him. The aura on the floor and the blood splatters grew increasingly larger until Leo could finally make out the source of the aura. He put his sword away after turning a corner through the alleyway. Who would do this? Leo thought. When Silver looked at who it was, she too couldn't believe someone could do this. A body had been spread around on one of the alleyway walls, pinned against the back of a house. Both hands and legs had been hammered in to prevent it from falling. The blood was dripping from each wound, and it looked like they were unable to heal. She's still alive. Quick, get someone to help us heal her while I help her down, Leo instructed, as he chopped the large head off the nail, and then the two of them had no choice but to pull her off. It must have hurt immensely, but there were no cries of pain due to how close to death the person already was. When Silver brushed the bloody hair away from her face, she recognized who it was. Kaz? It came as a surprise when they discovered Kaz instead of Fex while searching, but in all honesty, Silver had been concerned that perhaps her brother had been the source of the blood trails. She was a little relieved after seeing Kaz the way she was. Soon, though, her mind went back to being the vampire knight she was, following her duty as she should be. It looks like she's really badly hurt, and if she's still alive, she will need help immediately, Silver stated while looking at the amount of blood in the alleyway. In a situation like this, it would be best to take her to the first castle, since she belongs to that family to get treated. Especially since she's a vampire knight, it might be best to take her to the second family, but Bryce would raise a fuss if anyone did that, so the only choice is to take her back to the first. The only problem is... Silver hesitated for a few seconds. She wanted Leo to take Kaz back, but knew that it wouldn't be such a good idea due to the relationship between the two families, and that Leo might not know the correct procedures. Bryce was a person who got quite offended at certain things, which might even have caused a conflict while he was there. Leo's straightforward personality, which spoke his mind and did what he believed was best, wouldn't be good in a situation like this one. You take her. I will continue to see if there are any more clues around here. Besides, maybe when she wakes up, you can ask her what she knows, Leo replied, knowing full well what was on her mind. With a quick nod, Silver was already gone, carrying away Kaz and heading to the first castle. Leo continued to look around, wondering if there were any different signs of aura around the place, but the only thing he could see was the blood of Kaz. Kaz is a vampire knight, and she is strong, yet someone was able to completely overpower her to the point where there were no signs of struggle. If there was a fight between her and someone else, then there should at least be injuries from one of them, yet there are none. Someone would have seen something or heard something. It's almost as if the person had already managed to subdue her somehow, and this was the result. The question is, why not kill her to leave a trail? So that Bryce wouldn't know. Having fought this close, shouldn't the vampire connection have gone off? And the way she was pinned up there, it was like a message. The question is, for whom? What this also implied, though, was that if Fex was involved in this somehow, he was safe, as there weren't any signs of his blood around here either. Closing his eyes, Leo decided to increase the range of his ability. He could make it so that he could see the auras and everything around him from a bird's eye-like view. At that moment, Leo could sense something from above. He had noticed something odd, a bat-like shape flying through the sky.
"I finally made it. Now to the 10th castle,"
Ham said, covered in sweat, huffing and panting. Silver had eventually made it to the first castle, and it was safe to say that the guards at the gates didn't make it easier for her to enter. "Move aside, you idiots! I have your vampire knight in my own hands. Will you be responsible for her death? What would you tell Bryce if he was to hear of his daughter's death, all because you wanted to do your checks?" As she finished her words, none other than the person's name she had just mentioned appeared. It was like he had responded to his name. He had his cane held in both hands, and the veins were seen bulging on his hand. "Who?" he shouted, hitting his cane against the floor. It was so powerful that it caused the guards around them to fall to the floor. "Who has attempted to attack a knight of the first family?" At first, Silver thought maybe Bryce was upset due to his daughter being hurt, but she could tell based on his actions now and her father's in the past. This man was just upset that someone had dared to go against his family. Handing her over, Kaz was quickly rushed into the castle while Bryce continued to stare at Silver. He didn't even turn to look as Kaz's beaten body went past him. "Is he waiting for me to say something? I need to find out what happened. I need to speak to Kaz when she wakes up." But the pressure coming from Bryce's body was immense. "Vampire Knight, Silver Sanguinus, reporting from the 13th family." Silver started her formal greeting by bowing down. "I discovered Kaz between the 10th and 13th castles, just outside of the 12th. I am unaware of what happened to her, but brought her here immediately. From a scene, it looks like she has been in that condition for a while." Even after mentioning this, the expression on Bryce's face didn't change, and she was wondering if he even cared about her at all. "I will confirm what you say with her when she wakes up, but if it's not true..." Bryce stopped there. He didn't need to say anything else and just turned around. "Wait, sir," Silver shouted, and when Bryce turned back and she could see his face, the word she wanted to ask wouldn't come out. She wanted to be the first to ask Kaz a question, but it was clear he thought of her as a suspect and would never allow it. "When she wakes up, and if she's okay, would you please inform me? I'm worried about her. I and she are the same age and grew up together after all," she said, and turned back around, heading towards Leo, hoping he at least found something. While Bryce continued to walk, he was placing his walking stick harder and stronger into the ground. It was digging into the ground as if it was made of butter. "I sent Kaz to go grab Fex, hoping to see how far this little development of his blood weapon had come, and now Kaz returns like this," Bryce thought. "Did the 10th leader plan ahead? Did he plant something so none of his people could get hurt? If it is him, are you trying to start a war, kid? It won't be the same this time. It won't be the same at all." When Kaz finally was able to get treatment, the medical team at the first castle found that she wasn't actually as badly hurt as she looked. It was more made to look that way. The wounds on her hand and feet had healed once she had been removed from the wall. But her energy was gone, and she was feeling incredibly weak for some reason. The staff was unable to find out why, but eventually Kaz regained some of her energy and started to wake up. "Quick, inform the leader," a member of staff shouted. Moving slowly, Kaz started to touch her head and touch several other parts of her body.
Buddy.
"You must have been through a lot. Don't worry, the leader will be here to see you soon." Kaz looked at the girl beside her who was treating her, still squinting her eyes as if in pain. The staff found it a little strange, since she no longer had any injuries on her, so they were trying to figure out what she was exactly suffering from. "Who are you?" Kaz asked. The staff member smiled. "Don't worry, I just work in the castle. I don't expect anyone to remember who I am. You are a busy person. You just get some rest." However, that wasn't what she meant at all. When the door swung open, Bryce entered the room, and everyone had stepped aside, allowing him to pass. He walked, and everyone kept their heads down, bowing to the first leader. Eventually reaching the bed, Bryce looked at Kaz. "What happened?" he asked. "The same as always." He didn't even ask about her condition or how she was feeling. The leader is always straight down to business, but this is what makes him a strong leader, the staff members thought. From her bed, she looked at him up and down a few times, and the squint in her eyes still remained. "What happened? I don't know," she paused. "I know you must have saved me, but please tell me, who are you?" Kaz asked. Standing just outside the second castle were Lee and Quinn. The other leaders had already left the area, and Lee had waited for Quinn to come out, as he wanted to pass on a message to the 10th family leader. It was something important, something he had been hiding inside of him for a long time. However, when Quinn popped the question about Fex, a strange look of confusion appeared on Lee's face. "What do you mean? Shouldn't you know better than I how he is doing? I know you're busy as a leader these days, but didn't you just state that you were done?" Lee asked in bewilderment. Quinn was silent for a moment as he put two and two together. "Fex is no longer at your place, is he? When exactly was the last time you saw your son?" Quinn asked back. Lee was now starting to get worried. He told Quinn that it was already more than a week ago. If both leaders thought that Fex was with the other and he had gone missing, just what could have happened to him? A shadow swiftly formed around Quinn's hand, and he immediately popped the mask onto his face to get in contact with the castle. He tried his best to suppress his rising fury that someone was messing with his best friend, and by extension, with his family at such a crucial time. It was important for him to not overreact before finding out all the details. On the other end, Paul was the one who answered the call. He found it a bit odd that he had to wear a mask to communicate, since he was sure Logan could have just as easily created some smaller and simpler devices for them to use. However, his request had been denied. The mask had already become a trait for those close to the family circle. Furthermore, aside from communication, it had some other features as well, such as the ability to cancel out the noise from spreading to the outside. If one were to stand close, one would be unable to hear what the user wearing the mask was saying. This could be activated or deactivated at will. "Has there been any news in regards to Fex since he has gone to visit his family? For example, anyone that's seen him ever since?" Quinn asked. "Not quite the latter, but there was a silver-haired girl that had come to the castle earlier. She wanted to see him. Shortly after that, Leo told me to take charge since he accompanied her to investigate. They only set out a while ago, you just missed them. He hasn't reported back, so I doubt they've found anything yet," Paul answered. Hearing that Leo was on the case already alleviated Quinn's worries a little. He was the perfect man for tracking people with his ability. Nevertheless, Quinn couldn't figure out why someone would have gone after Fex. If it was to blackmail him, shouldn't they have contacted him by now? Perhaps this is a ploy against his dad, but Lee looks like he has been oblivious to Fex's disappearance up until a few moments ago. Who are they and what do they want then? Realizing just thinking wouldn't solve the problem, he called out to Leo through the mask. His vampire knight informed him that he was looking around the area with Silver, trying to find any clues, but they had been unsuccessful so far. "He's missing," Lee mumbled while clenching his fist. "Did someone go after him because of the blood weapon technique they discovered, or is this some ploy to influence the next king's election?" Lee thought. "Quinn, did Fex tell you or anyone else about the blood weapon technique he recently learned?" Lee asked Quinn, who had been busy fiddling with his mask. "No, I was the one who—" Quinn stopped for a second, as he realized there was one person that knew about it. Kaz! When Fex used the technique successfully, there was one time that Kaz saw him. "It has to be Bryce," Lee shouted. "He knows that I have already decided to cast my vote against him. If he knows about the blood technique, then he has two reasons to capture Fex. It's his way of telling me to vote for him, and he can get even more power for himself." Lee was furious, and Quinn could feel the heat of energy coming off of his body. "I have to return to my castle. I will try to gather as much as I can and find Fex," Lee informed the others before storming off. "Bryce, why does he keep doing things like this?" Quinn was beyond angry. "Vincent, you said he wouldn't get involved, that it was too important at this time. So why would he go after Fex? I trusted you." "Quinn, listen to me. I think you and Lee are both acting rash here. To me, it just doesn't make sense. Things might have changed in the time I've been away, but Bryce should still be a smart person. He wouldn't do something like this since the risk of him being found out is also great. Think about it. Even if he were to use it and succeed, once it came out, his authority as the king would be greatly undermined," Vincent argued. "Even if I'm wrong, you're still playing into his hands by getting angry and attacking him. Without any proof connecting it to him, you will be just a young leader who has rebelled. We must find that proof first. I suggest you meet with Dwight and inform him of this news. I'm sure it will help him greatly, and maybe he can convince you." Quinn was taking some deep breaths before calming down again. He asked Paul to put in a request to meet Dwight, but before that, just in case anything else had happened, Quinn decided to head back to the castle. Once there, he immediately called for an emergency meeting with the main group in his family.
His first priority was to find out if anything else had happened to the others that he had been unaware of. He was still trying to figure out whether this was a ploy against him, Fex, or Lee. With everyone gathered, Quinn insisted that if anyone was to leave the group in the future, they needed to do so in at least a group of 5. This was said before, but he told them this again to get it through their heads. In cases where this wasn't possible or if someone wasn't willing to, Quinn decided that the minimum requirement to leave would be to have someone accompany them who knew the shadow ability, and that the chaperone would have to keep it slightly active at all times. This way, when something unexpected happens, Quinn can get to their position quickly when needed. At least Leo still had returned to the castle, and there had been no updates from their end, but at least the request for Quinn to see Dwight had been quickly approved. Quinn brought Sia and Nate with him as he left the castle to ensure that everything went as smoothly as possible. He wanted the other leaders to honor their earlier promise as soon as possible. He was worried that if he didn't collect his benefits now, then after fulfilling his part of the deal by voting against Bryce, they might just change their mind and go back on their word. As such, he decided that on the way to the king's castle, he would be the one to escort Sia and have Nate as backup, at least inside the castle. Soon enough, they stood outside of the second castle, having arrived with no problems. "What are we doing here?" Sia asked, feeling a little strange without Layla or any of the other girls next to her. "Do you remember me promising you that I would do my best to get your memories back? Well, the second family leader, Cindy, has an ability that just might help you. At our meeting earlier, one of my demands was that she would do her best to help you," Quinn explained, and for the first time, he smiled at her. He sincerely hoped that his guilt for hurting her life would go away if this turned out to be successful. "Nate, I have to go, but remember, keep your shadow active at all times, and contact me via the mask if anything suspicious happens. Don't leave the castle until I return," Quinn ordered. Nate responded with a playful salute, and Quinn was off in his shadow. "Well, pretty lady, why don't we head inside?" Nate suggested playfully, placing his hand out towards the castle's entrance. Arriving at the king's castle, Quinn was forced to undergo the same procedure as last time, before the guards led him to the same dining room as before. As soon as the other guards had left, Quinn immediately told the royal vampire knight about Fex and what Lee believed to have happened. However, he didn't mention the blood weapon technique, only that Lee suspected Bryce might have done this to influence Lee's vote for the next king. "I see, but this doesn't sound like something Bryce would do at all," Dwight replied to Quinn's dismay. "I looked into him, especially since I suspected he had been working with the bloodsuckers. However, I found no such thing. I know you hate him, but blackmailing really isn't something that would work against the leaders. Honestly, I'm stumped as to why someone would have taken Fex. I know you're worried and wish to find him, and I hate to say this, but we need more information before we can go around pointing the finger, which is why I haven't done that myself either," Dwight explained. This type of answer wasn't good enough for Quinn, not when one of his best friends was involved. Since neither side had heard from him in more than a week, Quinn had the impression that the longer it went on, the less chance there was of them finding him. After exiting the king's castle, Quinn felt like the meeting had been nothing but a giant waste of time. He had been doing everything by following Vincent's advice so far because he felt the vampire by his side knew better, but now he was starting to have serious doubts about whether that was really the case or not. On his way out, he saw a large man in black armor, who appeared to have been waiting for him. It was the ninth leader, Muka Fortuna.
"I have heard what has happened to Fex," Muka bowed. "I came here to meet you, Quinn. There isn't a doubt in my mind that the person who is behind this is Bryce. I know Dwight has his ways of doing things, but I feel like we are going to lose this battle if we are playing by the rules while our opponents aren't."
Honestly, Quinn couldn't agree more, especially when the rules were working against him at the moment. "So what do you suggest?" Quinn asked.
"Dwight needs evidence, and I can only imagine there has to be something in the first castle. Unfortunately, my skills, body frame, and abilities don't make me the ideal person for such a thing. You, on the other hand, were gifted the power of the shadow. Find the proof we require in the castle, and you might even come across Fex there," Muka suggested.
"Don't listen to him, Quinn. Remember Dwight's words, don't trust anyone," Vincent warned. "Don't you find it awfully suspicious that he appeared just after you met with Dwight?" Quinn felt as though he was at a crossroads because he had always been treated unfairly as a human and is now being treated the same as a vampire. He didn't want to be used as a mere pawn any longer. He would find out things himself. The second family was very welcoming to both Nate and Sia, despite their sudden arrival at such a late hour. It was quite clear they were outsiders, yet they were still greeted with waves and smiles. As they were being escorted through the inner castle area, more and more eyes from those living within fell on them. "This is great," Nate grinned as he waved back. He felt less like a chaperone who had tagged along, and more like a hero who had just slain a big monster threatening the populace. "Ugh, you're so predictable. You know, being desperate isn't going to help you get a girlfriend. We girls can sense that kind of thing. You being extra nice just makes you seem clingy and wrong," Sia commented on his behavior. However, Nate was currently too happy to let Sia's words bring his mood down. The grin on his face continued to grow. Several girls had already come up to him, handed him flowers, and some had even pecked him on the cheek. If anything, they were a little too welcoming, not that Nate was complaining. In fact, he was already looking forward to boasting about it to his friends once they returned. The two of them were aware that Quinn had made some type of deal with the second family leader. Based on their current treatment, they could only suspect that it would be to vote for her in the upcoming election. While looking around and passing through, Sia began to notice some things. Perhaps it was because she was actively ignoring the fool beside her, although he was actually the one who indirectly provided her with the hint. Nate's appearance was a stark contrast to the vampires. As they could see, the inner castle area housed many females, yet they appeared to lack any males. Sia only saw 2 male children, none older than 12. "Layla said the second leader was nice to her, so I guess I'm just overthinking things," Sia tried to reason. "Perhaps the men are all just inside?" Eventually, they had been escorted just outside the doors of the leader's throne room. A knock announced their arrival, and soon after, the doors were opened up to reveal a beautiful woman wearing her usually large black dress. "You must be Sia from the 10th family, right? It appears that the boy failed to mention that he would be sending me such a cutie like you," Cindy complimented her guest. The girl's cheeks immediately became a few shades redder, but before she could hide, Cindy grabbed both her hands together as if she had just received a gift. It's nice to meet you," Sia quickly bowed. Come in. Please sit down while I get you a drink. I'd like to talk with you for a bit before we'll try to help you in any way I can." Sia was a bit overwhelmed by Cindy's openness, but seeing as this might be her only chance to recover her memories, she walked through the large double doors. Nate was just about to follow behind her when he was suddenly stopped by a single finger on his forehead. "I'm sorry, but this pertains to my ability, which is a bit special. You should understand that I wouldn't want others to know too much about me. Besides, I'm sure your lady friend would also want some things to remain private," Cindy stated. Although her tone was nice, Nate felt that this wasn't a suggestion, but more of a command. "I know the boy has asked you to be her bodyguard, but I will take good care of her. Feel free to wait outside or ask some of my family members to entertain you." Usually, Nate would have looked at him just and told me that I have to look after Sia at all times, and that's what I've come here to do. Either I go in there with her or we will both leave. Nate stood his ground. The finger on his forehead turned into a flick, and he was sent flying across the room, skidding across the floor. Eventually, he regained his footing and started to rub his head as he felt blood trickling down. All that from a flick? These leaders are no joke, Nate thought. "Now, don't you go make the girl's decision for her. You should let her decide, right?" Cindy berated him, looking back in Sia's direction, who was already inside the room. Sia looked towards Nate as if his eyes were telling her to disagree and urged her to leave this place altogether. But Sia kept thinking about her memories. She had done so much to try to get them back, and now she was so close to achieving her goal. She couldn't just turn back now. "I'm sorry, Nate, but I need to know." The last thing Nate saw was Cindy closing the door with a smirk on her face as Sia continued to walk further into the throne room. "Should I call Quinn?" "No, I'll stay here and keep my shadow active. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt, and we'll try to enter again in half an hour. If they don't reply or come out, then I'll act." Nate decided as he stood with his back facing against the wall, hoping to hear whatever was happening inside. The second family's throne room was unique, as they had plenty of beds placed on each side, and the throne was at the very back. It looked more like a hospital than anything else. Sia was asked to lie down on one of the beds at the very back, next to the throne, while Cindy remained standing. "The boy told me that your memories have been wiped and that you wish to get them back. Now I would like to hear your version of that. Is what he said true?" Cindy asked. "Yes, although he was the one who wiped them. I just want to know who I was before I met them," Sia answered in a soft voice.
Interesting. I didn't take him for the type to bully young girls. I have to say I'm quite intrigued by what made him wipe your memories now. But first, there are a few questions I need to ask you. Cindy went on asking about how old she was when her memories had been removed, and what she could remember, if anything, from before the incident. With all that information, she could see whether or not she was able to help or not. At the same time, she decided to record what was happening on a small electronic device the size of a finger. "So, can you help me?" Sia asked, her eyes filled with water. She looked at Cindy as if this didn't work, then she decided that she would no longer attempt to get her memories back. From then on, she would just live her current life and forget about the past. "I can help you," Cindy answered as she handed the poor girl a handkerchief.
Nice.
Having expected bad news, the tears in her eyes started to really fall. "You really mean it? I will really remember who I was?" Tears had already started to flow from her cheeks as she felt like her journey would be over. "However, there is a catch. The reason why I can bring your memories back is because I will reverse your mind to the time before they were taken. You will revert to your past from around a day before you lost your memories. In other words, everything that has happened to you after that will be gone, one day before they were removed. Putting it more bluntly, it wouldn't be too wrong to say that the current you will cease to exist. You won't even remember who I am, so are you absolutely sure you want to go through with this?" When asked the question, Sia started to think if there were any memories worth keeping, and the only one she could think of was her time spent with Layla, but it was so short. All her memories only added up to a year. In her mind, getting her old memories back was worth forgetting that year. Seeing this, Cindy brought up the video recording she had made. "I just recorded everything you said earlier, that you told me about yourself. Once you come back, I'll play it for you." "I'll do it. I have to," Sia nodded, learning that information. Cindy got straight to work and placed both of her hands on Sia's head. A few seconds later, energy was seeping through the palms of her hands, and Sia's eyes started to white out as her mind was being reversed. There was no pain, and the process only took a few seconds. Finally, when Cindy's hands left Sia's head, she could see clearly once again, but she had no clue who the person in front of her was. "Relax, darling, I'm not trying to hurt you. You must be very confused right now, so here, you have a little drink to calm your nerves." Cindy offered her a cup with some dark red liquid. "First of all, you should know that your memories are dated. Someone removed your memories a year ago, and I was asked by a person important to you to try my best to return them. Unfortunately, I'm not all-powerful. While I managed to fulfill your wish of returning your memories, everything that happened to you after you lost them is gone now. I'm sorry, but it's the best I could do." Sia looked around the room, trying to make out where she was. The last place she remembered being at was the inter-tournament, where she had been asked to look out for Layla, and that Quinn and the others were a danger to her. However, at the moment, she was holding the top of her head and squinting badly. She was suffering from a major headache. "What's wrong? Are you in pain? My ability shouldn't affect or hurt the person it's being used on." "No, it's not that," Sia groaned. "Just now I saw a vision. I don't know who you are yet, but for some reason, I saw you in that vision. I saw Quinn killing you." She blurted it out, not really considering the situation. Cindy dropped the cup she had offered Sia. "The Banshee's prediction saw the boy killing me?" Cindy took a moment to calm down a little. Then she asked Sia to clarify what exactly had happened in her vision. Fortunately, a Banshee's vision was merely one of the possible futures, so it wasn't like it was set in stone. Nevertheless, Cindy needed to find out as much as she could about how one of her future selves' demise came to be in the first place. "He felt stronger than last time, but how could a boy like him possess enough power to kill me?" Cindy pondered. "I'm sure you understand that your vision is making me a little nervous after hearing you say that. Could you tell me more about it? Even a tiny little detail could help me avoid such a fate," she requested with a smile. Only unlike earlier, this one was more forced to hide her slight worry. "Of course, only the vision was incredibly short. I saw Quinn with his hands covered in a lot of blood. He was badly hurt, looking like he had been through a rough fight, the kind where one false move could decide life and death. Beneath him was your body, surrounded by a pool of blood. I didn't really see much else other than that. I'm sorry," Sia apologized. Luckily, a pain in her head had just as quickly subsided as it had appeared. After hearing this, Cindy placed her hands behind her back naturally. At the same time, she placed the recording device that had recorded Sia's memories
from before, inside the band that held her dress from the waist down. "Now, could you please tell me where I am and how I got here? Are we back at—" She turned her head a few times, but decided to still ask. "Pure?" Sia whispered. Hearing this, Cindy had come up with an idea. Before reverting her memories, Cindy had made Sia tell her everything the others had told her about her former self and what the supposed reason was for Quinn messing with her memories. Armed with that knowledge, the second family leader told Sia about everything, but she made sure to give the story a dark spin by making a certain person sound far worse than they were. In the end, after already having removed your memories, he chose to turn you, to make sure you would remain loyal to him. He chose to turn you into what he was. It was the same for Layla, but it seems like she has grown quite fond of him, based on what your other self told me. The other you that wanted to save her, show her the error of her ways. The other day, you confided to me that you had a feeling it might have been your mission from Pure to do so. Hearing all of this, especially about where they were now and the part about turning into a vampire, was shocking, but she could tell her body was different. It didn't feel like it belonged to her, like she wasn't quite herself anymore. My mission? Was it to look after Layla? That's probably why I went as far as I have done to stay by her side. I have to complete it and return it to Lucy somehow, Sia thought as she tried to fill in the gaps. Of course, there were some details that hadn't even been recorded on the device, so she was unaware of what had really happened with Quinn or Pure. Quinn, how could you turn both of us? Why did you choose to tell me all this? Aren't you and Quinn on the same side? I mean, both of you are vampires after all, Sia asked the woman. Oh my, so straightforward, getting right to the point. I like it. Well, you are correct in that we are both vampires, and at least for the time being, we should be on the same side. However, Quinn is originally a human, and I just can't bring myself to trust him. By doing you a favor, I was hoping you could help me in return. Although your other self had agreed to my request, it wouldn't be fair to force you to do something you can't even remember. Cindy explained as she patted the girl in front of her lightly on the head. Of course, now that I have heard your version, it's safe to say I no longer trust him as much as I did before. As such, allow me to ask the current you, would you be willing to keep an eye on him for me? Cindy didn't doubt that Quinn would vote for her, as the boy didn't seem the type to easily cross others. Besides, his hatred for Bryce should ensure that they will be on the same side, at least for the foreseeable future. There wasn't anything concrete she wanted Sia to do for the time being, but having Sia act as her eyes and ears would be helpful for a variety of reasons. Most of all, to find out what led to the events of the vision. Why would he attempt to kill her? Around 25 minutes after she had entered the throne room, Sia came out, and the doors behind her were quickly closed, preventing Nate from seeing Cindy again. Hey, are you okay? She didn't do anything strange to hurt you or anything, Nate asked as he looked all over to see if there were any injuries, but also made sure not to touch her. Bug off, Sia replied, slapping Nate's hand away. Come on, just take me back to Quinn. Although Nate didn't like how Sia was treating her, after dealing with the leader, he imagined something must have gone on between the two to annoy her. As such, he chose to ignore it as they both left the castle. In reality, Sia couldn't even remember Nate's name. Cindy had never bothered to learn Nate's name in the first place, so she had merely informed Sia that someone from Quinn's family was already waiting for them. For now, Sia opted to keep the fact that her memories of the past year had been lost a secret. The two of them waited outside, and eventually, Quinn came to pick them up. When he popped out of his shadow, he looked at Sia awkwardly for a few moments. Are your memories back? Do you remember everything again? Everything you wanted to know? Quinn asked, a bit unsure of what outcome he should be hoping for. Of course, Sia nodded happily. Cindy did a great job. Thank you, Quinn, for helping me get back my memories. With no time to waste, Quinn used his shadow travel and was already heading back to the 10th castle. Between the three of them, the journey was silent. Each one had a lot on their mind. Quinn was still undecided about whether to trust Muka or not, but even if he didn't trust him, he definitely didn't trust Bryce. It was also quite likely that the first castle would have something inside of it to bring more light into this confusing mess. Still, it would have to be him to infiltrate the first family because of his own decision, not Muka's. When they finally returned, Quinn spotted something lying in front of the castle doors. It was black and looked like a dead animal, coming out of his shadow. Quinn quickly approached it. What is that? Nate asked. Is it a dead bat? Not wanting to touch it directly, Quinn eventually used his foot to lightly flip it over, revealing a large nose with a ring around it.
That's Ham! Quinn shouted in excitement. He went down and picked him up off the ground. It's Fex's familiar, but what is he doing out here? Did Fex return? Ham was extremely hot and sweaty when Quinn picked him up. He was also unconscious and was not responding to anything they said. A familiar's energy was different from that of a human or a vampire's. Even using ki wouldn't work to wake him. All Quinn could do was place him somewhere safe and hope he would wake up soon, hopefully with some answers. Going inside, he asked Paul about any news regarding Fex. Once again, while there was no direct news, the Vampire Knight received an update from Leo and Silver, and the two of them were currently heading back to the castle. Ham was placed in one of the beds and was kept under watch, with strict orders to inform Quinn as soon as that happened, no matter what time it was. Right now, though, he felt like he could do nothing but wait, either for the news from Paul and Silver or Ham. As long as Ham is still alive, I can be sure Fex is also out there alive. I promise I'll find it wherever you are. Finally, Leo and Silver arrived at the tent castle with some good news. Quinn arrived at the reception of the castle by the entrance, waiting for Leo to arrive. When Quinn saw Leo and Silver, both parties looked a little down. The pair had hoped that Fex might have been discovered by the opposing side, just as Quinn had. This meant that the big news Leo had informed them about was something else. Once they had all gathered, they went to a smaller reception area with a table and a few big sofas. It was a room rarely used, but rather than find something comfy to sit on or look around the place, Quinn was just eager to hear what information might be important enough to make the duo of vampire knights return instead of continuing their search. Only the three of them were present, as Quinn didn't want to get the others involved. By now, everyone in the castle already knew that Fex had gone missing, so they were on pretty strict orders to remain inside. Silver, I'm very sorry that I just heard about Fex today. I was sure he was enjoying his time with you and your father. It's my fault that I hadn't checked up on him earlier. Quinn started the conversation by apologizing, as he fully blamed himself. Lee is now aware of what has happened to your brother and said he is doing everything he can on his side to see if he can find him. I'm going to do the same. Silver nodded but didn't say anything, and the silence just worried Quinn more. When one was silent, they tended to be thinking about something else. It was clear she was worried. Paul said the two of you found something. Will it help us find Fex? It's possible, Leo answered, but it might or might not be fixable. You see, as soon as it became apparent that he had gone missing, we started searching between the two castles, and on our path we managed to stumble upon Kaz. Hearing this name, anger started to rise in him, and Quinn thought his hunch was right, that Bryce was the one behind it all. We found her pinned in an alleyway behind one of the houses. She was severely beaten, and her blood was all over the place. From the looks of things, she had been that way for about a week. The path taken and the timing coincides with when Fex disappeared as well. I have a feeling these two things are linked. Kaz was beaten by someone? How is that possible? She's Bryce's vampire knight, right? Who would even have the power to do that? Just what the hell is going on? I bet you're glad you didn't go storming into Bryce's castle now. Patience is something one learns when they get older, Vincent teased the other. Is this really the right time to give me an I told you so speech? Besides, I listened to you in the end, didn't I? Quinn replied angrily. Then what about Kaz? Is she in any condition to tell us what happened to her? Or did you find anything else? Quinn asked. She was too weakened when we found her. To avoid any misunderstanding, the first thing we did was have Silver return her to the first castle to heal her injuries. I checked if there have been any reports, but for some reason it looks like Bryce hasn't reported what was happened to his first vampire knight yet. Judging by his character, he will try to find out who did this himself. I also wanted to ask Kaz what happened, but she hasn't left the castle yet. And I have no idea of her current condition, so it means we are still stuck and have no idea of what happened to Fex, Silver said, with her head held down. Not quite, Quinn smiled. I didn't want to say anything to you guys beforehand because the lead on my end isn't in better condition than Kaz. Still, his existence proves that Fex is at least alive, and he might not even know where he is. They went up to one of the higher floors and arrived in the medical bay of the castle. There were no healers among the vampires, so just like the other rooms, this one was usually empty. Luckily, many of Paul's people knew how to do treatment beyond first aid, and they were currently looking over Ham in the hospital bed. Quinn had asked Linda beforehand to keep watch, since he wasn't willing to take any chances if someone was going to go after one of his people again. That's the flying creature, Leo called out once he recognized its aura. It's Ham!
Silver shouted as she leaned forward, but the person who was looking after Ham quickly stopped her. They say he's very weak at the moment. I found him lying just outside the castle, and he was covered in sweat. I imagine he must have used a lot of energy to get here. I was hoping after some rest he would wake up, but he still hasn't done so. Silver asked permission to check on Ham, and after the personnel explained a few things, Silver started to check all over him with a gentle touch, and finally placed him back down. The look on her face seemed to be more worried than before. Quinn thought seeing Ham would make her feel better, but for some reason, she seemed even more concerned now. It's because of Ham's condition, Vincent explained. Remember, Ham is not a beast or an animal, but a familiar that belongs to another world. Although strong ones like yours can remain in this world, once one makes a contact, their power is linked to their creator. She's worried that his current conditions could be either of two things. Ham is recovering slowly or worsening due to Fex's condition, or it's due to him being too far away. If his condition is getting better but slowly, then it would be the latter. So that's why we can't use ki or blood to heal Ham. The energy familiars use is different. Something linked to our bodies? Correct. With this new information, Quinn wanted to say something. Silver, Ham should wake up soon. He's looking better than he was before, so at least we know Fex isn't hurt, and they've captured him for some reason. We will just have to wait. The problem was, could they really afford to wait? The ceremony for burying the king was soon to begin, and they wouldn't be able to delay it much longer. The three of them were about to leave the room, but Silver requested to stay. She wanted to stay by Ham's side even though she knew she could do nothing. It was just that she wanted to be the first person there when Ham woke up. You can stay here as long as you like, Silver. Just remember to get some sleep. The second we find out where Fex is, we'll punish those who are responsible for all of this, Quinn said. He felt bad, but honestly, with Quinn and Vincent, the two of them couldn't figure out what was happening. A lot of the others were ruling out Bryce as a suspect due to Kaz being attacked, but Quinn felt they had all overlooked one crucial detail. What was Kaz doing there in the first place? Had she been there together with Fex? If that was the case, what had the two been talking about? Back at the ship, he had seen glimpses of Kaz's reaction when she talked about her leader. She was frightened of him, and there were times when Kaz had decided to do things that she felt were right. Did she decide to go against her father? Was Bryce after Fex like Muka claimed? Could she have just been there to try and help Fex? Do you think that is something Bryce could do to his own daughter? Quinn wondered. I wouldn't say it's impossible, Vincent commented. Unlike humans, there are only a few vampires that have a strong bond with their children. In the past, it was considered quite normal for leaders to have multiple wives. By spreading their seeds, they increased the likelihood of creating the strongest vampires possible. It was also agreed that rivalry between siblings would have a good overall effect on their powers. As such, blood relations didn't matter too much. However, it is strange that Bryce hasn't revealed any information about the attack on the first family, a knight at that. If he did, he could try to pin the blame on the other side and use this to grab one of their votes. This game of crowning the next king seems to be getting rather complicated. And we're stuck in the middle, Quinn lamented. Before leaving the room, Quinn looked over Ham and Silver. He felt a slight itch on his back and a deep whisper that he couldn't make out. Did you just say something? Quinn asked. Not unless you can suddenly hear me humming in my own head, Vincent replied. That's weird. Is this stress starting to make me hear things? Quinn wondered as he left the room. The next morning after Ham had arrived, Quinn came to visit the hospital room, where he found Silver looking over Fex's familiar. She hadn't left it, and by the looks of it, she hadn't gotten any sleep either. It's a good thing vampires don't need much sleep, I guess, Quinn thought to himself. Ham hadn't even opened his eyes, so he left the room without even saying goodbye to Silver, who was absorbed in her task. Keep an eye on her and let me know if Ham's condition is getting better or worse, Quinn instructed Linda, who was standing outside the room. Just like Peter, her subclass didn't need any sleep at all, which was also the reason Quinn had specifically chosen her to guard the place. Over in the dining hall, the other students, the old army, and those from the cursed faction were all enjoying breakfast. At the start, everyone had kept to their groups, but as everyone got to know each other and started to get along, eventually their members started to mix and mingle, leading to the creation of new groups between the members. Most prominently, the groups had been split into those consisting of only girls and boys for the meals. At one of the boys-only tables, Nate was currently busy boasting to his peers about how he had been the center of attention when he had been over to the second castle. I'm telling you guys, all the girls were bringing me gifts. They were all over me. Then, making sure no one else was eavesdropping on their conversation, he whispered, "And they're also a little prettier than the girls we have over here." "So you're saying that someone like you, with zero talking skills, who freezes every time a girl comes up to you, with your blocky head, was not only surrounded by pretty girls, but they all seem to be into you?" Alex summed up all of Nate's negatives. "I don't want to call you a liar, but you gotta admit, if you have no chance here, it's hard to believe they would be all so into you over there." "I assume they were just being nice to him." "Who knows? If we were to visit them, they might treat us the same way," Sam theorized. "I mean, we could always go over and have a look." "Did the second leader treat you that way as well?" Peter suddenly perked up. He grounded his teeth against each other as he thought back to the slap he had received from Cindy. "I'm not lying. Everyone over there really did treat me nicely. Well, Cindy was polite at first, I guess. However, once I tried following her and Sia into the throne room, she changed. She tried to convince me to stay out, but when I refused, she flicked me across the room with her finger," Nate explained. "She managed to flick you?" Dennis asked. A lot of them were still wondering just how strong the other vampires were, since they only had the students to use as a benchmark. On the other hand, they at least knew Nate was considered strong among them, and those that had never seen the leaders before were quite surprised. "You shouldn't be surprised. The vampire's treasure is strength above all else. To put it into perspective, each one of them should hold the same power as the leaders of the Big Four." Logan stated this nonchalantly while typing away on his holographic keyboard. He was always a hard worker, and even taking his meals didn't stop him. "You idiot!" Peter slammed the table. "Quinn told you to look over Sia. How could you allow her to be alone with that bitch? What was even the point of sending you with her then? What if something happened?" "Look, I'm sorry, Peter. I was well prepared to go in, but I didn't want to mess things up. We're in the vampire world right now, so I couldn't just barge in on a leader when she was trying to help us. I was at the door the whole time, and if I felt there had been any problems, I would have contacted Quinn immediately," Nate argued back. The others that were at the table stood up, ready to get in between the two if a fight was about to break out, but after giving Nate a derisive look, Peter walked out. "What's his deal? Sia came back fine in the end, didn't she?" Nate pouted. "I even tried opening those doors a bit to eavesdrop, but they wouldn't budge. Was I supposed to try and destroy them because of his hunch?" "He might just be on edge. I know I certainly am," Alex said, his hand shaking. "Think about it. Vex got taken away somehow, and he's strong. At least way stronger than me. Now we're practically on lockdown, forbidden from leaving this place. I don't know about you guys, but being unable to hammer away like I usually do on the ship just doesn't feel like home." The others wanted to say something to brighten the mood after what happened, but many that came from the cursed faction felt the same way. They couldn't imagine living the rest of their lives on this planet. They just hoped that after Quinn finished his business here, they might return to how things were. Two girls hadn't gone for breakfast, Sia and Layla. Right now, the two of them had gathered in Layla's room because Sia wanted to talk with her about something. "So you finally got all your memories back? I guess all that hard work paid off in the end." Layla smiled while grabbing the other's hands. "You went through a lot during those times, and I'm just glad that you're still the Sia that you were. According to Cindy, the two of us are supposed to have grown close. I remember us talking at school a few times, but I didn't really care about Layla back then. It was only because of the mission. However, the way she's acting now, did we really become close friends? If so, I have to help her. Layla, there are still things I'm unsure of. I wanted to talk to you about Quinn. What do you think about him?" Sia asked. Hearing these questions, Layla's cheeks began to redden. "Quinn is he's kind of busy these days, so the two of us didn't have a lot of opportunities to talk in recent times," Layla answered quickly and panicky, but as she started to think of him more, she calmed down. "I don't know how to say it, but he isn't that extraordinary of a person, yet somehow he's managed to do extraordinary things. I guess that's what attracts me and others to him." "Have you ever felt that you were just ordinary? I was okay with the bow. I'm not exactly the smartest. If anything, I was considered below average. But when I look at Quinn, I feel like he's the same, yet despite that, he's managed to climb all the way to his current position." By the way she was talking about Quinn, Sia knew that she had already fallen head over heels for him. "But don't you hate him for turning you? For bringing us to such a dangerous place? Pure could have continued to look after the both of us, and things would have been fine." "You think so?" Layla replied, but she just smiled. "Cindy was right. Layla's already been trapped by him, and the only way to break her out is with Quinn," Sia thought. After the two finished speaking, it was time for them to grab some food as well, and when they opened the door, they encountered Peter, who was walking towards his room. "Sia, don't you dare betray Quinn," Peter thought as he passed the girls. "I made that mistake once, and I won't let him get hurt like that ever again. If I see you try anything funny, I'll end you with my own hands." On the third day after Ham's return, it was safe to say that everyone in the castle was affected by a general feeling of frustration. The tension was high in the air between the regulars that were uninvolved. They were unable to do anything, and even if they did, all eyes were on them. While Silver had remained in the castle, Leo and Quinn had been busy searching the area for any more clues about Fex's location. They searched other areas on top of where Kaz was located, just in case he could be anywhere, apart from the other inner castle areas. Permission would need to be granted to enter. They had also kept in contact with Lee, the 13th leader, but unfortunately, neither side was able to find even the slightest lead. Their only remaining hope was to wait for Ham to wake up. As for Kaz, perhaps she could have shared something with them, but despite 3 days since her rescue, there had been no news from the first castle. It was clear that Bryce was hiding something, which frustrated Quinn all the more, but he understood that it would be a stupid move to act against him. Whoever was behind all of this, Ham's escape must have been beyond their expectation. Getting any sort of information from him would allow them to be one step ahead of the mastermind. Unfortunately, time was working against them. That day, there was a knock at their door. "Quinn, there's someone here to see you," Paul reported as he entered the throne room. The throne room had become Quinn's new resting place. The large glass panel window on the top floor offered a beautiful view when looking outside. It also reminded him of the heavy responsibilities he had as the 10th family leader. "Good, you tell them I'm busy. We don't have a lot of time, and I'm still trying to find Fex," Quinn sighed. "I'm afraid this can't wait," a voice said as they barged into the throne room. The intruder was wearing the royal trim around his uniform, indicating he was a royal guard. He had been waiting outside, but when overhearing Quinn's unwillingness to meet with him, he chose to break protocol. "Quinn Talon, we're aware that your close friend Fex Sanguinus is currently missing. Just like you, our team has been doing its best to discover his current location. However, he no longer holds a high-ranking position, so a large force can't be used to investigate," the guard explained. "Not an important figure?" Quinn shouted. "I don't give a damn if he has a title or not. If you don't want to find him, then stop bothering while I'm trying to." "Quinn," Paul interrupted, "please don't forget, the man is just here to pass on a message from Dwight, so we should at least hear him out." The royal guard was taken aback by the powerful shout. Not only had Quinn been extremely loud, but he had let out his energy outward, waking up all the cells in his body. Even at this moment, they were all vibrating. The guard bowed. "Royal Knight Dwight asked me to pass on the following message. The ceremony for putting the king in eternal slumber will commence tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Each family leader is required to be present with both of their knights. The public will also be eligible to attend the event. Everyone may participate, but after the capacity has been reached, no more people will be let in. The leaders and knights will be part of the ceremony. You will be informed about your duties on the day. For everyone else, the ceremony will start at noon." Once the message was delivered, the royal guard swiftly left. Having to turn up earlier than the others to prepare, Quinn was reminded of a wedding rather than a funeral. At that moment, it really dawned on Quinn that time had run out. As the 10th family leader, he had no choice but to take part, and for whatever reason, they had taken Fex. It would be achieved tomorrow. With this new information, Quinn headed down to the medical bay, where Silver was still sitting in a chair beside Ham. She appeared to not have moved in the slightest ever since she had sat down. "Silver!" Quinn called out, but there was no response. "Hey, Silver!" Quinn shouted, but she only answered after he placed his hand on her shoulder. She turned and looked at Quinn for a brief moment, before her gaze returned to watch over Ham. "Ham's getting better. He's no longer hot like he was on the first day. Now it looks like he's just sleeping, but he still hasn't woken up. Why won't he wake up?" Silver asked, still not diverting her eyes away from the familiar. "I have some news for you. I've just been informed that the ceremony will take place tomorrow. I know as his sister you're just as desperate as me for any news, but you're still the vampire knight of the 13th family. I'm afraid you'll probably have to go back to the 13th family and make preparations with your dad soon. I'm sorry. I'll look over Ham and we'll have someone else here tomorrow. I promise you that they will inform me if anything happens, and I will pass that info to you ASAP." For a while, Silver didn't reply, but Quinn could see she was clenching her fist. Why won't this damn pig wake up?" she screamed.
as she punched the bed, but surprisingly, the punch softened to the point as if she had just touched it. A vampire of her strength should have been able to break a bed with ease, but her energy was completely drained, and soon watermarks could be seen falling onto the bed. Silver was crying. "Damn it! What the hell am I doing? Why am I forced to take part in this crap when I don't care about tomorrow? Why do I still have to deal with this? And why does no one else seem to care that my friend has been abducted?" Quinn thought with anger. Seeing Silver upset like this was just making the anger inside him boil stronger, and the mark on his back was responding in kind. "You desire, I will help." Quinn heard the same voice as last time, and a black mist started to form from his back. Eventually, a black portal opened on the other side of the room, next to one of the beds. Next, large, deathly claws could be seen coming out of them. "What is that?" "A beast! A monster!" The other staff members currently in the room started to panic. "Don't worry, that thing belongs to me," Quinn shouted, hoping to calm them down, but the sheer size of such a creature was too much for them. In the end, Quinn had them leave the room. Seeing the bone claw appear, Quinn didn't know what it wanted to do at this very moment. Usually the bone claw only answered Quinn's darkest desires, so why did it come now? The bone claw, with one of its long, sharp fingers, pointed towards him. "You are filled with anger. I will help you." The bone claw looked down towards Ham for a few seconds, and then started to turn into the same mist that would usually form when it appeared or disappeared, only this time the mark formed on Ham.
Victory is mine!
"Vincent, what is happening?" Quinn asked in wild confusion. "I'm not sure. There are many things we don't understand about the familiar ourselves. This is amazing, though. I wish I could have more time to study the mechanics behind what it's doing, but it looks like the familiar is acting on its own." Once all the mist had gathered into the mark, the little bull's eyes finally started to open. The first person it saw was Quinn. "Quinn!" Ham shouted. "Fex, he's in trouble! You have to save him!" "How long has it been? Being stuck in this goddamn room. It's impossible to tell whether I've been here a day, a week, a month, or longer." Fex cursed internally as he looked blankly at the cave walls. "And worst of all, this is all so boring," he shouted at the top of his lungs. "Come on, where's that ugly bald monster from before? I can't even remember anything about my past, so at least give me someone to keep me company. You don't want me to die of boredom, do you?" However, no matter how much Fex shouted or how often he tried, he didn't get any reaction from his captor's side. "I hope that pig manages to find someone soon. Maybe he already did and I'm just stuck somewhere really far out," Fex pondered. Just as he thought, the doors opened and another creature walked in. It was hard to tell if it was the same one he had seen before, or if each time they came it was a different one with just a similar look. His only company had been these monsters who had come after certain periods of time, feeding him blood. Next to them was always a hooded person with their face wrapped up, ready to take care of him. "What's the bloody point? How many times do you intend to give me blood, only to take it away immediately after?" Fex loudly complained. He was no longer afraid of them. The first few times they had arrived, he had been worried that they had come to finish him off. However, since they merely came to take his blood each time, he soon enough realized that they weren't going to kill him, at least for the time being. "Boy, you have done very well up to this point. Only a few more times, and after that, well, let's just say we haven't decided what will happen." The person answered for the first time as they went over to inject Fex with a syringe. The tube was large, so they took quite a lot of his blood. As soon as he was within reach, Fex jerked his arm, hoping to whack his hand and hit the syringe away, but just like all the other times before, he failed. The accompanying bloodsucker had grabbed onto one of his arms, while the hooded person grabbed onto the other. Their strength was enough to overpower him, preventing him from moving even an inch. He was forced to endure their bizarre treatment once more. When they were done, he left the cave, leaving Fex on his own again. "Hey, where are you going?" Fex shouted. "If you can talk, then at least tell me what you need my blood for. Answer me!" Fex continued pulling against the chain, but it continued to be in vain. At the 10th castle, Ham had just woken up, and the first words had been an appeal to Quinn to help Fex. They had all known that Fex was in trouble, but deep down they had been hoping that it might have all been some sort of misunderstanding and something else was going on. "Quinn, please help Fex, please," Ham urged him, flapping up and down, hovering just above the bed. "Ham, please calm down first. We don't want you to tire yourself out again. You've been out for days already. If you want us to save Fex,
Tell us everything that happened to Fex, Quinn instructed the familiar. But you don't understand, Ham continued to panic, instead of calming down. He said calm down, Silver shouted, as she placed her hand on top of Ham's head and forcefully pushed him back onto the bed. She had made sure to keep herself in check, yet the frustration was making her do strange things. Still, the effectiveness spoke for itself. All right, Ham, do you know where Fex is? What happened to him? Quinn asked. Fex, well, I don't know where exactly that place is, but it's not in the vampire settlement. It took me days to reach here by flying. I was so tired, but I continued as I was worried about Master, Ham revealed, on the verge of tears. But I can show you. I remember the way there. Let me guide you and take you back. Only we have to hurry. Fex is trapped in a cave and chained up. If I've been out for a few days, I don't know if he's still alive. Ham started to burst out in tears. Stop being so silly, Silver replied, annoyed, and flicked the familiar's forehead. If Fex was dead, you would no longer be here. If he's far away, it's no wonder we couldn't find him. Do you know who captured him? Have you seen what exactly happened after he left the 13th castle? After realizing that Fex must be still alive, Ham started to calm down, lying in the soft, comfy bed. I'm sorry. At the time when Fex was taken away, I was hanging around back in our world. It's been a while since he called for me, so I was just relaxing. However, I could tell something strange was going on. My porky sense was tingling. I didn't see what took him or what happened. I just know he ended up in a cave filled with bloodsuckers. Hearing this, Leo's ears perked up. He came into the room after hearing Ham had woken up. Those must be the vampire beasts that attacked the 10th castle, Leo concluded. So Dwight was right, Quinn commented. Someone is working with them, and for some reason they're after Fex. But why? Ham, are you absolutely sure you don't know anything else? Anything that could give us some clues? Ham gulped before answering. I don't know what happened to Fex. I couldn't even ask him. For some reason he's forgotten everything. He's forgotten about who he is and how he got there. He's forgotten about his family, and he couldn't even remember you, Quinn, which was why, when I escaped, I came towards you for help. He can't remember anything? Are you sure about that? Silver shouted. Look, he didn't even know who I was when I appeared before him. Yeah, hear me? I'm not lying. Why would I ever make stuff up in a situation like this? So what are we waiting for? We have to go now. Vincent, Fex had his memories removed. Is that really possible? Quinn asked. Fex may be a strong vampire, but it's not like it's completely impossible. The person responsible would have to either have an ability related to doing so, or be someone with a very strong influence skill, which could only be one of the other leaders. Quinn finished off his sentence for him. This was already predicted, since someone had attacked Kaz, a vampire knight. Their problem was, although Quinn wanted to go save Fex, he had to attend the ceremony tomorrow. Quinn, Leo interrupted his train of thought, I fear that this is part of whoever is behind the plan. The ceremony is important, and from what I have heard, all the leaders must attend. We got some more information, and it seems like you have to be a part of the ceremony for an important reason. Maybe they want you to not turn up. Whatever the case, I don't want us to play into their hand. Wise words from your vampire knight, Quinn. If he wasn't going to suggest it, I was, Vincent agreed. I understand, but what about Fex? I can't just leave him there. I'll go, Silver volunteered. He is my brother in the first place. Leo is right. The leaders are needed at the ceremony, but the vampire knights not so much. Us being there is more of a formality. I can be replaced. Even though Silver had volunteered, Quinn still wasn't sure. Silver was strong, but whoever was involved in this had not only been able to take Fex without leaving any evidence behind, but had also taken out Kaz, whose strength should be around Silver's level. Quinn, I would also like to request that you find someone to take my place. Those bloodsuckers were the ones who attacked the castle. I just know it. I wouldn't have volunteered before, but we have Paul and your contraptions. Also, if you need me in an emergency, you are still able to use that skill. If you are afraid I might not be strong enough, don't be. Thanks to you, I think you will be pleasantly surprised with my current strength. Clenching his fist, Quinn needed to make a decision. It would be Ham, Leo, and Silver going off on their own, while Quinn was to attend the ceremony. Either one could have been a trap, but it was more likely that they hadn't realized Ham had escaped. Fine, Quinn agreed. Just stay in contact with the mask at all times. I will be keeping mine on during the whole ceremony, and will contact you as soon as it's over. When Ham finished explaining all the details, the other two were getting prepared to take all the necessary items for their trip. but they couldn't leave just yet, as there was a reason why they had to wait. On Silver's advice, Quinn had informed Dwight about what was happening. There were a few reasons for this. He thought that maybe he would be able to send help to the other two from Dwight. He still wasn't very confident with that. Just with the two of them, they could save Fex, who knew how strong the enemy was. And two, Silver and Quinn also agreed to keep Lee involved with what was happening, just like he had been doing Quinn. There was a certain royal guard that Quinn would speak to, a contact that Dwight had told him to talk to whenever he needed to get in touch with him. Dwight said that he could explain all the details to him as long as he trusted him. This was how the two of them would set up their meetings. Usually, vampires, especially those of a higher rank that needed to communicate with each other, would do so using the 8th family leader's ability, Jill, through her telepathy. They could ensure that only the people who were supposed to receive the message needed it by doing this, rather than relying on technology that could be hacked. However, Dwight was the one that had informed Quinn not to use her, and Quinn agreed. Especially since she was one of the ones that had chosen to give her vote at Bryce. At the moment, there is a clear bias towards certain leaders. The two of them filled up flasks with blood for both Leo and Silver, and Quinn had suggested Leo. "Before you leave, Leo, it would be best if you grabbed something from Alex. I'm pretty sure he has something that might come in use for you," Quinn suggested. While the two were away, Quinn continued to look at Ham. He looked to be doing fine compared to how he was before. He started to think about what had happened moments before he woke up. Ham didn't seem to be close to waking up at all, yet suddenly he did. Once the Bone Claw turned to smoke and entered him, disappearing soon after. "The Bone Claw has helped me in many different situations. According to Chris, it was protecting me on the Demon Tier planet as well. Bone Claw, you originally belonged to the First Leader, right? Do you work for him, or do you work for me at the moment?" Quinn wondered.
Yes.
The reason for thinking about this was due to the Bone Claw being more than uncooperative. Quinn could enter the space to attempt to talk to him, yet for some reason it would choose when it wanted to speak and when it didn't, acting on its own will. Familiars usually worked together with their master, but the Bone Claw seemed rather selfish, either helping Quinn when it wanted to or when he was close to death. Quinn didn't feel like its master at all. "You won't be able to summon," the deep voice was heard. Quinn, looking around the room, was trying to see where the voice was coming from. He knew it was from the Bone Claw, he just didn't know where. Until he looked at Ham, smoke was forming from his back, and it had taken the shape of a miniature version of the Bone Claw, swirling above Ham's head, created by the black mist. "Ah, the king! Why is that devil of a king on my back?" Ham shouted. Soon he started to bow down. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you names. It's a normal reaction when one meets someone as great as you." This type of reaction from a familiar when seeing the Bone Claw wasn't the first. Quinn had seen it when Bryce had summoned his familiar as well. It was clear the Bone Claw was special. "What do you mean?" Quinn asked. "My energy, inside him, no longer with you," the Bone Claw spoke. "I think I understand." Vincent tried to interpret. Right now, because Ham isn't receiving enough energy from Vex, the only way he could wake him up was by using his own energy. This is why there is no marking on your back, and he is appearing above Ham at the moment. Which means if you are in a dangerous situation like the times before, the Bone Claw won't be able to help you, Vincent explained. Quinn understood and nodded towards the Bone Claw. "I know you have helped me many times before, but I want to ask you a favor," Quinn said, approaching the mist. "If they are in trouble, can you protect them?" The Bone Claw seemed a little uninterested in this, but then Quinn mentioned something else. "It doesn't matter what happens to those that try to attack them. You are free to do as you wish. Go wild and don't worry." After Quinn had said that, the mist disappeared right back into Ham's body. "I think I understand this thing a bit more," Quinn thought. Ham started to shiver. "That crazy guy is inside of me!" Ham gulped again and quickly placed his small hand hooves over his mouth. "He can hear everything I'm saying, can't he?" Finally, both Leo and Silver had returned, and attached around Leo's waist was another sheath, a similar size to his other weapon. "Looks like Alex is on top of things here as well. I guess now we have to wait," Leo said. While waiting for a reply or answer from Dwight, Silver had decided to personally go to her father's castle to inform them of Fex's development and what she was doing. All they were doing now was patiently waiting for one or the other to return. The first person they heard back from was Silver. When she returned, she did so without looking the exact same as she had done before. On her back, she had a large box that was slightly bigger than herself and taller. She carried it as if it was weightless. The three there were in the reception area now, just waiting to hear back from Dwight. However, Quinn couldn't help but stare at the large box on Silver's back. "My father says he is happy to hear that Fex has been found, but he's worried about us two going. There are a few problems. If the ceremony wasn't tomorrow, then he would have liked to have come himself, but this is something that can't be delayed," he stated. "Also, sending a large group might startle the enemy into knowing we are coming, so he has kept his lips sealed for now. So he gave me this before leaving," Silver said, hitting the box behind her. Other than that, she didn't say much else, leaving them to guess about the large box. "If I'm correct, that's the 13th's puppet that's passed down from leader to leader," Vincent explained. "For her father to give her that, he must either be really worried or really trust her. I remember Fex saying one time that Silver would have made a better leader than himself for the 13th family, but in their family they had always had a male leader. I wonder how strong she is with the puppet. Fex was definitely skilled at controlling others." Finally, a royal guard arrived at the 10th castle. First, he bowed and claimed he was here on behalf of Dwight. "I'm sorry that Dwight wasn't able to come himself, Quinn. He sincerely apologizes. But tomorrow is an important day, and many preparations must be made," the royal guard explained. "I work directly under Dwight and am one of his few trusted men. Dwight says he knows what you wish to tell him. He has heard the news that you have found where Fex is. Unfortunately, tomorrow is an event that cannot be delayed. The king cannot wait a day longer. As well, he thinks it's best if only a small group of people go. If it is the Bloodsuckers' hideout, like we suspect, they should be significantly weakened by no longer having their leader there. Many of them were killed in the attack. He grants permission for Silver and Leo to go, but not Quinn. This means you must find a replacement to attend the ceremony with you tomorrow. Please inform me of who you wish to bring with you so we know beforehand." Quinn paused for a second. He was happy that his request was granted, and knowing more about the area they were going to lessened Quinn's worries, but he didn't expect that he would need a replacement for Leo as his vampire knight for the ceremony. Who to pick, Quinn thought, and one person had entered his mind. "I will be picking Peter Chuck," Quinn suggested, with a smile on his face. Although ask Dwight if he can look a little different at the ceremony. Before Leo, Silver, and Ham went looking for Fex, Quinn decided to add one more person to their team. The group couldn't get too large since others would notice their movement otherwise, but adding one more shouldn't be too much of a problem. However, the problem was picking the right person. There weren't exactly many people who could match up with Leo and Silver. There was Paul, but he would also have to be in attendance at the ceremony. In the end, Quinn chose Nate, as he was the one least afraid to go with them. Yet the main reason was him having the shadow ability, which allowed Quinn to come over quickly in case something went wrong. They set off in the middle of the night, with Ham taking the lead. It was always dark in the city, but there were certain times when even the vampires would turn off all the light crystals that lit up the walls and streets. Not wanting to be seen, their group used this opportunity to disappear. "Boneclaw, I hope you listened to what I told you," Quinn silently prayed as he watched the group head off. The next day, Quinn woke up earlier than usual. It was a good thing that he didn't need much sleep, because throughout the night he had been extraordinarily worried about the others. It didn't help that he still had no idea what today's ceremony would entail. The first thing he did was attempt to get in contact with the others. Luckily, Nate immediately answered via the mask. "Hey, I was just checking up on you guys. Is everything going okay?" Quinn asked. "I would love to say yes," Nate sulked. But despite his earlier testimony, that flying little bull can't remember the exact way he came from. We've been stuck going through the forest for a while now. "Hey, I just don't remember this exact part. As soon as we see something that I'll recognize, I'll be able to lead you the rest of the way," Ham could be heard yelling from the background. It seems that Ham had been so incredibly tired on the last part of his journey that he couldn't recall that part with great clarity. Perhaps them taking a little longer isn't such a bad thing. If we can get this ceremony over and done with, I'll be able to quickly follow them, Quinn thought. "Please endure a bit longer, Fex." According to Vincent, it wouldn't be proper for Quinn to appear in his regular clothes, so he suggested Quinn fetch something from his old room. Vincent guided him to his former quarters, and it turned out that the former 10th family leader had occupied a room on the top floor, next to the room Edward used to stay in. As he passed by Edward's room, he briefly glanced inside before continuing onward. "We're doing this so things like this can stop happening," Quinn reminded himself. Entering the room, he was surprised by how tidy it was. "I didn't do this. I can only assume that Edward had tidied it up and left it this way," Vincent theorized. The room was large, and it made the king-size bed look small in comparison. However, the only thing Quinn was interested in was the walk-in wardrobe that was attached to the room. There, Quinn was introduced to a style of clothing that made him feel sick. "This is what you want me to wear? It all looks so lame," Quinn judged the other's attire. "You know, during my time I never understood you people. I've lived a very long time, and it allowed me to notice that what you humans or even some of us vampires refer to as fashion was always going around in circles. One day something was seemingly arbitrarily decided to no longer be cool, but 100 years later it would suddenly be on trend again. Clothes are just clothes. Besides, you need to wear something more formal, and these ones perfectly fit the bill. You can't be wearing that military uniform from the ship all the time as if you're getting ready to go into battle." Walking over towards the back of the walk-in wardrobe, Quinn passed several clothes that were all quite similar. They were arranged into sets, each of which had a bright color on the inside and a dark color on the outside. It took some time, but eventually Quinn spotted something that took his fancy. "Will this do?" Quinn asked, pulling his choice off the railing. Trying on the clothes, Quinn thought back to something while he looked at himself in one of the many large mirrors in the room. Layla always said that a vampire should be dressed in red and black, Quinn thought, as he was quite pleased with his new look. The overcoat he was wearing was a tight fit. The front part of the coat was covered in black velvet, and underneath there was a red shirt with a black collar with the top button tied up. The trousers were a perfect fit, going along with a nice pair of smart shoes. In the past, his long curly hair would have looked like a mismatch, but with his new hairstyle, he thought he would appear quite handsome. "It seems like after your evolution, you have grown to be the perfect fit in my clothes," Vincent agreed to his choice. "Yeah, it looks like you don't have completely bad taste, Grandpa." "Never call me that again," Vincent demanded, dead serious. "Agreed," Quinn replied. It was meant to just be a joke about his taste in clothes, but the awkward fact remained that these two really were related, and Vincent would be a few generations above his family. Heading down to the reception room, Quinn could see that his two vampire knights were waiting for him bright and early. Paul, who had a couple of swords around his waist, was dressed in the same military gear as Leo. "Well, I'm glad I don't have to wear that," Leo said. Many would find Leo's words to be out of character for him or very odd, but that was because the one next to Paul was Peter in disguise. The aim of the game was not to raise any suspicions, and Peter, with his transformation skill, was the best fit for that. Quinn had also entertained the idea of having Peter replace himself, but Vincent had insisted that the ceremony had parts that only he would be able to fulfill, so there was no way around attending it. Another idea had been to get Peter to disguise himself as Vex to see the reaction of the leaders. Perhaps he could hear a change in their heartbeat, or something else, and he would find out who was behind everything. However, that plan had also been thrown out the window. There was a risk that whoever was responsible might mistake Peter for the real Vex, which might have dire consequences for the captured Vex. They hadn't killed Vex so far, and they didn't want wherever the real Vex was to be put into danger or risk those who had captured him to start moving him based on Quinn's actions here. Fake Leo pulled out the swords by his side, which were some spares that Alex had made, and started swinging them around. The movements weren't sloppy or slow, but just had a different sound while swinging them compared to real Leo.
I can't do that yet.
"Maybe you should find something that's more your style," Quinn suggested. "I've informed everyone in the castle that they have to attend the ceremony that starts at 12. The earlier the better, and Logan will be there to allow for communication if necessary," Paul informed him. Quinn was still worried that with him and his vampire knight gone, it would be the perfect chance for someone to attack the place, so he wanted everyone at the ceremony. It was unlikely that the bloodsucker would act in front of everyone, especially all the leaders. So in a way, it was actually safer for them to attend it than to stay inside the castle. Even if it did get attacked or destroyed, it didn't matter. The 10th family were his people, and not the place. "All right, let's get going. I have a feeling we have a big day ahead of us." Quinn threw on his overcoat and walked down the center with his two vampire knights behind him. The ceremony was to take place in front of the king's castle. Usually, the open plaza platform was filled with markets and shops that the vampires used on a day-to-day basis, and it was currently time for the vampires to set up their stalls all over the place.
However, today was different. The whole place had been renovated, and the vampires had built a special large white staircase that led up to the large platform with large pillars on either side. On the staircase, there was a flowing red carpet that led directly to the coffin. The contrast of colors made the red really stand out. Quinn and his 2 vampire knights arrived at the venue. From the looks of it, they appeared to have arrived a little earlier than any of the other leaders. Perhaps it was due to Quinn's nervousness and him still not being told what exactly his role would be in this event. There were plenty of royal guards on the premises, including some extra helpers that were still busy getting the final preparations done. The houses nearby were being adorned with touches of red roses to match the theme of the ceremony, and what surprised Quinn above all else was the amount of technology that was being used. Several drones had been put in different places which were hovering around. As a test run, large holographic screens appeared, which all displayed the same thing. Right now, it was the coffin on top of the platform, as well as Dwight next to it, as he was carefully making preparations. What Quinn also noticed was a smaller coffin that had been prepared by the large one by its side. "What's that for?" Quinn thought. "Can't you guess?" Vincent asked. "It's actually quite rare for a king not to be accompanied by both his royal knights into eternal slumber. Usually the king would assign one of the leaders to handle everything, but since Dwight had refused to pass on with the king, it looks like he has taken on the role this time." Quinn felt a little sad for Dwight. He must have been tired, as Vincent had known him to be a royal knight even during his own time. Calling him an old vampire seemed to be a bit of an understatement. Quinn suspected that he actually wanted to pass on, but just couldn't until he found out who was the one responsible for all the tumult in recent times. Climbing the stairs, Quinn asked Dwight what his role in all of this was, and what he was to do during the event. "Well, I'm glad you're at least properly dressed for the occasion." Dwight greeted him. His tone might have sounded happy, but his face was telling a different story. Quinn could see the signs of days and days of sleepless nights in preparation for this day. "You shouldn't get used to this look. After all, they're just borrowed clothes," Quinn replied. "Now, would you please tell me exactly what it is that I have to do?" "You see all the pillars that surround us? Each one represents one of the 13 families. They have Roman numerals written beneath them. All you need to do is stand next to your pillar, and at a certain point, you will be required to touch it. When you do, the flame will activate as long as you are the leader of your family. Your vampire knights will have to do nothing but remain next to your pillar. Think of them as your security, if you will. No interruptions are to be made, as the king will deliver his final speech. Honestly, after that point, just follow along with everyone else. Since you are the 10th leader, you will be called up at a much later time, and you will have had the chance to see what the others have done." It sounded simple enough, but Quinn couldn't help but still be nervous about what was to come. "Did you hear that, Leo?" Paul said. "There are to be no interceptions, no matter what someone says." Peter just looked at Paul and scoffed before he went towards their pillar. Paul was worried and would have much rather had the real Leo by his side, but Quinn had chosen Peter for a reason. Standing by the pole, Quinn could see all the preparations had been made. There was even a podium built out front. Interestingly, some markings were being drawn all over the place, under the coffin and elsewhere. "What are those markings? They look similar to when vampires do blood rituals," Quinn asked. "Those markings are based on vampire alchemy. I guess you could say it's the closest thing we have to magic, but honestly, most of what is set up today at some point or another has been created through the 10th family's ability. For example, the vampire rings that help block out the sunlight. Originally, they were the form of my ability, and then later, through reverse engineering and breaking it down, we discovered how to recreate them to the point that we could distribute them to others. Vampires are mysterious, mystical beings, Quinn. Our blood and the way we grow stronger is almost magical," Vincent explained. After waiting a short while, eventually all the other leaders started to show up, with their vampire knights by their side. Each one passed Quinn, who briefly talked to Dwight before they got into their position. The ones that gave him the most menacing stares were both Bryce and the new 6th leader. It looked like they still held a grudge against Quinn for killing their leader. When Cindy came up, she noticed that someone else was giving her a menacing look. "That's the infamous vampire knight from the 10th family? I heard he is quite strong, but why is that disgusting man giving me such a look? I don't recall ever seeing him before." When everyone was there, Dwight went through the schedule with them, making sure that each one knew the proper order of things and what had to be done. Surprisingly, neither the king nor his accompanying royal knight Kubit had arrived yet. Finally, though, vampires from all different families were entering the plaza area. They swarmed in like an army of ants, and it looked like nearly every vampire from each family had come to pay the king his last tribute. "Since we never leave the settlement, I didn't know there were this many vampires," Weevil noted, surprised as he looked around. The cursed family had also arrived, and they chose to stay together. It is mostly led by Linda and Dennis. "The red on the staircase really stands out," Linda commented. "Well, I guess it matches the blood theme," Dennis added. Even Logan and Syl attended, alongside little Borden, who was currently resting on Syl's shoulder. It turned out that with a few costume changes they had succeeded in passing off Borden as a familiar, and there weren't many who batted an eyelid at seeing him as well. Of course, the three of them were wearing the special spray that would cover up their scent. Even though they were outdoors, it seemed like most people who were initially looking at them and were interested in them turned their attention to the special platform that had been built. For many vampires, the changing of a king was a very important moment, one which they weren't guaranteed to ever see in their lifetime. A leader, maybe, but a king was different. When Dwight walked up to the podium, the whole crowd went silent. "We are here today to mark a special occasion. The man we all know as our king has looked after all of our lives for many, many years and changed them for the better. He has put the people's needs before himself, time and time again. After all these years, he has finally chosen that the time has come for him to move on and pass the crown on to a new generation. Before taking his rest, the king has some final words he would like to all of you who have come today." As soon as Dwight's speech had ended, the large double doors by the king's castle opened, and the king stepped out, donned in blood-red armor. Slightly behind him was his royal vampire knight. Both of them graciously walked towards the stage. There was a staircase identical to the one on the platform side, and the drones were there to capture everything. When he walked up the stairs, he did so without any help, and although he tried his best to look strong, Quinn could see that his legs were slightly shaking. "He looks completely different from the last time I saw him. What happened?" Quinn thought. "Hard to say, although if I were to wager a guess, he must have used that power. Absolute blood control," Vincent said. "It's a power so great that it takes the life force of its user." Absolute blood control, Quinn thought, not knowing full well just how special a position it was for one to become a king. Seeing the king, a ding sound sounded inside his, and soon a voice followed. "Quest reminder, become the Vampire King." The quest screen that appeared in front of Quinn's face was quickly dismissed. Quinn had already decided that he would ignore this quest. With everything going on, he had no desire to participate in a popular competition against the already established two sides. He was considered an outsider, so even if he did try to win the others' votes, would there be anyone willing to stay by his side? "It's just not possible, so stop thinking about it, Quinn. Maybe in the next century, when all the current leaders have been replaced, it might be something you can consider." Nevertheless, he couldn't help but be curious about it. Becoming king was such a mammoth task that the rewards were guaranteed to blow him away. The remainder of the quest made him even more aware that the current king was about to go to sleep and a new one would be selected. Standing up on the podium, King Newman stood there on his own, with his hands grasping around it. For a brief moment, while he held his speech, the king did his best to leave behind a strong image, not wanting his people to remember him as a weak-looking man. "I still remember the day when I first became king. It continues to be my greatest honor to have moved from the 12th seat to my current position. It came as much of a surprise to my younger self at the time, yet the leaders of my generation had all agreed that I was the best candidate to lead us towards a peaceful future. Peace. It is something we vampires have been longing for, and I'm elated that we were able to maintain it for the longest time under my rule. The only regret I leave behind as I go to sleep will be the fact that it appears at the end of my time someone intends to rob us of our peace. Still, the message I want to leave you all before I go will be one of peace. As king, I did everything in my power to protect our race. Every choice I made was to stop the internal conflict between us. Although we are split up into 13 families, and I originally came from the 12th family, ever since I became king, I only saw us as one big family. And so, I hope that this generation's leaders may select someone who might share my ideology and who I would happily acknowledge as my successor. May we all continue living a fulfilling life for the future." The king finished his speech and
Alright, dudes. I gotta go to sleep. Work tomorrow. Let's see, what's today? Wednesday? Yes. So we'll probably be grinding on this tomorrow. I don't know. I don't really want to play the PTR Diablo. I'm having a hard time going back to Diablo from this. I'm still having a lot of fun. I still got my 3-tit lady here. 4-tit lady? Yeah, 4, sorry. Just hanging out with her. I mean, she's the handjob queen right there. And, we'll do some more My Vampire System audiobook, because it's awesome. We're on... Ooh. We're at, like, between 800 and 900 somewhere, and there's, like, 2,000. And so there's... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 times 12 hours. There's 168 hours left of this audio book series. So, that's what I'm going to be doing for the nearest future. I really am enjoying this. My Vampire System. If you haven't looked into it, that's it right there. That's pretty awesome. Alright. Well, until next time, we'll see you guys tomorrow.